Anyone who has ever read the novel has probably imagined themselves in the character's place and how they would act in his place. You've probably wondered if you could tame a panther by becoming a rabbit, or if you could live happily ever after with your sweet little daughter. What if you needed to enter into an arranged marriage with the protagonist in order to protect your family? Well, what a pity! If she had come even a minute later, he would have ordered her head to be cut off from her shoulders. She couldn't even imagine that she would go into a world where she wouldn't have to survive, and she wasn't somehow prepared for it. The girl didn't want to go to work, but then she realized that she was still sleeping, and, for some reason, she was dreaming about a hotel, and she started thinking about her problems with workaholism. The man, who seemed to be a foreigner, sat in front of her, removing a glove from his hand and ordering her to wipe his hand. She thought about how late she had slept the night before. Taking a wet rag, she thought that she should have listened to her mother and found an easier job, but she had chosen the wrong path and was now wiping away the blood. As she continued to help the man wipe away the dried blood, she suddenly noticed a scar on his palm, as if she had seen it somewhere. However, this man from her dream was very handsome and was definitely to her taste, so she didn't complain. Suddenly, the man asked irritably if she was going to do her job properly, and she realized that her assumptions were a mistake. This man was not her type at all. After that, he let her go, and the girl thought, it doesn't matter how beautiful a person is on the outside, but if he has a bad character, it's immediately a no. Before she could leave the room, people in workers' uniforms addressed her as Rose, surprised that she was alive. Then one of the girls ran up to her and excitedly asked if she was okay, and the dream seemed very realistic to the girl. The next moment, there was the sound of breaking glass. The butler dropped the glass and asked in horror if Rose was alive. And then the girl noticed that it was not Korean. Memories came that she was Rosetta, the daughter of the Baron of Estony. Her parents had died. Because of all this, she worked as a servant at the court of the Crown Prince. The girl broke into a sweat. She became anxious. Suddenly, she realized that since yesterday, she had become His Highness's personal servant. And these were the memories of this man. With so much information pouring into her head at once, the girl in Rosetta's body fell down, losing consciousness. Waking up in the morning, she walked trembling to the mirror and did not recognize herself. She had rich pink hair and a nightgown that she would never wear. In horror, she began to sort through things, thinking that this couldn't be. It was just nonsense, and there had to be an explanation for it. There had to be proof that she hadn't gone crazy. And suddenly, she found a book on the table, but its appearance was creepy. She thought that she could find a clue in this book, and nothing should happen if she touched it. But then the book emitted light. But after reading, I realized that it was a diary, or rather a record of everyday life as a personal servant of His Highness the Prince. Rise at 6 in the morning. His Highness has breakfast at 7 in the morning. She receives food in the kitchen and carries it straight to the prince's room. After finishing the meal, she had to help His Highness get ready to go out. It seemed there was no more useful information here. But then, she read that the former owner of the body received an order to kill the prince. It was scary. The information she received scared her so much that her heart sank, and she thought what the hell this could mean. As she continued reading, she learned that Emilia, the previous maid, was dead. And now it was her turn. She was just a servant and could not kill the crown prince. It was tantamount to voluntarily going to death, and it was strange that they wrote something like that in diaries. It felt like it was written for someone to see. As she read the last part, the Duke wanted Calix Fosman dead. Dropping the diary, she realized everything and understood that she had ended up in another world. Her thoughts were filled with her past life, about her family, career, and her own life. Picking up the diary and throwing it on the bed, she thought that first she needed to calm down and sort out the situation. Little by little, the memories of this man returned to her. Apparently, she ended up in the body of Rosetta Istania, an orphan child from the Baron's family, and was appointed as Calix Fosman's personal servant. If he was who she thought he was, then she was talking about the character in the novel she read last time. Who was the main character? The tyrant of the breeding. Moreover, it was a 19-plus novel that was published in the early 2000s. Why did she even read such a book? The girl wondered if the main character's name was Rose, and if the tyrant was still the crown prince. So she was still at the very beginning of the novel. Calix Fossman is a man who will kill her as soon as she pisses him off even a little. Looking in the mirror at her new body, she again noticed the terrible color of her hair. The girl wondered if she had died in her past life, hoping that this was not the case, and she needed to somehow return back. First, she had to survive in this world. Very soon, Calix would start killing all the heirs and take the throne. It was necessary to decide whose side she would have to take. And then Rosetta opened her diary again, reminding herself of the schedule. Rosetta confidently decided that she had to try and cling to the one who would win, because she had to stay alive and return home. After this, the girl cautiously looked into the kitchen and said hello. The cook noticed her and asked what she was doing there. She explained that she had come for breakfast, and the cook had thoughtfully replied that he had heard that some girl had been made His Highness's personal servant. Looking her up and down, he grinned and said that her head was still on her shoulders. Rosetta irritably agreed, wondering how she would stand without a head. She asked what His Highness was having for breakfast today, and while the cook was asking why I needed to know, she noticed how dirty the kitchen was. Seeing all this dirt and a cockroach running by, she was dumbfounded and even froze for a second, remembering that there was nothing like this in the novel. Having come to her senses, she replied that she had just started working, so she had a lot to learn, and it would be nice to know at least the names of the dishes she would be serving. The cook said that the servants didn't need to know, but Rose insisted and asked that he just name the dish. He said that today there was a croissant with Marylton butter, an omelet with raspberry jam and cheese, a salad with arugula and pink pepper sauce, and on top of all this, freshly squeezed apple juice, after which he grinned and asked if she would be able to remember all this. The girl did not answer the question, and thinking about who he took her for, thanked him, saying that she would be on her way. Rose was confident. This was the very beginning, and there was no way the main character could have any negative feelings towards her. Her thoughts were clear, but she immediately had a crisis. She did not know how to address Calix. Come what may, she thought, and knocking on the door, loudly, like a warrior, informed His Majesty that breakfast was ready. Not hearing an answer, the girl thought that she had done something wrong, but suddenly the prince's voice was heard, telling her to come in, and Rose breathed a sigh of relief. Calix Fossman met her with a bored look, but then a sly grin appeared on his face, and he pointed to his watch. The man said that if she had come a minute later, he would have ordered her head to be cut off from her shoulders. What a pity! Rose only smiled nervously in response. In the novel, Blood Moon Empire, Calix's past is not revealed in detail. However, one of the important moments was there. It consisted in the fact that Calix was madly in love with the main character. But the novel is not at all a project for Calix to become an emperor. Looking at him with a trembling gaze, Rosetta thought, who would have thought that such horror awaited her from the very beginning? Telling herself, Li Chi-rin, not to shirk, since her life was at stake, she said with a fake smile of a company employee that she would always be on time. In response to this, the crown prince did not answer anything and only looked at her. He turned his head away, and Rose had hope that she would cope. However, looking around the prince's room, she thought that it was strange. Wasn't this too small a portion for the crown prince? The food looked meager for a member of the imperial family, and she wondered if he was an outcast. And then she decided that it didn't concern her, and happily offered to voice what he was having for breakfast today. Rose repeated after the cook, voicing that for breakfast, there was a croissant with Marylton butter, an omelet with raspberry jam and cheese, arugula salad with pink pepper sauce, also freshly squeezed apple juice. The prince frowned and looked at her with displeasure. What was the matter? Rose wondered. Was there something he didn't like, seeing the prince rise from his seat and come closer? Pressing the girl against the door and placing his hand near her head, he, like a snake, grinned and asked what kind of tricks this was. The trembling girl asked what His Highness was talking about. With bloodshot eyes, he asked if this was a new strategy. As a mouse in the paws of the beast, she said that if he didn't like the menu, she would ask the cook to cook something else. But she herself thought that he would simply say that he didn't like the food. He folded his arms across his chest and asked who she was. And after thinking about who he thought he was, the girl replied that she was Rose, and since yesterday she had been his personal servant. The prince asked if that was what he was asking. The girl thought that was exactly it. And what was wrong with him anyway? Then he loudly and discontentedly asked if she was going to answer. She thought that she had picked the wrong one, and replied to His Highness that if he was not satisfied with something, she would immediately ask him to replace everything. In front of him stood an intern at a 21st century five-star hotel who had dealt with clients worse than him. She wouldn't lose so easily. However, the prince ordered everything to be removed, and, relieved that she had escaped, the girl said that she would tell the chef to correct the menu. He let her go, but then Rose happily told His Highness that if he wasn't going to go out in these clothes today, she would mend them. With these words, she turned away. The prince only looked back at her and, raising one eyebrow, asked in confusion what was wrong with her. Not much time passed. The servants' dinner began, and then Chelsea turned to Rose, anxiously grabbing her shoulders. The girl greeted her and asked what was wrong, and she excitedly asked if she was okay, if everything was fine, and if nothing had happened. She was glad that her head was still in place, because she thought that she was dead, and she cried about how, no matter how you look at it, Madame had treated her cruelly. Rose asked what she meant, and Chelsea replied that she was not the best worker in the estate, and it was no secret. The girl did not understand whether she was insulted in this way. But then Chelsea said that she didn't mean anything bad. She just had the least work experience and made the most mistakes. Rose asked why she was then appointed as a personal servant, and Chelsea reminded her that she had broken an expensive plate, which had made Madame angry with her. By the way, the girl suddenly thought, she remembered this from the memories of the real Rose, and Chelsea was glad that everything worked out. And she herself knows perfectly well that having become the personal servant of the Crown Prince, there is no chance of returning alive. It bothered Rose how strange it all was, that Calix took every servant for granted. However, his room and clothes were completely inconsistent with his status, and the contents of his diary were also strange. Now the girl had a guess, and clenching her fists, she asked Chelsea if a new servant had come to the estate. Chelsea happily asked how she knew, saying that she had seen Madame walking with some new girl, but suddenly noticed Rose's condition. She asked if everything was okay, because she didn't look very good, and Rose herself was horrified that if her guess was correct, then she could die today. Her hypothesis was that the Crown Prince, aka the protagonist, was not actually a ruthless killer. If the personal servants who died at his hands were also ordered to kill the Crown Prince, then that would explain why he executed them. The Crown Prince's personal servants were either professional killers or simply pawns who waited for the arrival of a new killer. Rosetta Estania was likely the victim of the Duke's blackmail, and from the diary entries, Rose was clearly not the killer. Moreover, the housekeeper was clearly in cahoots with the Duke, and it was she who had the right to appoint the Crown Prince's personal maid. Therefore, the girl who arrived at the estate today as a maid is the real killer for the prince. Now, all they had to do was make room for new servants and shut up the current ones, which meant they had no reason to keep Rose alive. She trembled and thought, why did she end up in this particular novel? And then screamed in horror, frightening her friend. But then, after a day of work, Rosetta lay down on the bed, sighing heavily and talking about how hard it was. Cleaning such huge bedrooms alone was difficult, but of course she did everything in the best possible way because of her job in her past life. But after cleaning, she had some free time, which was quite good. But now she needed to come up with a plan. Before she had time to open the diary, a piercing scream suddenly rang out throughout the room, and Rosetta threw the book away. The contents of the diary had changed. Now it said that the Duke had given her poison to kill His Highness, and the box was on the right under the bed. The girl, irritated by what she read, did not want to accept that this was actually the case, worrying that the poison really was there. Rosetta crawled under the bed, checking what was written in the diary, and at the same time thinking about what to do with it, when suddenly she really did find the box. Holding the bottle in her hands, she thought, he really was there. But what would they order her to do with him now? Without wasting time guessing, the girl grabbed a pen and, opening the diary to a blank page, asked who he was. However, no matter how much time passed, there was still no answer to her question, which angered the girl, and she scolded the diary. Having grabbed the poison and perfume, she thought that, first of all, she needed to figure out how to properly use the things she had received. That night, the Crown Prince returned to his room and was simply stunned by how it shone. Entering the depths of the room, he discovered that among all the cleanliness, on the work table lay his clothes, which the maid had volunteered to mend. Then Rosetta appeared behind him, asking His Majesty if she should make him some tea, but the boy remained silent. What was she thinking? Was he just now noticing how perfect she was, and had no intention of causing any trouble? The ever-dissatisfied crown prince turned away from his personal maid, and, noticing how she could go out of her way, ordered her to do as she wanted. Is it really so difficult to compliment the servants who spend all day cleaning his mansion and have started to mentally call him by different names? Suddenly, Calix turned sharply, and she thought in horror, could he really have heard her? He can't read minds, and she mentally apologized. However, the prince did not have time to ask the question. From behind the door, a call to His Highness was heard, and the guy, calling himself Roland, asked if he could come in. Roland! Rose suddenly echoed to herself that this man was the deuteragonist when the boy finally entered the office. Pouring tea into mugs, Rosetta wondered if this tea was safe, if she should try it. But what if it contained poison and she died? But I thought that the main characters don't die so easily, but she will die without any problems just because she ate poison in her wine. However, Robert Chris was the protagonist's confidant and a member of the Knightly Order, a good-natured subordinate of Calix. However, he will betray the prince by having an affair with the main character. In other words, he is also not all there. Rosetta decided not to interfere, when suddenly Robert announced that they had received his request and collected the necessary information. The prince asked to continue, and the guy said that it was assumed that the third heir was the organizer, at which point Rosetta pricked up her ears. The emperor has 4 sons who have the right to the throne. The first prince is the son of the first empress, the second is the second, the third prince is the son of the first, and the last one was Calix, the son of the late empress. In the novel, Calix will kill all 3 pretenders to the throne and become emperor. However, that was still a long way off. Now his target would be the third crown prince. Robert had spoken about how they needed to close the distance. Rose placed the cup on the prince's table, and he looked at her sideways, making her realize that she was too obviously eavesdropping. So, to lighten the mood, she said she had added a hint of vanilla to his tea, and also made some amaretto to help him refresh himself. Here he called her with displeasure and said that he had an assignment for her, and the girl shuddered in horror and froze. The most interesting part of the story began, but Calix, with his request, simply kicked her out. However, it did not seem that the prince suspected her of anything. Well, Rose understood him. In his place, it would be difficult for her to trust anyone, especially to talk about politics. The room was dark. It seemed that some ghost would jump out at any moment, so it was necessary to quickly find the book and get out of here. Having left the lantern near the window, the girl began to look for the necessary book, and when she found it, suddenly a strong wind blew, and the light went out. Trembling with fear, she called His Highness, but thought that he would not engage in such nonsense. But who could it be then? Maybe it was just evening. She remembered that she could die today. Her hand trembled. If he was going to kill her, then he would probably make it look like an accident. As she begins her investigation, she will find herself in danger, with the Duke, the housekeeper, and assassins following her. Looking cautiously towards the window, she thought it would be better not to get into trouble and leave quickly. Looking sideways at the open window, she realized that there was definitely someone there, and that he wanted to attack from there. But behind her, there was already a man swinging his sword. Finding out the requested information, the Crown Prince further asked if Robert had found out where the assassin was sent from. Placing the papers on the table, the man said that the servant who arrived was probably a mercenary, and they also confirmed her connection with the Duke. Leafing through the documents, Calix asked if it meant that Rosetta Estanya had nothing to do with the situation, but they didn't know for sure. When Robert, in reproach to the prince, said that he remembered the name of the servants, Calix replied with displeasure that he always remembered them. Robert recalled that he used to call servants by the phrase, "This is a girl," but he was glad that he liked the current servants. Calix raised an eyebrow and said that he didn't understand what he was thinking and explained that it didn't matter. But suddenly, he thoughtfully said that it was already late. This phrase became fatal for both guys in the room, and they realized that something was wrong here. Robert offered to go and check for himself, But the prince, walking ahead, said that she had not fulfilled the requirement to receive the crown prince, and this was serious. And if the servants have nothing to do with the duke, then he is trying to get rid of them, he understood. There was a huge chance that Rose had no relation to the duke, and he gritted his teeth as he called the situation a curse. Hurrying to the room at the end of the corridor, to which he had sent the servants, the prince heard a loud cry and immediately opened the door. The next moment, the men were amazed by Rosetta's scream, which ordered them to answer, calling someone a damn piece of dog shit. Straining from the movements heard behind her, the girl grabbed the bottle and, turning sharply, sprayed it in the attacker's face. The man, hiding part of his face, quickly closed his eyes. Growling in pain and waving his sword, he asked how dare she. He swung and almost hit her, but he cut in half the book she was covering herself with and which she was asked to bring. "Call the situation a curse," the man shouted. "Doesn't she look where she splashes?" And the girl, attacking him, verbally asked who he was. Not seeing anything in front of him, he shouted that she didn't need to know this, and, swinging his sword, almost killed her. But the girl managed to dodge. She clutched the vase behind her back and nervously smiled as she informed the mercenary that he should know that she had sprayed poison. Rose said that she got this poison from the duke, so he would die very soon. The man shouted what kind of nonsense she was talking about. But then Rosetta went on the offensive, and grabbing a vase of flowers, she hit the mercenary on the head, thinking that he deserved it. The man finally fell down, exhausted. The girl, breathing heavily, said that she might be a servant who had not been trained to kill, but he would not be able to do anything against her, being blind. But even though she spoke about it so energetically, in reality, she thought that she was about to die. Her heart was ready to jump out of her chest. Taking the sword from his hands, Rosetta jumped on his back and asked who sent him, who he was working for, and why he was silent. The battered man wondered if she would at least give him a break so he could respond. And at that moment, Rose called him a fucking piece of dog shit. The door opened. She looked at the prince in shock. They exchanged glances, and then the girl innocently called out to His Highness. Rose said that it seemed that this man was a murderer. The prince grinned at that moment. She said that he attacked her, and she was conducting an interrogation. He was sent by the duke. At that moment, the prince came closer, and the girl thought, why the hell does he not stop smiling and looks like a madman? Then she quickly took a bottle out of her pocket and said that it was poison that she carried with her and sprayed it at the man. At one glance, Calix knew it was Rix's poison and said that in about an hour he would start coughing up blood. Coming to examine the hired killer, Robert removed his mask and reported that he was a groom. Then the crown prince ordered Robert to get out of here. The smile disappeared from his face, and he ordered Rosetta to follow him. He said that this time he finally wanted to hear an answer, and, ordering her to answer, asked directly who she was. Who is she? Rose thought nervously. She is Lee Chae-rin, working in a hotel in South Korea. But she couldn't say that. Well, he already knows that she is Rosetta Estanya. But the prince continued to stare at her. Then she said that before she was appointed as his personal servant, she was given instructions, and the duke gave her this poison. However, she really didn't know what to do with him. And she also said that if a person has brains, then he will understand who to kneel before. As she knelt down, she thought that the goal was important. Here and now, she had to make it clear that they were on the same side. She shouted to the prince that she would take care of him, and Calix, interested in this, asked how she was going to do it. She was in the kitchen and saw many things that needed to be improved. Since this was the prince's food, it needed to be taken care of properly, as well as cleaning, preparing clothes for going out, and much more. She was sure that she would be able to create a comfortable life for him. Calix said she must have known he was called the son of a traitor, and Rose wondered if it was because of what had happened to the Empress. He leaned back and asked what was the benefit of taking his side, and Rose realized that he still didn't trust her and would remain suspicious until the very end. She heard that a new servant had arrived today, and perhaps she would die today, and if not today, then tomorrow or the day after. So she needed to convince this man of her unwavering devotion. The prince watched her with interest. Hitting her head on the floor, the girl asked His Highness to save her life, saying that she would never betray him and sincerely asked to allow her to serve him. This surprised the prince very much, but he still smiled and agreed, suggesting that they see what would come of it. Rose gratefully told His Highness that she would serve him faithfully and truly. He agreed, but only asked her to forget the conversation. The boy shouted to His Majesty that his mother had not betrayed him, insisted that she had been set up, and asked for mercy. However, His Majesty looked menacingly at his son and asked why he should not kill the woman who tried to take his life. In despair, the Crown Prince ran to his uncle and asked him to save his mother, crying and saying that she had done nothing and he knew it. However, the uncle answered His Highness, who was in tears and heartbroken, that he could do nothing and that he must calm down. He told the boy to pretend that nothing had happened, because that was the only way he would be spared his life. And Calix did not want to die. He wanted to live. He had to kill if he wanted to live. And if he didn't die, then he would be the one to kill. Suddenly, a pink-haired girl appeared in front of him, asking what he thought about freshly baked crispy cookies with apple jam. She offered him a cup of aromatic vanilla tea, but the next moment, the prince opened his eyes in horror, coming out of sleep, and asked what it was. It turned out that it was all a dream. Then Robert came into the room and said that he didn't know that His Highness was here. He didn't answer, so he came in to leave a report. Robert asked His Highness if he had slept until that moment, and the prince, clutching his head, irritably said that he did not understand anything. Calix asked why he had come, and Robert said that he had removed the murderer's body and brought the 3rd volume of the history of the Empire. Seeing the book cut in half, he grinned and said that there was an assignment. At that moment, goosebumps ran through Rose's body. Shivering from the chill that ran down her skin, Rosetta entered the kitchen, where the cook remembered that she had come yesterday. The cook laughed at the fact that her head was still in place, and thoughtfully said that she had started coming into the kitchen more often. The girl felt sick from his greasy hair, unkempt beard, and unwashed hands. She would have given his hygiene 0 points. Wondering how the prince still didn't have indigestion, she asked the chef if he could wear a cap and trim her nails and groom her beard. This made the man angry and shouted at her, asking what this meant and who she thought she was. Rose thought that she shouldn't be afraid. She asked herself not to forget who she was in her past life. She could always find a compromise. There were countless similar situations. Smiling sweetly, Rose said that she was His Highness's new personal servant, and he, being the chef, probably put his whole soul into the dish. In horror, she asked him to imagine what would happen if something that shouldn't be there suddenly got into the food and His Highness was forced to throw out the food he had prepared. He would have no idea how much effort and love he had put into it, and she was sure he wouldn't allow it. But she wondered if it would work. The cook laughed and said that the fact that she was still alive had nothing to do with luck, and asked if he was right. "What?" the girl asked in surprise. But the cook immediately said that he would put on a hat, tidy up his beard and nails, and do as she said. The smiling man noted that she was very assertive and said that he liked it, and Rose thanked her dear client for understanding. Now, holding out his hand, the man finally introduced himself as the chef of the Imperial Palace, whose name was Theron. He told her to contact him if she needed anything, and Rose shook his hand, hoping for cooperation. The cook laughed and said that he did not promise to fulfill her request, and then the girl noticed dirt on her hand. Here he pointed to Rose and informed all the workers that she was His Highness's personal servant, and ordered them to henceforth fulfill all her requests. The next moment, many workers ran up to the girl, happily getting to know her, asking what family she was from, and so on. While biting into a sweet apple, the red-haired young man sitting around the corner had been watching the whole situation from the very beginning. He watched as the girl who called herself Rose Estanya met the other workers, piqued his interest. And so she appeared before His Highness the Prince, because through her fault, the 3rd volume of the book was torn up. He asked what she was looking at and said boredly that since she had a mouth, he wanted to hear an excuse. What excuses? Rose thought in horror. She could say it was just a book, but then he would order her execution. Or she could have immediately admitted that she had no other choice in the situation, but the same fate would have befallen her. So, bowing her head, she guiltily said that she would get him exactly the same one, and the prince, bored, ordered her to open the book. In it, she found a golden envelope torn in half, and then the prince angrily asked if she thought she could find exactly the same one. The girl, foreshadowing all the ends, said that she could do this, wondering why, in addition to all her responsibilities, she needed to do this. She is a simple servant. Doesn't he have subordinates? But then she remembered that he doesn't trust anyone, and then he threw her a bag of money. Calix thought that this should be enough, and Rose, smelling the money, said that she would do everything, but the prince gave her 2 days. When the girl left, he asked if she could get the book. Robert asked if it was not an invitation to the ball that the third prince would be holding. He said that it was not easy even for him to get it, let alone for a simple servant, and the prince agreed with him. Then Robert asked why he had given her such an assignment, and Calix asked if he had done it, explaining that she had volunteered. Robert looked at him as a little boy who said that if he didn't want to die, then he had no choice but to kill himself. But now he looked at the grown-up, smiling prince and smilingly said that he hoped that everything would work out for her. Calix asked irritably what he was talking about, since it was obvious that the servants were not capable of such a thing. Robert explained that he had always been difficult to please, but this time he had gone too far. But the prince did not agree with him. Rosetta needed to think seriously about her obsession with money. But now, as she folded the gold envelope, she realized what it was. It was an invitation, and apparently it was from the third prince. The girl was horrified as to how she could get a new invitation. All the girls who end up in Roman usually live happily ever after, but for some reason, she ended up in something like a mission impossible. She decided to look for clues and asked Chelsea if she knew by any chance which of the aristocrats was in close contact with the third crown prince. The girl was surprised by this question. It seemed like she knew something, but she replied that she didn't know anything, because he rarely appeared here. Rose wondered why she had this reaction, as if she knew something, and asked if she knew if the servants could visit the library. She thought it contained genealogies of noble families, but Chelsea explained that the library was open to those with permission from a noble family. Laughing slyly and hugging her friend around the neck, she said that she had something for such a case, taking out some paper. Holding it up, Chelsea called it a rough map of the Crimson Bookstore, showing what was and wasn't in stock. After handing it to Rose, she said that she would find what she needed there, and the girl happily thanked Chelsea. As a parting gift, she asked him to buy her something tasty as a thank you, but suddenly she wondered where she got that piece of paper from. As soon as Rose went into town, merchants began pestering her, offering tasty, sweet apples, but she refused. Because of the genre of the novel, she thought that the atmosphere would be oppressive. But it wasn't that bad, she thought as she walked. She also managed to easily integrate into the local community. However, she had no idea what Chelsea had drawn on the map. A man walking towards her with bags pushed her in the shoulder, cursing that she was standing in the middle of the road. The girl apologized for tripping. However, not letting her fall, a red-haired young man grabbed her by the shoulders and held her, bending over her, and joyfully greeted her. The girl glanced at the guy in surprise, and he, smiling broadly, melodically said that she didn't have to thank him. Frightened, the girl stood more firmly on the ground and thanked the guy and quickly walked on. But then he asked where she was going. Having followed her, he suggested that they go together, because it seemed to him that she had something interesting planned, saying that he had been following her since the palace. Frightened by the tall man and his actions, Rose turned around and angrily asked who he was and why he was following her. Placing his hand on her chest, he introduced himself as Aaron, saying that he was in the kitchen when she spoke as the chef, so he knew her name. The girl angrily said that she didn't need his name, but why he followed her, to which the guy replied that it seemed to him that she was going to do something interesting. She asked if he was a stalker. The guy asked who he was, but Rose said it didn't matter. She was busy and told him not to follow her. She walked on and he followed her. Noticing this, Rose turned around, reminding him that she had told him not to follow her when he reached for her hands. He snatched the drawn map and, looking at it with mock examination, said that this was the Crimson Bookstore. Rose asked if he knew where she was, and the guy laughingly replied that he would tell her in such a way that no one else knew the way except him. He told her to follow him, and as unpleasant as this situation was for Rose, she resigned herself and followed. Aaron hummed as he led her into some old, dusty village, and Rose wondered uncertainly if they were on the right path. She was angry, clenching her fist, thinking that if he even tried to deceive her, she would immediately beat him right here. Having looked at the girl with a sly, snake-like gaze, The red-haired guy smiled at her as if nothing had happened. Rosetta froze for a moment in fear, thinking that this had just happened. But then Aaron reported that they were there. Waving his hand and pointing to the dilapidated house, the bright and strange young man introduced it as the Crimson Bookstore. A creepy place. Rose thought she should go back, but she couldn't retreat. Perhaps this was the only place where she could really acquire something useful. Passing Aaron, who opened the door for her, the girl apologized for the intrusion, but immediately wondered if they had really come to the right place. She needed a list of noble families, but she didn't think she'd find it here until Aaron asked what kind of forbidden book she was looking for. The girl, stunned, asked what he meant, and the guy, smiling happily, replied that he was talking about the forbidden book. Taking one of the books with a burgundy cover from the shelf, he handed it to her and asked if that was not why she came here. She began to read the titles. There was a novel about what is under the master's shirt, and a knight who is always nearby, and even something about a slave. Rosetta's eyes widened in shock as she thought about what it was. Aaron didn't know her taste and asked her to tell him what she liked, saying that he would choose a book suitable for her. He asked if she preferred to read something that made her heart flutter or something that made her face burn, and Rose was still in shock. She noticed a book titled 34 Things to Summon a Demon and wanted to look, but he threw it back, saying he had grabbed it by accident. Who is he? Rose thought as she watched. He knew this place too well, and it could be suspicious, but she decided to ask. So she asked him if he knew the place well, and when he turned his attention to her, she asked him directly if they sold information here. The next moment, Aaron smiled and happily reminded her that he had already told her that he was the only one here like this. After that, he grabbed Rosetta by the wrist and dragged her along with him, going deeper and deeper into the library. Skipping through all the shelves, he finally led Rose into the room behind the curtain and, joyfully greeting his grandfather, informed him that he had brought him a visitor. Sitting with a candle and holding a magnifying glass in his hands, examining something, the man suddenly turned his attention to his grandson and said that he does not work with beginners. Well, then Rose put a bag of money on the table and sat down opposite the old man, grinning and saying that she was not a newbie and he could see for himself. Seeing so much gold, his eyes almost popped out of his head. But this state lasted only a moment, and the next moment he laughed loudly. He grinned with interest and said that she was completely different from what he had imagined, and asked what His Highness's personal servant was interested in knowing. Rose looked at him in horror, wondering how he knew who she was and who he heard about her from. Smiling nervously, the girl remembered that she had learned a few things during her internship at the hotel casino. It was absolutely necessary not to show that you were excited, especially since this gentleman had saved her from having to introduce herself. Still on edge, she asked how he knew, and the man thoughtfully replied that it wasn't difficult at all, knowing what an unusual hair color she had, and also the exquisite robe and brooch that are only in the imperial palace. Well, and the willingness to bargain. All this told him about her personality. He heard from a nobleman that the crown prince had a new personal servant again, and that she had managed to win his favor. While looking at the money, he asked Rose Astani, the crown prince's personal servant who had managed to survive, what she wanted to know. Rose felt like he actually had some skills, so she asked him tensely how much he knew about the empire. However, having learned that he was not from the circle of nobles, the girl took the bag and wanted to leave, but then the man stopped her, saying that he had not finished speaking. After counting out 3 gold coins, he said that if she was a person from the imperial palace, he would tell her what she wanted to know and asked what kind of knowledge it was. Rose asked if he worked with objects, and her grandfather replied that it depended on the object itself, asking what exactly she needed. The girl hesitated. She needed, and very urgently needed, an invitation to the 3rd Crown Prince's ball. But besides that, there was something else no less important. In order to distract Calix and survive, she needed to find out where the main female character was. Therefore, she said that first, she wanted him to find out some information about what Duke Tianel's biggest secret was. The Duke was hiding his illegitimate daughter. She was the main female character. It would be great if grandfather found this information. Then she will not only test his skills for authenticity, but also find out the location of the main character. This is called killing two birds with one stone. Calix gave her 2 days for everything, which meant she couldn't waste too much time, and asked if a day would be enough for him. Grandfather asked if she was checking him now. Putting the money on the table, Rose said that she would give him 3 gold coins, and if he found the information she needed, then the next time he asked, she would double the price. And the man agreed, telling the young lady that she knew how to manipulate, and said that tomorrow she would get what she came for. After leaving his grandfather's library, Aaron asked Rose how she knew the request cost 3 coins. Taking off her hat, the girl explained in surprise that she thought so when she saw how the gentleman had just counted out 3 coins. Aaron was surprised by this, and Rosetta felt uneasy and wondered if she had said something strange. Why was he staring at her like that? The next moment, the guy laughed and told Rose that she was really fun to be with and said that he would be watching her from now on. Rose looked at his cunning eyes in surprise and asked what kind of nasty things he was saying, and ordered him to take her to the palace as quickly as possible. Returning to her room, the girl sat down in front of the diary with difficulty, still doubting whether she should open it. And yet, gathering her strength, she decided that she was ready and asked for new inscriptions to come, starting to turn the pages. Mr. Crimson, who sells illegal goods, is actually selling information, and he knows the back streets as well as the capital. It cost him 3 coins to ask, and Rose thought irritably that she couldn't have said that earlier, and continued reading. Ms. Miori is a herbalist. She gave her a box of Vegeta herbs, which can detect the presence of poison. It was written there. If poison comes into contact with a leaf of the Vigent, it turns blue, and she keeps this box of herbs in the 3rd drawer of the desk. Rose froze for a moment and looked at the dresser, thinking that this couldn't be happening. But when she opened the drawer, she actually found herbs there. And also all the herbs were still fresh, and it's great that she can detect poison. But then she asked if it helps her. There was no answer, but, overcome by emotion, the girl covered her face with her hands and said that it would have been better if he had sent her home. There was no need to be upset. Everything was fine. She had done a great job today. She needed to survive until the main character appeared. As soon as the main character appears, she will leave the palace and find a way to return home. And, encouraging herself, she shouted that she, Li Chi-rin, will cope. And then Rose received a letter that the Duke had put a girl under surveillance who looked very much like him, and her name was Serena. And this was the main character, her hope. She would need to hold out until her appearance and not catch the prince's eye as often as possible. In the letter, the man asked if she would trust him with the next task, and Rose happily replied that it had fulfilled all her expectations. In her reply letter, she enclosed the promised payment and asked that an invitation to the 3rd Crown Prince's ball be obtained within 3 days. Having said goodbye to the messenger, the girl joyfully clenched her fist. Now all the preparations were complete. 3 days later, she came to Calix's office and handed him an envelope with a golden invitation to the ball. "Just one?" he asked discontentedly, and unfolding the envelopes in her hands, Rose happily replied that she had taken out 3 just in case. She enthusiastically thanked Mr. Crimson for his help, although it was too simple an order for the man himself. Upon receiving the invitation, Calix asked if she knew what it was, and after answering, she wondered what the problem was, since she had already gotten them. This was an invitation to the 3rd Crown Prince's auction ball. He was sure that it was quite difficult to get these invitations. Thinking it all through carefully, considering the illegality of the event, and even so, he didn't understand who the hell she was. She was born into the family of Baron Estany. Her parents died during the plague, and she was brought to the imperial palace and made a servant. When reporting earlier, Robert had not found any unusual connections, and Calix himself had not been able to find anything either. It was hard to believe that a simple servant could actually somehow get an invitation, or rather, it was impossible. Or maybe there was some way, because he himself knew firsthand what a person is capable of when driven into a corner. Well, if she really did carry out his order in order to survive, that was interesting, even commendable. Having said that she was a good girl, Calix told Rose that she would go to the ball with him. The girl asked him again, but he confirmed his words. Why? She thought, clutching her head. She was just a personal servant, so why should she go outside the estate? Was he really going to pay her for the overtime? She wanted to say so, but she couldn't, so she just agreed with the prince. And while she was thinking about what to wear and what she would do there because of this horror, Calix, smiling, thought that he would watch her closely. At that moment, he remembered Robert's words that he liked her and, shuddering, the prince said into the void that this was not so. Seeing how surprised Rose was looking at him, he told her to go, and the girl, without arguing, asked him to take his leave, mentally calling him a bastard. Why did she need to go to the ball? She wasn't his personal secretary. If they were in the 21st century, she would have filed a complaint against him with the Department of Labor long ago. Does he really think that since he is the crown prince, he can do anything? She continued to swear, but exhaling, she thought that she needed to get ready to go out. Then she showed up at Aaron's place and with puppy eyes begged him to borrow his clothes, and the guy asked if she was going to wear them. And she said that, of course, she would wear it. And Aaron replied that it was no problem, but he was afraid that it wouldn't fit her size. But then the day of the masquerade ball came. The prince was dressed to the nines, and Rose didn't even deny how handsome he was, because that would have been stupid. But then, seeing his companion, Calix's face frowned, and he asked what she was doing and what she was wearing. Rose responded enthusiastically that this outfit would help her serve him, and Calix was she in her right mind. The girl thought irritably that this was what she constantly wanted to ask him what was wrong this time. Without thinking for long, Calix went to the closet and taking a dress from there, threw it on the bed, telling the girl to put it on. And while Rose was looking at the luxurious dress in amazement, he menacingly announced that she was going with him as a partner. Then he informed her that he was expecting her at 6 in the evening in front of the temple with the blue roof and lent her some jewelry. But it was just a curse. She only had 2 hours left, and there was no one to help her, as she had to do everything alone. Do girls here really have to wear something like this every day? Rose barely got dressed in an hour. Now she had to do her hair and put on makeup. She hopefully rummaged through the cabinets, thinking that the owner of the body must have something, but she found nothing. She wondered in horror why the Baron's daughter had nothing, and she had to ask to borrow not jewelry, but cosmetics. Then suddenly, she remembered the diary and asked him to send her home for a while, or to make it so that she would not have to go to the ball. Seeing no response, Rose asked if he was ignoring her and asked him to at least get some cosmetics, as his friend's diary lit up. The sign changed, and Mrs. Miori brought her a cosmetic bag and some brushes that she had purchased from a traveling merchant. Now it said that she kept all these things on the left, in a wardrobe drawer. But Rose had already looked there, and still couldn't believe that she had appeared there. But then she opened the drawer, and her face began to express horror. The memories immediately reflected on her. She remembered encouraging herself, Lee Che-rin, to work productively in front of the mirror after putting on her makeup. And now, in her hands, she held the same cosmetic bag that she had in her past life. But she didn't understand how it ended up here. Her hands were shaking as she went through the contents of her makeup bag. Brushes, lipstick, powder. Everything was exactly the same as before. Now she was sure that the diary understood her. It couldn't help her get home, but it could give her the things she needed. Irritably, she asked if he could really give her what she needed, and shouted asking who Miori was, and if she was a living person. Where did he get her things from? Is he in contact with the earth? Can he bring her home? And is she really dead? She screamed and ordered him to answer. However, there was no answer. Hitting the diary, she exhaled heavily and thought that this was not the most important thing now. There was no time left. It was necessary to prepare for the ball, and after she survived it, she would return and ask the diary about everything. She would need to learn more about this world and its magic, she thought, and finally told the diary that she would be back soon, telling it to stay put. The girl left the palace and approached the appointed place, where a prince in a mask came out of the carriage to meet her. Once they were in the carriage, they said nothing, creating an awkward atmosphere. But then Calix said that he thought she would be late. She would create more problems for him, of course, she thought, and replied that being late for a meeting with him was completely unacceptable. Disappointed by her speech, he handed her the mask and reminded her that they were going to the third crown prince's auction ball. An auction? She asked again. And the prince said that she knew what kind of relationship they had with him, and Rose really knew that they couldn't stand each other. Then Calix explained that where they were going, they could not be seen and ordered them to watch themselves. And then he gave the command, and they went. When they had already arrived at the place and got out of the carriage, the prince said that she could now take off her cape, and the girl did so. Standing in matching suits opposite each other, they looked at each other's faces for a while, when the prince took the girl by the hand, and bending down in front of his servant, His Highness kissed her wrist. And then Rose thought in horror what he was doing. Was he completely crazy? The words flashed through her head. If he went crazy, then she would be in danger, and asked him to get away as soon as possible. Soon Calix stood up, and leaning over Rose's ear, said with a grin that if she was paying attention, she should understand why he was doing this. At that very moment, the girl looked around without turning her head, and noticed that there were only couples around. When she took hold of his elbow, he asked her to move closer, and Rose breathed a sigh of relief that he hadn't gone crazy. Then, Rosetta asked him what to call him. She had options, dear, sweet baby, but the prince said to call him whatever she wanted. Finally, they entered the ballroom, and Calix, looking at Rose, thought that she really was an aristocrat, dressed up and looking very good. However, now, remembering that he had given her his mother's dress, he wondered why he had given it in particular. He needed to find something else, but then he thought with a smile that there was no point in getting worked up, because he just needed a partner for this evening. Then he, extending his hand, turned to the lady and asked if she would do him the honor of dancing with him. Looking around, Rose asked in shock if he was talking to her. The prince asked if she saw anyone else there. The girl explained that she didn't know how to dance. Then the prince grabbed her hand with displeasure and ordered her to do as he said, leading her into a dance. He seemed handsome, even with his face half covered, and she began to understand the heroine who fell in love with this man. Calix then asked her if she knew that stepping on the prince's foot was a mortal crime, and Rose took her words back. How, despite his nasty character, did the main character manage to fall in love with such an idiot? Did she really fall for his appearance? And, watching Rose's reaction to his new reproach, His Highness only smiled sweetly, continuing to lead the dance. Suddenly, they heard an announcement that the event was about to begin, and a man asked them to take their seats. They walked to the tables, and Rose immediately heard conversations about which items each person liked. People were interested in taking a good look at him. It would have been good if he had been alive, but for some people, even dead would have been fine. Suddenly, the auctioneer loudly announced to those present that they had been waiting for a long time and was ready to present the first lot. The first item was a silver wolf caught in the northeast, and Rose slammed the table hard, thinking she knew it. This was an animal rights violation, she thought, seething with anger, and she needed to call the police immediately. How dare these bastards lock the poor furry thing in a cage and think about a way to free him? Then I asked Calix whether the auction would end if all the goods were bought out, but he said that this was impossible. But, crossing their hands, he said that even if he could not buy all the animals, he would be able to give away the rarest and most special of them. In a whisper, he asked her not to show it, and to continue playing the role, already saying out loud that he hoped to make her happy. Indeed, Rose was in no position to ask for anything. Today, she was only accompanying the crown prince and had to play a role. So she extended his hand, clasped with hers in a lock, to herself, and, acting like an aunt, asked if he would really buy these expensive goods for her sake. For a moment, His Highness Calix was taken aback by how quickly and unexpectedly skillfully Rose had taken on the role of a kept woman. But then, taking her by the chin, Calix leaned closer and explained that he was ready to do anything for her and would give her everything she wanted. The next moment, the crown prince came even closer and tenderly kissed his companion on the cheek. Rose numbly placed her hand on the kissed spot and wondered if she really had to act so seriously. But then Calix took her hand and said that when they returned, he would be able to please her, and asked, calling her his love, to breathe. Calix asked what was wrong with her face, whether she had fallen madly in love with him, and asked his beautiful Rose to answer. The girl's face turned red, and she moved away from the prince, perplexed by his words. He wanted to play, yes, and so the confrontation between a mysterious man full of secrets and a girl like a beautiful Rose was recreated. Having stuck to the guy, she, laughing enthusiastically, began to play the spoiled wife, and all he could do was agree with her. However, Lee Charin also felt uneasy in her heart. After all, this was the first time in her life that she had done something like this. Suddenly, as if something had clicked, attracting attention, the entire hall and even Rose herself looked at the stage with trepidation. Next came the last item of the auction, and it was a silver stag from the Hamel Mountains. How handsome he was! But it seemed like he was just an albino, although she had pink hair and he had red eyes. She thought about this while looking at Calix, and, noticing his gaze, he grinned and asked if it was still not enough for her, as if offering to play some more. She didn't need it. But either way, it seemed like they had a pretty distinctive look compared to the rest. How then she pointed her finger at the deer and told Kay that Rose wanted it, and Calix grinned and agreed. The bidding for the goods began. Everything started with 50,000 gold, and it seemed to end with 200,000. But then the auctioneer asked if there were any more bids, and then, like an echo, the price of 500,000 sounded, and that was the bid that ended the auction. After the auction, the man led the couple to the right place and informed them that the goods would arrive soon, asking them to wait. When the auctioneer finally left, leaving them alone, Rose breathed a sigh of relief, glad that everything had worked out for them. But then Calix told her not to dare relax, because this was only the beginning, and now again he couldn't just praise her. The prince said they needed to find proof that the illegal auction was organized by the third prince. The documents for the financial transactions had to be somewhere on this floor, and he asked if she understood everything. Bowing, Lee Charin told His Highness that she understood, but in reality she thought that he, of course, could not explain in more detail. But then her behavior again aroused Calix's suspicions, and he said that she was probably glad that she was wearing a mask today. The guy came closer to Rose and lifted her face by the chin, saying that he could not understand what kind of facial expression she could be hiding. With a threatening look, he explained to the servant that if she had sworn eternity, then she must serve him properly. With the same gloomy look and threateningly, he asked if he was right, and the girl, horrified, asked for forgiveness. He turned away abruptly and explained to Rose that he still didn't trust her and told her to be careful, and the girl shrank back anxiously. Still, it was a little different from what she had imagined, especially after what had happened in the auction room. However, it was worth remembering that this man was a tyrant who would kill his brothers and ascend to the throne. "You can't let your guard down," he said to find the documents, and she wondered if they could get out of this room before the owner arrived. Remembering how she completed quests in her world, she thought that in such rooms the exit could be found in the walls. And thinking that it was the same here, Lee Charin went to the wall and knocked on it, and Calix asked what she was doing. But then, when she knocked again, there was a noise at the door, and the couple looked at each other in horror. The auctioneer immediately came into the room and said that they could check the goods, and that they would soon be brought an engraved scroll. Having poured their special white wine into glasses, he asked them to enjoy it while they waited, and together with his assistant, he left. Rose was glad that there was wine in this world too, but suddenly its smell seemed very strange to her, and she narrowed her eyes. Taking out the piece of paper from the glove given to her by the diary, Lee Chae-rin dropped it into the glass of wine, and it instantly turned blue. In horror, she realized that there was poison in this wine, and turned sharply towards Calix, who was already raising the glass to his lips, and her heart trembled. The next moment, she rushed towards His Highness and knocked the glass right out of his hands, smashing it into pieces. Angry at this action, Calix, furiously, but still holding back a scream, asked what she was doing. Did she really want to die? What should she do, she thought in horror, because she tried to act as quickly as possible. Could she even tell about everything? She wondered if the Vegeta plant was widespread at all, and if she could tell about it, and what if the diary had deceived her? While Calix continued to be angry with her, there was a discussion outside the door about what that sound was, and suspected their rooms. No matter, she thought, she would think about the consequences later, and, hugging Calix around the neck, she said that there was poison there and pulled him towards herself. Men immediately ran into the room and loudly asked what was going on, saying that they had heard a noise, but then froze. A rather intimate scene appeared before them, but the prince, immediately entering into character, irritably asked what it meant. As the men ran away guiltily, Rose shouted to His Highness that they would soon be back, and he understood this perfectly well. He freed the deer, but at that very moment, men armed and in uniform approached the door, knocked on the door, and called for the master. The man said they heard very strange sounds, indicating that they were coming in, but then a blow came from the open door to the face of another. The next moment, the man saw the gentleman confidently swinging his sword and barely managed to dodge. But Calix did not give up his position and, swinging his sword, struck the main one again, spilling blood. He told her to do what Rose did, running up to the wall, thinking that there was definitely space behind it. But would she be able to break through it by force? At least she had to try, and, hitting the wall with her heel, suddenly everything worked and a passage opened up. Rose told the prince, who was fighting the knights, that she had opened a space and he told her to go there. The girl ran up to the deer with care and stroked his neck, saying that if he stayed, he would die, and took him with her. But suddenly, in place of the silver deer, a young elf appeared before her, the prince shouting and asking if this was the first time she had met an elf. He screamed at her not to stand there, but then Rose admitted that she hadn't seen them and asked if he knew that the deer was actually an elf. He ordered her to stop talking nonsense and, grabbing the servant by the hand, led her into a closed space, and both tried to catch their breath. Suddenly, the elf, using his magical skills, cast a seal on the hidden door, surprising Rose. The guy said that if they don't have magicians, the barrier will last 20 minutes. The elf turned out to be a magician. Having the idea to ask, she thought that he might know a way to get home. But then Calix cursed. The whole situation was a curse, because they were trapped, but at least they found what they needed. Now, the question of how they could get out of here was on the agenda, but the elf answered peacefully that there was another space. Calix asked where this space was, but he did not know. Then the prince suggested trying to break through the walls with it, but the elf was not against it. Realizing that they were arguing, Rose stopped the argument and asked the elf if there was by any chance a place with concentrated mana in this room. The elf nodded, and Rose asked if the concentration of mana meant the presence of something magical, and he confirmed her suspicions. She then asked their new companion if there was anything similar in books, since it was a common cliché in films, comics, and games. Then the elf extended his hand forward and pointed his finger towards the bookshelf, saying that the concentrate was there. Li Cha-rin walked up to the bookcase the elf had pointed out and pulled out one of the books that her instincts had drawn her to. The next moment, the mechanism of the rack worked, and, moving aside, it opened a passage, and Rose happily thought that she was simply a genius. Rosetta happily informed His Highness that she had found a passage, and the man asked worriedly how this was possible. He abruptly approached the girl and, grabbing her wrist, pressed her against the shelf, menacingly asked who the hell she was. Looking into his crazy eyes, she wondered if she was too good and asked the prince if they could talk later. They needed to get out of here quickly, and she wondered what that expression was on his face. It seemed like he was about to cut her throat. Calix clenched his jaw and let go of her hand, saying that he was sick of this nonsense. It couldn't be that a magician was at the head of illegal activity. He turned away from Rose, and telling her that they had 20 minutes to escape, but that she wouldn't last 5, so she'd better run, he left. Without losing her head, but simply surprised, she grabbed the elf by the hand and ordered him to follow her quickly. The young man, rescued from slavery, looked in surprise at the pink hair that was dragging him forward. They ran up the stairs, and those who were chasing them shouted not to let them go, and if necessary, to kill them. They were already catching up with the trio, but then Prince Calix stopped, cursing and shouting that they were behind. A fight ensued between the knight and the prince. The latter repelled the attack by ramming the man in the chest and kicking him into his comrades. Breathing heavily from climbing the stairs, he asked why the hell it was taking them so long. There were too many knights chasing after him, and Calix didn't know what to do. They continued to rush from below. Rose was worried about how he would deal with them alone, but then the elf put his hand on her shoulder and smiled sweetly. The next moment, he straightened up and used his magic. He jumped up, telling the prince to step aside. Having created a bow in his own hands, the elf pulled the bowstring and, grinning, released several arrows. Rose thought how incredible it was that he defeated so many opponents at once, but he continued to smile as he looked at her. The elf came down to her And then Calix walked past Rose, saying that they should hurry to the exit. Then her gaze was drawn to the sparkle coming from the corpses, and she noticed an archer who had managed to escape. He aimed at the crown prince. Rose couldn't stand still, and screaming loudly, blocked him with her body. Blood spurted from the wound in his shoulder, and Calix turned in horror, looking at the servant who had protected him. Lee Charin fell to the floor, and the boys leaned over her. Calix asking Rose Estanya if she was completely crazy. It seemed so, and she thought she should go home. But if she died here, would she be able to get back? She had no choice. But then a girl appeared in front of Rose and said that she made the same choice as she did. Rosetta remembered what she was doing and realized that she had been hit by an arrow and wondered who that girl was. It felt like they had talked about something once. But what happened to her? Did she really die in the novel and wake up in her home? But then Lee Charin opened her eyes and realized that it wasn't so. Putting on the cardigan, she wondered if she had caught an arrow on her body. But for some reason, nothing hurt. Suddenly, hearing a noise, the door to the room opened and a tearful Chelsea entered, calling for Rose. Hugging her friend, she said that she was worried and thought that she really had died, asking if she was okay, if anything hurt. Although, after the potion, nothing probably bothered her, now Rose understood why nothing hurt. Chelsea confirmed this and reported that His Highness had used as many as 9 flasks, asking if she knew their value. And she excitedly announced that their value was their salary for 5 years. Rose did not react at all. She said that a person should spend so much money for such a job. Surprised Chelsea again reminded the significance of the price of potions. How then Aaron excitedly asked Rose if she was okay now, and happily said that he was afraid that she would die, and he would become bored again. He asked what she wanted, but then Chelsea realized that they were annoying her because she had not yet fully recovered. She angrily pushed Aaron out of her friend's bedroom and said that they would not disturb her and would leave. She waved goodbye to Rose, and outside the door, Aaron continued to whine about how he wanted to play with her. What a mess they made here, Lee Charin thought as they left. But nevertheless, it's good when there are people who are sincerely worried. However, Aaron still seemed a little strange, and Rose wondered what he meant. She would have to ask him about it. By the way, is the Crown Prince okay? He shouted something before she lost consciousness. And what happened to the elf? Does he now belong to the imperial family? And also, who is this girl with light brown hair? The main character of the Blood Moon Empire had light brown hair, so it was Serena. But what did she want to tell her? But first, it was necessary to visit the duchy. The Crown Prince would not force a sick man to work. Having gotten out of bed, the girl got dressed and began to tie a ribbon on her belt in the shape of a bow when the door opened. Hearing the sound, Rose asked Chelsea if she had forgotten something, but then, turning her gaze, her eyes widened. Robert entered the room, and Rose, wondering what he was doing there, asked the prince's assistant what brought him here. Robert apologized to the lady for disturbing him and asked how she was feeling, and she replied that she felt good thanks to the potions. He was glad to hear this, but immediately said that he came because he needed to ask her something. "That's how it is," she answered, and thought absently about what he needed to ask before she left. But then the knight began to open the cabinets of Rose's dresser, and the girl asked, offended, what he was doing. She was asking why he was touching other people's things without permission, when suddenly Robert picked up the diary. Seeing this, Rose's heart began to beat faster with anxiety, and she said that he could not read it. However, her worries were in vain, because as soon as Robert opened the diary, Rose discovered blank pages and froze. Then, sighing heavily, Robert closed the diary and, grabbing Lady Estanya by the hand, informed her that she needed to go with him. Together, they went down to the bottom floor of the dungeon. Robert tied her hands and sat her in front of him, and Rose was stunned thinking about what was happening. On the day Rose was wounded in the shoulder, the elf killed the archer, and Calix, tearing the fabric from her dress, applied it to the wound. While hugging the girl, he thought about who the hell she was and why she shielded him from the arrow. Feeling the vibrations with his ears, the elf jumped up a step, and Calix asked what he was doing. Looking back, the guy said that people were coming and asked her to take care of her, saying something incomprehensible at the end, but that he would come. Immediately after this, Robert appeared and, apologizing to His Highness, reported that the security was stronger than they had expected. Then, Calix turned to Robert and angrily ordered him to destroy everyone and leave no one alive. He was surprised by the order, because in that order he saw the little prince who swore to kill everyone who would try to harm him. And so Rose sat opposite the knight who was leafing through papers and asked him what he, being a knight, was allowing himself to do. But then Robert told her in parallel that he wanted to ask a few questions, and Rose asked him to ask, saying that there was no need to go to extremes. Now she could see perfectly well what the knightly order of the crown prince was like. However, Robert, ignoring her words, bent over the papers and asked how she knew that the wine was poisoned. Well, yes, he was such a person. Despite his strong feelings for the main character, he chooses his cousin and best friend, Calix. The high-born and loyal knight now said that he did not want to use force at all and asked to simply tell the truth. If she tells the truth about using the Vigent leaves, she will be accused of witchcraft and burned at the stake. She said that she was the person who checked His Highness's food and asked if it was not obvious that she could recognize poison. But Robert reminded her that he had asked how she had done it, and Rose thought, with displeasure, that that hadn't worked. I had to tell her that she, specifically for the safety of His Highness, took out several of Vigent's sheets. She asked if he knew what it was, and seeing his bewilderment at this question, she thought that everything worked out. Then he admitted that he was not good at such things. Hearing this, Rose was horrified and asked if he really didn't know. Then she asked how they used to check His Highness's food and wondered what was the matter when Robert could not give an exact answer. Usually, the protagonist can survive several attempts at poisoning. Most likely, Calix began taking poisons from childhood. It was all to build up immunity or something like that, so he took the wine without thinking. And although she was not guilty of anything, she sincerely felt sorry for him. So in shock, she asked if they had not yet checked His Highness's food and drinks. Robert was ashamed to admit this, so he continued to ask how she found the third crown prince's office and the secret passage. She explained that His Highness had told her to find the documents, and she had stumbled upon the space in the wall while simply following orders. He said that only the most senior members of the organization knew about the secret room. Moreover, at the entrance, they discovered a magical barrier that was hard to miss. Rose was very surprised by this information, and, thinking about it, she remembered that she had kicked the door open. Then, Rose recommended that the knight question the elf who was the one using magic. She was an ordinary servant and did not understand magic, but then Robert reported that he was already gone when they arrived. Rose was glad that he escaped and managed to become free and asked him not to get caught again, enjoying life. She said that in any case, she didn't know anything. It wasn't she who found the secret passage, but he who sensed where the mana was concentrated. But suddenly, Lee Che-rin, without finishing the measurement, thought about why he was asking her about this at all. Then she said the fatal words that His Highness was with them at that moment and saw everything, asked if she was right. Robert slammed the table and stood up, looking down at the girl with irritation, saying that she seemed to have forgotten that he was asking the questions. Their tone of conversation turned to shouting, Rose trying to figure out what right he had to interrogate her without the prince's order, and he demanded an answer. But suddenly, there was a loud slam of the door against the wall, and at that moment, the screams died down, and Rose sharply looked back at the source of the sound. The next moment, an enraged Calix appeared in the doorway and asked what was going on. Remaining in the doorway, Robert bowed before His Highness and said that he had suspicions, so he had to conduct research. Research, Rose thought angrily. She would show him the research. Just look at him. He was giving her a real interrogation here. Looking at the bound hands of his servant, Calix asked why. Robert said that he was simply responsible for security. The prince reported that he had, so to speak, another birthday. But Robert said that none of the suspicions had been refuted. What's going on here? Lee Che-rin thought awkwardly, when suddenly this situation reminded her of another one she had read. The same thing happened when feelings for Serena were confirmed, after which Calix began to mock Robert. Of course, she was not the main character of this story, and they were not arguing because of her, but the situation was similar. The prince asked if he was going to bring a new servant. What if she turned out to be a spy? And at the same moment, Robert apologized, saying that he had not thought. How innocent he was in front of the crown prince, But then Calix cut the ropes from Rose's hands and took her by the hand and told her to follow him. And without looking at Robert, who stood there guiltily with his head bowed, Calix led Rose away. He squeezed her hand so hard that Lee Chae-rin's injured shoulder shot up and she sucked in air through her teeth. Noticing this, the prince finally stopped and, letting go of her hand, asked if her shoulder still hurt. But then Rose said that everything was fine, thanks to the 9 flasks that he bought for her, and if she didn't move abruptly, then nothing hurt. "That's good," he said ominously, and told her to come to him in 3 days, and Rose suddenly had a bad feeling. Chelsea soon learned from Rose that His Highness had bought her 2 more flasks of the potion. Chelsea said that it wasn't about the weekend at all, and asked if she knew how much one potion cost, and Rose said she did. 1 gold coin was worth 1,000 won, but a flask of the potion cost 6 gold coins, or 6 million won. In horror, Lee Chae-rin thought that if she had not spent a penny, she could have saved up a similar amount in 2.5 years of work. She asked Chelsea if she would get her head cut off if she asked for overtime pay, and she asked in surprise what that meant. And then the girl remembered that in this world, there are no annual payments, monthly payments, bonuses, or overtime pay. In horror, she thought that she had to go home and couldn't live in a place like this. But then Chelsea said that today was payday for work. At the word salary, the girl turned around wildly, and her friend happily announced that this was her first salary as a personal servant. She asked if she had anything she wanted to buy, and suggested visiting the festival. "A festival?" Rose asked in surprise, and her friend happily informed her that there would be vendors, and it would be a lot of fun. But Chelsea said she couldn't take her there because she worked all week. But then another voice spoke up. Aaron approached Rose from behind and asked the girl if she would go with him, since he could take her somewhere. Aaron was a kitchen helper in the palace, a character who was not in the novel, most likely because he was not related to the main characters. It was all very suspiciously strange, and she agreed, and Aaron happily invited her to meet the next day after work. And tomorrow she will finally be able to find out and figure out who this mysterious character really is. But now Rose was thinking how she would do it. She had already asked other inhabitants of the estate, but she had not managed to gather enough information. He made everyone feel good, helped them carry bags, and was quite clever at escaping from the estate. By the way, now Rose's attention was drawn to the diary lying on the table. She excitedly opened it and, as it turned out, her eyes did not deceive her. He probably erased everything because she was in a dangerous situation, and this diary seemed to really provide what was needed in a moment of crisis. After thinking about this, Lee Chae-rin said out loud her wish that she wanted to know more about Aaron, and the diary instantly emitted light. It said that she met Miori, and she gave her a bag of powder. It was made from the resin of a tree in the Hemiel Mountains, which is dried and ground. Those who use this powder can speak nothing but the truth, and she keeps this bag in the first drawer of the table. Taking out a small but weighty bag, Rose asked the diary what it suggested she do with it. And at the same time, she decided to ask if Serena was the girl with light brown hair, because it seemed like she saw her while she was unconscious. The diary didn't answer her, and then she thought that special conditions were needed to obtain information. Wearing a blue dress with a white shirt and a Panama hat on her head, Rose was ready to go out. She had 2 tasks. The first was to find the duchy and get information, and the second was to meet with Aaron and slip him Elgi's powder. She was confident. Even though she only had 3 days to do everything, she thought that it was necessary to spend every minute wisely. And so she came to the guards of the duchy, bringing them wine and sandwiches. She asked if they were hungry. The men looked at each other. While having a picnic, the man asked if her sister worked there, and if she would like to know about this place. Rose confirmed this. However, the guard informed them that they were forbidden to disclose information about the duchy, at which point the girl was pouring wine into the glasses. She said that she was just interested in knowing what kind of person the Duke was, because they, simple workers, needed to stick together. The man drank the wine offered to her, and Rose took advantage of the moment to say that her sister, it seems, serves the Duke's daughter. Having emptied his glass, the guard asked again which daughter she was talking about, and doubtfully said that he had no daughters. Having found out some more information, Rose said goodbye to the guard sweetly, but she herself wondered what was going on, after which she asked a few more people. However, none of them knew someone like Serena and Rose felt that Mr. Crimson had found out about the Duke's secret mistress. Was the Duke so careful to hide the main female character, she thought? It was very strange that there was not a single trace of her. Mr. Crimson's information could also be wrong. Damn! She thought. Where the hell is Serena? Her thoughts were in disarray, because the original plan was to reunite the main characters, after which she could go home. If she leaves everything as is, whether the events will proceed according to the plot, but unfortunately, she will not be able to find out. Suddenly, Aaron, who was approaching closer, called out to her, saying that she had come early and asked if she missed her. Rose replied that this was not the case, but Aaron said that he had also decided to come early because he wanted to see her sooner. He didn't listen to her at all and asked if Lemon had dressed up so beautifully for him, and Rose, sighing, replied that he should think as he wanted. The guy then asked Rose if this was her first time going to the festival and if there was anything she wanted to do first. She wanted to say no, but then she squeezed the bag of powder in her skirt pocket and suggested that he eat first. Taking her by the hand, he happily said that he knew a place where they cook very tasty food and dragged her along with him. Turning to Rose, he smiled and asked her to trust him, saying that only he could take her where she needed to go. Rose obediently continued to follow him, but her head was constantly filled with thoughts about who he was. They continued to move around the city, and Aaron was greeted by different people and asked to go for a walk with them next time. Looking back at Aaron, the man happily reported that he did as he was told, and everything turned out better than he thought. They passed him bread, picked cherries, and Rose, watching this, realized how socially active he was. In terms of personality type, he would definitely be an extrovert, so it's no wonder he acted like a clingy person from the start. And now they have already come to the right place, and the guy said that few people know about it, but no establishment can compare with the food here. They entered the tavern, where they were met by a woman who asked Aaron why he hadn't come earlier and how his grandfather was doing. Aaron said that everything was as usual and made an order. The hostess asked if this was his girlfriend next to him, and the guy replied that he hoped that one day she would become his. Rose found it hard to tell if he was being sincere or not, but she was convinced that the Elgan tree powder worked. And while Aaron was ordering, Rose poured beer into his mug, thinking that today she would definitely find out his essence. Closing the menu, Aaron happily asked if she minded that he ordered at his discretion. Rose didn't mind, but she was scared by the amount of food. The guy replied that she had to order that much, even though she was small, and told her to eat more to become as big as he was. He took a mug of beer, and Rose watched tensely as he drank it, then said she wanted to ask him something. She asked when she was wounded. He and Chelsea came to visit her. He asked if she got what she wanted. What did he mean? After starting to eat, the guy asked if she hadn't gone to the Third Crown Prince's illegal auction to find evidence of his involvement in the event. She needed invitations. Judging by the fact that she was wounded, the Third Prince's spies knew that they would be there. Suddenly, Rosetta interrupted Aaron's speculations and asked in surprise how he knew about all this, to which the guy answered without concealment that he was the grandson of the owner of the Crimson Bookstore and sometimes helps his grandfather with collecting information. Rose was so shocked by this information that she jumped up from her seat, and Aaron was amused by her expression. She asked in horror if he was Mr. Crimson's grandson, and the guy laughingly asked if they didn't look alike. Rose was starting to see the resemblance, and it made sense that he would know about the invitation and everything, but why was he only talking about it now? With a sad smile on his face, he told Rose that she never even asked his full name. She was so uninterested in him. That was true. That was why he knew the location of the bookstore, and his knowledge could be explained by the same thing, the fact that he is the grandson of a man who sells information. But is that really all? The strange feeling did not leave her. But then Aaron asked what she was thinking about. Nothing, she answered, and asked why he was working at the estate. The guy replied that he had no desire to work as a trader. It was too hard and boring. Rose wondered if he didn't like interacting with people. But he drank the beer she had spiked with the powder, so he was telling the truth. Aaron admitted that he dreamed of traveling. He has information about where to meet rare dragons. He seemed sincere and asked if she would go with him if things worked out. Rose asked why, and he explained that he liked her. Is this also true? although he said from the very beginning that he liked her, although she does not understand why. Suddenly, Aaron asked Rose why she had slipped him Elgin's powder, and the girl spat out the beer and looked at her opponent in horror. At this time, Calix, putting away the bloody sword, said that he had only one servant left whom he could take with him on the saint's day. He told Robert to take care of the papers, because if they were lost, they would not be able to put pressure on the third crown prince. Wiping the blood from his cheek, he smirked and said that he would be interested to see her face when she heard their conversation. Rose hung her head down in shame. She simply couldn't look him in the eyes and thought about whether to deny everything. The girl shrugged her shoulders and pressed herself into the chair and said that she didn't understand what he was talking about. But Aaron said that she understood everything. He pointed out to her that the colors of the beer were different and explained that this reaction was caused by the interaction of alcohol and Elgin powder. Smiling, the guy said that the effect of the powder would not go away, but there was a chance of being caught and asked her to be careful next time. Lee Chae-rin was surprised that he didn't get angry at her and asked why he drank it if he knew. For a moment, his eyes sparkled with golden light. But the next moment, the guy again happily said that he thought it would be fun. Rose's heart sank, and she wondered in confusion if his eyes had just flashed or if she had imagined it. Still smiling, Aaron asked Rose where she got the Elgin powder. Perhaps from His Highness's secret workshop. A secret storeroom? The girl asked again, and asked in shock if there was one in the estate. The guy didn't really answer. He suggested that she stop talking about boring things and eat quickly so that it wouldn't get cold, and she thought that friendship with him would be useful to her. There is no one in this world who would stand on her side, and she must survive until the main plot of the novel begins. For all this, information is very important to her, and what she is doing now is also for the sake of survival. She turned to Aaron. Tears flowed from her eyes, and the girl guiltily swallowed her words and apologized to him. The guy worriedly asked Rose what happened, and she, without straightening up, apologized for slipping the powder into his drink. Grabbing Aaron by the vest, without raising her eyes, she sincerely asked her to forgive her, saying that she shouldn't have done this. He did so much for her, and she decided to test him when he was a good person from the very beginning, and called herself a fool. Concerned about Rose's condition, Aaron told her that she was fine, and Lee Chae-rin thought triumphantly that everything worked out. As if guiltily, she asked if he had forgiven her, and Aaron happily replied that he wasn't even angry. However, with a somewhat strange atmosphere, he asked with a smile. She wouldn't hide anything from him. What was that? Rose thought, frozen. A chill blew from him for a moment, but the guy didn't stop smiling. Seeing that they were selling fruit nearby, Aaron said that he would buy some and come back. But when he left, the girl wondered if she had imagined it. But then she bumped shoulder to shoulder with a girl, and the hood fell off her head. This girl definitely reminded her of the main character. Rose wanted to apologize and ask her to wait, but the girl put on her hood and quickly left. She left, but Aaron came in her place, happily saying that his uncle gave him more apples and cherries, asking what was the matter, seeing Rose's tension. Then Rosetta turned to the young man, and standing half-turned, seriously asked if he could find a man for her. Arriving at the palace, Rose found out that she would be accompanying His Highness on the Saint's Day. Unable to believe it, Calix asked why she was asking again if she had heard it the first time, and told her not to waste his time. Rose asked what about Sir Robert, and the prince explained that he had other work, and when she asked about other servants, he explained that only nobles could be present there. Saint's Day is a religious event that commemorates the destruction of the evil god Maurice by Camauses, the ruler of Phosnia, the empire where the main male character lives. After all, this holiday is just a demon hunt. However, why should she go there, since he doesn't even pay for hazardous working conditions? After that, he told her not to stand there like a pillar and to take the papers, since she came for them, and Rose woke up. So that you understand what she has in her hands, she will now explain everything. It all happened a few days ago. She was lying down on her day off, and suddenly she felt unbearably bored. So she decided to organize everything beautifully for herself. Calix noticed this and decided that she didn't have enough work, although she simply enjoyed organizing various things. But now she is also involved in the Crown Prince's paperwork. In other words, from a servant she has become a sort of assistant to His Highness. She clearly remembered that this was not in the novel, But every cloud has a silver lining. She learns about a part of the world that was not mentioned. The power of religion here was absolute, because unlike on Earth, the power of the gods was visible here. Potions that can heal any wound or disease. Unlike magic, divine power truly helps to feel the holiness. It is believed that due to this, the temple has power equal to, and possibly even greater than, that of the emperor. Therefore, on the Saint's Day, the presence of members of the royal family is mandatory, an event held in the Hamel Mountains. Camesius defeats Mauritius and then imprisons him deep underground, bringing light to this world. Given the land's war-torn history, Rose thought they called those they lost territory to evil gods. In any case, the evil god Mauritius cursed this land before he was sealed. This is why it is assumed that on the Day of Saints on Mount Hamel, in the sanctuary of Camesius, and in the tomb of Mauritius, the number of demons is greater. The inhabitants of the empire must prove their independence by becoming the chosen warriors of the gods and exterminating demons. She, of course, understood that commoners could not attend the event, but only members of noble families. But why should she go if in this world there is no difference at all between a personal servant and a maid? Calix noticed that his servant was still hesitating and said that she looked as if she wanted to say something and asked to speak. Rose told His Highness that she knew the upcoming event would be important to him for many reasons. She solemnly said that it was very important and sacred for their family, and interpreted the question as whether he had completely gone crazy and what kind of games these were. And she was afraid that a girl like her would become a hindrance with the interpretation that she was not going and wishing good luck. So, bowing straight to the floor, she asked to take care of the current situation. Calix thought that this was madness. Tapping his finger on the table in displeasure, Calix said that from the very beginning, he had been trying to understand where she got such a disgusting manner of speech from. He told her to answer by saying that he would not kill her because of what she said, and Rose thought that he had succumbed to her charms, but it seemed to her, because here he said that if she did not answer, he would kill her, and Rose answered anxiously from the box with people. Finally, they arrived at the sanctuary, dressed in white, lacy robes, and Rose was surprised at how huge the place was. Not far from them, Li Cherin saw a handsome boy who grinned when he noticed her. Rose looked at him in surprise, because he reminded her of someone, and then she asked His Highness about her guesses. But then he interrupted the servant and confirmed that it was the third crown prince, and the girl thought in horror that she had known it all along. But then Calix, folding his arms across his chest, asked him discontentedly why he was smiling. Did he really think he was better than him? But then Rose worriedly said that this was not so. The third crown prince was still a child, and His Highness, with his masculine charm, was much more handsome. She asked him not to say such unreasonable things again, and Calix proudly agreed that she was right. Turning away, he said that he would keep an eye on her, and the girl thought how hard it was to survive in society, but it seemed that he had become kinder. But when she took him by the hand, the prince ordered her to stop using this disgusting manner of speech, threatening to deprive her of her head. The celebration began with the Holy Father presenting the imperial family with swords imbued with sacred power. The crown princes take them with them on hunts, and the darker the sword becomes, the more demons it kills. In other words, it's a competition where the one who kills the most demons wins. Religion has a powerful force in this world. By gaining points in the temple here, the crown princes can increase their ranking in the succession to the throne. At such an important ceremony, the crown prince is usually accompanied by a knight or someone who wields a sword to assist in the hunt for demons. But their Calix has only one trusted knight, Robert, but now he was probably guarding the documents they had obtained. However, since their appearance, Rose has noticed a huge number of hostile looks towards them. There was no one here who was on Crown Prince Calix's side. He needed to be a little smarter and make some friends. He noticed and said that he had a feeling that she had bad thoughts in her head, but Rose sweetly refuted his suspicions. Calix looked at Rose, cursing silently, either with displeasure or intently, and then a smile appeared on his face. As the priest touched the head of the third prince, he said, "Being a faithful servant of Camesius, dispel the darkness and illuminate the world," giving him a blessing. Placing his hand on Rose's shoulder, he said that the blessing was divine, and that once she received it, she would not be in danger of being struck by demons. Looking away, he ordered to make sure that the blessing was really spreading to her. But then he caught Rose's gaze on him. Thinking that he was telling her not to be afraid in such a veiled way, the girl thanked His Highness for his concern. Calix chuckled and turned away, and Rose thought peacefully that although she was a little scared, the main thing was that there was no threat of death. However, her peace did not last long. Climbing up the mountain after the prince, the fragile girl almost escaped not from demons, but from cardiac arrest. Noticing that his partner was lagging behind, he picked up her backpack, tightening the load, and asked with displeasure what she had put in there. The girl sweetly replied that she had brought with her spices, snacks, cutlery, dishes, and towels. Calix was complaining about the uselessness of these things, and Rose thought that she had also been knitting a diary with her just in case. She wasn't sure he would help her, but she felt safer with him, when suddenly the prince took the briefcase from her and carried it himself. Lee Chae-rin thought he would leave her to die, but he even decided to help and wondered if the main character had changed. Although he is hot-tempered, unable to speak normally, has no friends, no social skills, constantly makes threats, and is very condescending. But despite all this, in fact, the current Calix Fossman is not such a bad person that he would be called a crazy tyrant. However, Calix from the novel, for the sake of survival, for the sake of revenge for his mother, killed his brothers with his own hands and ascended to the bloody throne. Not trusting anyone, he imprisoned the woman he loved, thereby destroying her life, and his only ally and best friend betrays him because of his feelings for his beloved woman, and ultimately dies at the hands of Calix. When would all this start, Rose thought? After the death of her brothers. But then they came across traces. Calix reported that these were the tracks of a goblin, one of Mauritia's most depraved creatures. Rose was in a stupor. If it was about goblins, creatures that usually appear in movies, then she didn't want to see it, because this was the world of a novel, not a game. Seeing the confused look of his servants, the crown prince smiled and asked if she was scared and extended his hand. Accepting his helping hand, Rose wondered if he would really protect her, but then he discontentedly ordered her to stop standing there like a pillar and go. And so she began to dream. Finally, they arrived at the place, and Calix said that they would make camp inside a dark cave. Seeing this, the girl, in horror, suggested finding garlic and wormwood before entering, but the prince called her idea nonsense. Rose asked worriedly, what if there was a bear there? And the prince asked how she would fight monsters if she trembled so much at the mere thought of a wild animal. And how could she not be afraid, thought Lee Chae-rin. The only wild animal she had ever met was a stray cat. On the way to the cave, Calix said that she could stay here, and Rose wondered if there really were cartoon monsters here. Even though she had already met the elf, damn, how she wanted to go home and asked heaven and earth not to let her die. Still, they made a stop in the cave, and the girl thought how good it was that she had taken some dried meat with her as a snack. However, the atmosphere here was extremely awkward. After all, they had been sitting in silence for 10 minutes already, and it was necessary to say at least something. A little awkwardly, she asked His Highness if he liked jerky, apologizing for not being able to make something better. But Calix said that everything was fine. It was good that they had something to eat. In this she was better than Roland. Pleased that he had praised her, Rose said that she was very happy to serve him, and he replied that it would be good if she did not use that manner of speech. Noticing that he had been here before, Lee Chae-rin asked how many times he had been to this event, and the prince replied, every year since he was 14. However, this festival was already in his bones. Everyone thought that he would not be able to survive, and no one believed in him. The girl then asked what about Sir Robert, and Calix irritably explained that he had been both helpful and annoying. The crown prince probably assumed that he was amused by the situation and thought that now he regretted not letting him die then. What a strange feeling came over Lee Chae-rin. Even though he was only the main character of the novel, he was still a pity. But then the prince said it was time to go get some game, and Rose asked worriedly if he was going to go in person. He replied that if she went, he would die of hunger. But the girl did not want to be alone and, grabbing her backpack, expressed a desire to go with him. She said that, as his subject, she could not allow him to do his dirty work, but Calix guessed that she did not want to be left alone. He told her not to lag behind, and when they came out of the cave, they were greeted by a very beautiful sunrise. It seemed that they had not been in the cave for very long, but the sun was already rising. But then Kalik told her to move away. Picking up a stone from the ground, he threw it into the nearest bushes, in which he had heard rustling earlier. Goblins ran out at them, and Rose, horrified by the monsters she saw, asked what it was, and the prince took out his sword. There were too many of them than Calix had expected, so he pulled Rose behind him and told her to stand there. However, then a huge goblin, the leader, came out to them. Calix said in horror, and asked what he was doing here. The next moment, he looked around in search of the reason, and, finding a bag nearby, cursed. He shouted at Rose not to stand there like a pillar, and not to get in the way, trying to protect himself. Li Charin agreed with him, but she herself, crying from despair, thought what kind of novel this was. After a while, Calix finally dealt with the head of the goblins, and, wiping the green blood from his cheek, said irritably that he had to sweat. It was incredible, Rose thought, watching in horror at the inhuman abilities, that he was able to kill such a monster in just a few seconds. Rose told His Highness that he was incredible. She had heard about his abilities, but she would never have thought that she would see everything in real life. But then the Crown Prince advised her not to rejoice too much, saying that the rest of the goblins would soon arrive. And so it happened. Right after these words, the smaller goblins came running, but seeing the dead body of the leader, they ran away. Li Charin was somewhat taken aback by this, and the Crown Prince said that they were lucky that these creatures had absolutely no sense of camaraderie. Then Rose noticed a wound on the prince's thigh, and told him about it, and offered to treat it, but he said it was just a scratch. And then the girl saw something flash in the bushes. She thought that there were goblins left there, and what should she do? If she tells the prince everything, he will immediately rush to attack. But fortunately, she was prepared for this. She pulled out a bottle of powder from her bag, thinking that it was the weapon that would help her survive in this world. Rose hit the man right in the face with her special tear gas weapon made from pepperoncini and black pepper. Hearing the scream and cough, the girl enthusiastically thought that she had hit the mark. But then a man who fell out of the bushes asked what she was doing and what she had thrown at him. His eyes were swollen, tears and snot were flowing. Opening his eyes, he asked if she knew who he was. But suddenly an enraged Calix appeared in front of him. The frightened man leaned back and stuttered to His Highness that there had been a misunderstanding. But then Calix hit him. He's not dead, Rose thought as she ran up to His Highness. But then Calix explained that he was simply unconscious, and killing nobles was not worth it. Smiling, the Crown Prince said that he must have done something strange, but her red water works great. She asked if he knew that he was hiding behind the tree, and Kalik was amazed that she had not noticed him or the other one. Rose thought that since he knew everything, he might as well share. But then the prince put the man on the ground and introduced him as Count Alas. But then His Highness picked up the Count's sword and threw it towards the bushes, ordering Ash to come out. And then the third Crown Prince emerged from behind the tree, uncertain and angry at his brother. The next moment, the boy ran towards his brother with a sword and a desire for him, Calix Fossman, to die. However, the Crown Prince easily repelled the boy's attack, and saying how annoying he was, knocked the sword out of Ash's hands. Having done this, Calix asked his brother if he was doing this because of the documents of treason, if he was trying to shut him up. He stank of goblins, and his hideout was no longer usable, and he asked how he would pay him for it. The boy screamed in horror at him to get away from him, and the prince calmly replied that he would leave, but he would be killed by the goblins. Then he put his sword to his brother's neck and madly asked him if he wanted to go to trial. The frightened and trembling boy said that he didn't want this. Tears appeared in his eyes. There was a wound on his neck, and in his mind he asked to spare him. But then Rose shouted at Calix to stop and blocked the third Crown Prince with her body. He asked the girl in surprise if she wanted to die. And then, coming to her senses, she thought, really, why did she climb here? Ash Fossman is a small-time bastard who stole government funds, ran illegal auctions, and tortured animals. He's trying to kill his brother for the throne, so she wouldn't be surprised if Calix took Ash's head off right now. However, here she looked back at the boy, trembling and crying from fear. He was still a child. And also, from the moment Calix kills his brothers, a real bacchanalia will begin in the Empire. Lee Chae-rin pursed her lips and thought that she really didn't want to witness the main character go crazy. So she said that there was no need to do this, because he had already failed in his attack attempt and could not do anything else. As he said, His Highness the Third Crown Prince would most likely become food for the monsters, and Calix asked if she wanted him to let him go. And Rosetta confirmed this with a sparkle, confidently saying that he should not stain his hands with the blood of his brothers. Calix's eyes widened, and for a moment he found no words to respond. But then he turned away and told her to do what she wanted, saying that he had lost interest. He had to kill Ash. Letting him go would put his own life in danger again. As night fell, the raid could begin again, and the prince could not believe that he had fallen for such nonsense. He remembered the noble's words that he must kill everyone before they killed him, otherwise he would not survive. But now Rose's words about him not needing to kill were ringing in his head, and he froze and thought. Rose turned to His Highness the Third Prince and advised him to stop attacking his brother. Otherwise he might die. She took his sword for herself, when suddenly the boy asked the girl her name. Lee Chae-rin asked again in surprise. An ill-mannered brat, she thought, referring to his tone, because he was old enough to be her younger brother. The girl said that her name was Rose Estanya, and asked why he was asking, and the boy sheepishly replied that he remembered her and would repay her someday. Seeing his sweet side, Lee Chae-rin thought that if they lived in another world, they would probably be the most ordinary brothers, quarreling over trifles. Suddenly, she remembered her past life and how she and Mama's boy, Lee Du-yan, had driven each other crazy in the same way. And looking at how the boy kicked his companion, I thought that the reason for his irascibility was not in the world that surrounded Calix. Then Calix returned to them, but the calm did not last long, and the man's eyes opened wide in horror. He ordered them both to stand behind, and he himself ran forward, reporting that these sounds were being made by a monster. A plant-shaped monster emerged from the bushes, attacking the prince, but he cut its stem with a light movement. He said worriedly that it was strange. The sun had not set yet, and asked where such a huge creature had come from. How Tutu Calix picked up the count from the ground, and so furious that he even stuttered, asked what he had done. The man replied that he had nothing to do with monsters, and then Calix threw him down and ordered him to answer the same question from the belly of that monster. Finding himself on the ground, the count raised his head in horror and told His Highness that he had seen the second crown prince walking around with a bull's horn. Hearing this, Kalik looked away, irritated and worried, clenched his jaw, and said that they needed to leave. Explaining that the place smelled of blood, which would attract them, and that they needed to find shelter before nightfall, they set off. Ash followed them with his eyes, and the Count asked him what they would do, since the documents were still with Prince Calix. Looking after his brother and his companion, the third prince said, "Let them stay with him for now. They also need to leave here." They were also about to set out. But then Ash, narrowing his eyes, looked back at Rose Estanya one last time. Night fell, and the monster from which the prince had successfully protected the servants appeared again on the path of Calix and Rose. The girl thanked His Highness, and he, cursing, said that there was no end to them and simply ordered them to stay behind him. Smiling, His Highness said that apparently the second crown prince, Trajan Fosman, was involved in the awakening of the god. The bull's horns were a symbol of the dark god Mauritius, and he assumed that after the ritual, the monsters went wild. He grinned nervously and explained in a resigned and humble manner that both his brothers had planned to kill him today. And how could she have become his servant? There are always people around the crown princes who want them dead. Rose shuddered. Calix could not guarantee that at some point the assassination attempts would end. The servants put poison in his food, and he was advised not to stand close to the windows because of the risk of attack. The prince grinned and said that she was digging her own grave by staying with him, and asked if she had begun to regret it. Rose listened to her master's heartfelt urges, and there were many thoughts in her own head as well. But then she said, enthusiastically and without despair, that they needed to make a fire, and the prince's face changed in an instant. She happily told him that she had heard that monsters were afraid of light, which was why they were afraid of the holy sword. Calix was aware of this and asked how they would light a fire. But then Rose, rummaging through her bag, said that she had flint with her. Having built a fire pit and lit a fire with a stone, the girl happily told His Highness that she had succeeded. Smiling as he exhaled and tilting his head to the side, the prince folded his arms across his chest and said that she was quite useful. These words of confession made Lee Chae-rin's heart beat faster. Pursing her lips, she thought, he finally understood it. Smiling, she said that she in no way regretted becoming his servant, because she was still alive. Recently, Lee Chae-rin had a strange feeling about Calix. He lost his mother at an early age. He is constantly on the verge of death, cannot trust anyone, and she feels very sorry for him. She was not of this world, so she could hardly do anything and wondered if she could stop Calix before killing his brothers. Either way, they needed to get out of here alive somehow. But if she asked for the diary, it would arouse suspicion. As the fire crackled, her words about not regretting it flashed through the prince's head, when suddenly he heard a strange noise. Rose had just managed to inform His Highness that she would be away for a short while, but then he rushed in front of her, deflecting flying arrows. The girl, noticing the arrow, worriedly asked His Highness if he was okay, when the prince noticed a sparkle behind Rose. Calix instantly knocked the girl onto her back, dodging the arrow, but grabbed the arrow himself in the shoulder. Seeing the arrow at Prince Lee Chae-rin cursed, she realized that they were being attacked by people, not monsters, and quickly put out the fire. The next moment, in complete darkness, the girl grabbed the wounded prince under the shoulder and led him into the thicket of the forest. Hiding in the bushes from the mercenaries with Calix, Rose heard the men discussing and reached into her bag. She threw an empty bottle in their direction, breaking it. The mercenaries began to look around, realizing that they were somewhere here. But then, in response to the loud sound and lack of light, monsters ran out at the men, giving Rose and Calix the opportunity to escape. Rose worriedly asked the prince if he was okay. Calix, breathing heavily, said that she was very noisy and asked him not to fuss. But by that time, His Highness had already removed the arrow, and the blood did not stop. If this continued, it could become dangerous. No, Lee Chae-rin thought in horror. Calix is the main character of the novel and won't die so easily. Nothing can kill him, really. Tears and pity came to the girl. She thought that Calix was a man, and if he died, then everything would be over. She couldn't let this happen and, shouting, asked His Highness if he could hear her. He couldn't lose consciousness. However, his complexion was becoming pale. Was the arrow really laced with poison? What should she do in that case, she thought. Usually in such situations, she coped well with fear and anxiety, and not understanding what was wrong with her, she begged someone to help. Almost crying, Rose noticed a glow from behind and, turning around, thought that it was the diary wanting to help her. It was written about meeting Miori, who told her about the curse of Mount Hamel. Mauritius, the god of the Revellon kingdom, was buried in the ground. The curse that came from him gave birth to demons. Many know about this. However, only a few know about the other thing. In the Hamel Mountains grow rare herbs that mutated by feeding on the curse. These were medicinal herbs. The herbs helped with bleeding and also removed poison from the body, but now she had to figure out where to find them. Then Lee Chae-rin read that moon butterflies lived deep in the mountains and immediately noticed one of them flying past. Following the light they emit, one can stumble upon a cave and, picking up the prince, Rose followed the butterfly, discovering the cave. Not everyone is given the opportunity to enter there, but if fate favors you, then inside the cave you can find various types of medicinal plants. Beginning to come to his senses, Calix wondered where they were, why he was lying down again, but he remembered that he had been hit by a poisonous arrow. Rose continued to give the prince water, telling him that he needed to drink more water. Calix thought that he was tired and asked to let him sleep. Annoyed that His Highness was not waking up, Rose shouted at him to get up, and she continued to say that if he had a conscience, he would pay overtime for overtime work. He is a grown man, but he is being coddled like a baby. Hearing this, Calix wondered what these incomprehensible words were and what language she was speaking, and where she was touching him while Rose was wiping his body. Displeased, Lee Chae-rin called them crazy bastards and asked if they decided to shoot a poisoned arrow, they would soon be caught. She had to undress him, and she admitted what a great body he had, but she swore it wasn't for the sake of looking. But, unable to bear such humiliation, Calix grabs her hand, gets up, and asks with displeasure what she is doing. Rose, crying with joy, grabbed the prince's hand and said that he had been unconscious for so long that she began to worry. She then offered him a drink of water, but Calix was displeased that she was trying to change the subject. Taking a glass of water, Calix finally looked up and looked around, wondering what kind of place this was. But then Rose brought His Highness some sweet potatoes and said that she had prepared some food. The prince looked warily at his servant, who had saved his life, and wondered who the hell she was. Rose continued to smile sweetly at the prince, who wondered where she came from and asked if it was definitely edible. Remembering that in this world they don't eat sweet potatoes, the girl said that it is a root vegetable that has a fibrous and pleasant taste. She said that in her homeland they often eat this when the cold weather sets in, remembering the past. The sweet potato stand was right next to her house and missed her. But then Calix took the basket of food from Rose. Trusting his servant, Calix took a bite and was truly amazed by the new, unusual taste. Rose happily noted that he liked it. But then the prince frowned and turned away, saying that it was not bad. However, Rose was already used to this reaction. Moreover, she saw his expression and felt that he liked it. However, the prince, having eaten the potatoes, asked her if she really thought that she would buy him off by showing him the peel. It almost worked, she thought nervously. And then the prince asked questions about where they were, whether she knew about this place, and how he survived. Placing his hand on his wounded and bandaged shoulder, Calix said that he had been hit by a poisoned arrow, from which he could have died. How, he thought, could a simple, untrained servant manage to save his life more than once? Was that even possible? And that's not the only thing that raises suspicions. She constantly uses words that he doesn't understand. He talks about food he's never seen in his life and stuff like that. Who the hell is she anyway? Is she his ally, sent by God? Or a very cunning and sophisticated enemy? But now the main problem was that she was looking at him in a very frightening way. Rose wondered worriedly if she had aroused suspicion. Everything was fine. She had thought out the answers in advance, and it was better to be honest instead of lying. So she said that she didn't know herself. The girl said that she didn't know what this place was, and was just desperately trying to save him from the killers, and followed the mysterious butterfly. Lai Charin would have continued to recount the events that had happened, but then Calix told her to stop, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Clenching his fist, the prince thought that she was very suspicious, but the problem was that he wanted her to be his ally. Then, His Highness remembered one of his childhood servants, who took cookies and read books to him. Then the boy asked what book it was today, and the servant said that she would read him the story of how the prince saved the Sleeping Beauty. Calix Fossman, even after everything that had happened, still seemed to have not come to his senses. No one could be trusted. Neither relatives, nor friends, nor especially servants, can be trusted, and he will not do this under any circumstances. Finally, the sun rose, and Rose stretched as she walked out of the cave, shielding her eyes from the light as she greeted a truly good morning. The girl happily looked back towards the cave and asked His Highness if he could walk on his own, reporting that there were no monsters in sight. While putting on his shirt, His Highness put the dark sacred sword on his belt and said that he could move without any problems. When he came out of the cave, Rose noticed that he was depressed. But this is a completely normal reaction, since the brothers are trying to kill him. Li Charin hoped that his mood would improve, but then her gaze was caught by the sword that was blacker than black on Calix's belt, so she happily told His Majesty that he would take first place at the current event. She encouraged him with her appearance and thought that this fool should not be discouraged, because he could do more and more. Turning away, the prince said that it was good that she was in a fighting mood, and then announced that they were heading back to the temple. Already on the way, he reasoned that the others had probably already gathered there, and said that it was time to end this damn event. Then he turned halfway to Rose, smiled broadly, and said that, as she had said, he would go there and take first place. He didn't trust her, but he could use this suspicious servant who made his blood boil. There was talk of a huge number of monsters in the city, and in the morning, they saw how the paladins rushed towards the forest. The ladies speculated about the reason and the connection with the crown princes, because the first prince looked elegant as usual. The second prince, fortunately, was also not hurt, but the third prince, apparently, had a hard time. There was only one thing missing, and the question arose as to where the crown prince was, as the brothers were immediately informed of his arrival. Each brother's reaction was different when they saw their least favorite brother enter the temple. But the one who was most indignant and shocked by his arrival was the second crown prince, whom Calix immediately noticed. Coming closer, he squeezed his younger brother's shoulder and smilingly said that he had arrived safe and apparently was very disappointed that he had survived. With a menacing look and a crushing aura of hatred, Calix glared at his brother and told him that he should watch his expression. The prince was angry at Calix's behavior, saying that if people found out about what had happened in the forest, not only his reputation would suffer. Then their sweet conversation was interrupted by a worried priestess who informed His Highness that his room was ready. He lowered his brother's shoulder and, turning away, ordered him not to do anything he couldn't handle anymore, because he wouldn't forgive him a second time. Having escorted Calix and Rose to the room, the priestess said that his servants would arrive soon and asked them to proceed to the chapel after restoration. Having wished him a pleasant rest, she left, and Rose happily said that they had managed to survive. They were all fine, and said that he had done a great job. He answered her dryly, and Li Qirin thought that it was because of his mood and the prince's that she said that she would be in the next room. She wanted to say that he could call her, but then Calix suddenly turned his head towards her and angrily asked where she was going. While undressing, he said that he did not need other servants and ordered them to be sent back, and for her to stay here and not to open the door unnecessarily. Worriedly, Li Qirin thought that servants were usually used to wash and clean the aristocrats. If he didn't need other servants, that meant she had to help him wash. Wash him, she thought, shocked. The prince went into the bathroom, but then Rose told him that she had never done this before, but she would do it in the best possible way. He turned around in surprise. Then the girl quickly tied her hair in a ponytail and took a towel and diligently said that she would not cause him discomfort. She said that she would do everything possible to wash him properly and cleanse every cell of his body. Those words sounded like horror in the crown prince's head, with the context of her touching his lower torso in the cave. Out of shame, he quickly entered the room and, closing the door behind him, ordered the girl to leave, and Rose wondered in amazement what was wrong. Now they were already standing in the chapel. Earlier, Calix had kicked her out of the room for safety reasons. Shouting, he asked in explanation, what if the killers continued to pursue him, and ordered to stay here and protect him. She guiltily thought that he should have told her right away. He was scaring people, but she was already ready to wash. Then she looked around at the other glittering princes in the hall and wondered if Calix's outfit was too simple. He should have taken some jewelry with him. After all, he is the crown prince of the empire, and also the son of the empress who betrayed the empire, the third child. He has no one he can call his own, and moreover, he is not popular among his subjects due to various rumors. And the one who has the most colorful and expensively decorated clothing, and who holds the most power, is the first Prince Gerald Fossman. First Prince Gerald Fossman is the son of the first empress, and also the brother of the third prince. His gentle nature and majestic demeanor make Prince Gerald a favorite among his subjects, who consider him worthy of the throne. Eventually, Calix would kill Gerald, which made Rose think that the first prince wasn't so perfect. But suddenly, the first prince smiled softly at the girl, who was looking at him so intently, and Rose flinched. "What is it?" Calix asked irritably. Has she begun to regret and think that it would have been better to become the servant of the first prince, and not him? Rose shuddered and said guiltily that it was a misunderstanding, and she had not thought about it, thinking that he would still become emperor. Calix agreed, turning his head away, and hoped that such thoughts would never visit her. But if she betrayed him, he would kill her without hesitation. Rosetta looked at the prince in surprise, and thought that if she had heard something like this before, she would have been trembling with fear. Now, however, she did not feel this, and, under the influence of her feelings, she extended her hand to the prince, but then a loud greeting from the priest was heard. Calix noticed how his companion pulled away from him and asked with displeasure what she was afraid of, and Rose replied with concern that everything was not so. Pressing her hand to her chest, Li Qirin thought that she herself didn't expect that she would jump up like that, but it was better to hold back. It is absolutely necessary to be careful not to stroke the prince's head in public, lest your own head fly off your shoulders. The Holy Father came out into the hall, and, raising his hands and staff upward, said that the light of the great Chemesis had once again illuminated the empire. At that moment, Rose felt goosebumps run through her body, and anxiety overwhelmed her. What is this? She thought in horror. This is a moment in a novel. The priest said that they live in peace under the protection of God, but evil forces are eager to come to light and destroy everything. The great Chemesis told the first emperor to dispel the darkness and bring strength to all beings. However, no matter how festive the atmosphere was, Lee Che-rin was very creepy from this terrible atmosphere. Rose looked around like a victim caught in the noise of their clapping chorus, accompanied by the priest's shouts. The priest, his eyes flashing, echoed the words for the emperor to rip open the bellies of the demons and kill their children so that they would rest in the depths of the earth. He screamed that only in this way would the darkness be destroyed, and the light would illuminate the earth forever. Rose's heart beat faster from horror. Now she was gathered at the table with the other princes, and the atmosphere here was peaceful. But Lee Che-rin couldn't let go of what had happened. She thought about what it was. Goosebumps ran all over her body, and the atmosphere was terribly unpleasant. Everyone looked like madmen, and everything resembled a sect. Lee Che-rin had enough of the main character in this life. Even though she was Korean, it was still somehow too much, especially his look. The Holy Father was looking at her because she was the only one who did not clap for God, but she simply found the atmosphere too unusual. Then the first prince said how strange it was that he had taken with him not Sir Robert, but this girl. Calix told him not to pay attention to her. Why then, smiling, asked Gerald, saying that she had saved his dear brother, and asked Lady Estanie if he was right. Rose thought it would be better if he pretended she wasn't there, but she confirmed that His Highness was right. The prince asked to drop the formalities, and Rose wondered why he was pretending to be friendly and did not want to create problems for Calix. So she thanked him for his attention, but reminded him that she was here today as an assistant to His Highness Crown Prince Calix, and she asked His Highness Gerald to address her according to her status, and there was a short silence. But afterwards, the prince laughed and admitted that he was curious about the girl he took to the event. Raising his glass, the first prince smiled and noted how dignified and straightforward she was, telling Calix that he was in good hands. Rose thought he was complimenting her, and he seemed like a nicer person to her, and compared to Calix, he looked like an angel. Here Calix, grinning and glaring at his brother, said that he was right, because someone had sent uninvited guests to him. Gerald said that he expected him to be smart and that he was popular. Rose realized that it was the first prince who sent the assassins. They had a hard time yesterday, and Rose took her words back in anger and thought that the hunched dog would trip and break his nose. Here Calix turned his attention to Lucas, and the knight happily confirmed this and said that he was glad to meet him. Knocking on the table, the prince said that he had heard about his skills with a bow and sword, and the guy embarrassedly said that this was an exaggeration. How modest, Calix noted with a grin, because it seemed to him that he could easily hit the shoulder with an arrow in the dark forest. Tiana Lucas's face was filled with alarm and horror at the revelation, and Rose thought that the meal had not even begun, and she already had indigestion. Then the first prince suggested that they stop talking empty talk, because His Majesty would soon arrive. And so the father of the main character sat at the head of the table. Lee Che-rin thought that, in the novel, the emperor did not appear, and according to the plot, he was already dead. She thought that perhaps Calix had killed him, or perhaps he had been broken by illness. After all, he didn't look very good. The emperor waved his hand and said that he was very glad that everyone had returned safe and sound, suggesting that they begin their meal. The servants gradually filled the table with food, and then the emperor, turning his attention to Rose, said that there was someone present here whom he was seeing for the first time. Then the girl rose from her seat and bowed, greeting the emperor, introducing herself and stating her position. Smiling, the emperor said that he had heard about her and asked if Leona had lost her parents during the recent plague epidemic. He said he was unaware of their plight and could not help, hoping she was not angry with him. What could this mean? The girl thought, trying to interpret the dialogue of the novel, and soon she realized that it was a disease for which there was already a cure, and her parents died from lack of funds. Based on Rose's memories, it's true that her parents are a pity, and if the real Rose were here, she would definitely be hurt by the emperor's words. But it wasn't about her, so Li Cherin happily thanked His Highness for his attention to the plight of the outlying provinces. Her answer interested the emperor, and he said that he hoped that she had not encountered any difficulties during the festival. He said that it was hard to survive among monsters, especially if she didn't have martial arts, and he hoped that they had helpers. Rose thought he should know that he and Calix were alone. So why was he saying that? Calix was very helpful, so maybe he wanted praise. So the girl happily said that the Crown Prince's martial arts skills were amazing, and his son had helped her a lot. Rose reported that he had fought bravely in a dangerous situation, and thanked him with all her heart for such a son, thinking that he would be proud of him. Pleased with her speech, Li Cherin sat down, but suddenly noticed a strange and dissatisfied expression on Calix's face. At the same time, the prince informed his father that his servants had still not recovered from the event. But Rose felt fine. He stepped on her foot. He told his father that the monsters on the mountain today were very strange. The second prince shuddered, and the emperor asked if Calix was hurt. However, he replied with a grin that thanks to Lady Estanya, he was fine, and, fortunately for him, she was interested in medicinal herbs. Knowing the situation between the sons, he glanced angrily at the first prince and said that he heard that he was wounded in the shoulder. Gerald clenched his fist. However, the son, as if not attaching any importance to this in front of his father, said that it was probably one of the strangers and asked if he thought the same. In response to this innocent statement, the emperor laughed and ordered to remember that it was necessary to maintain good relations with the temple. Looking at Calix and crossing their sly glances, he said that tomorrow they would have to meet with the Holy Father. After this, the paladins found a bull's skull with horns on Mount Hamel, but they could not prove the guilt of the second prince. But circumstantial evidence pointed to his involvement. The belongings of the nobleman who had helped him were found at the crime scene. And this part helped the second prince avoid trial. And in the end, the nobleman took all the blame on himself and was executed. In short, the Day of Saints is an event where nobles set each other up and snitch. And in the end, under the other problems and the father's pity for the heir, the case of the attack on Calix was closed. Just then, Aaron ran up to Rose, saying that he thought she was hungry, so he stole something from the kitchen. There were sandwiches in the basket he brought with him, and the boys sat peacefully on the bench, enjoying the quiet day. She would like to say so, but yesterday she worked late again. Yes, she is a servant, but for her alone it is too much work. Why is he working so hard? Rose thought. He will become emperor one way or another. And then she thought, should he become one? If Calix doesn't kill his brothers, he won't become a tyrant either. But if he doesn't become one, the meeting with the main character won't take place. That's right. In many Korean novels, the male leads leave the female leads for a girl from another world. But this will not happen. She will be able to return to her world if she makes Calix the main character. And then she saw Aaron, who was calling her, squeezing his cheeks. After that, seeing the guy so close, she hit him in the face, and when he squatted down in pain, she apologized. Aaron said he did it because she wouldn't answer him, and he cried and asked her what she was thinking and asked her to stop ignoring him. Realizing she had gotten too carried away, Rose said she was wondering which came first, the chicken or the egg. Aaron asked in surprise if she was into philosophical reading, but Rose said that wasn't exactly the case, raising her finger. She said there was this thing called fate. Aaron asked her again and said it was absolute. Rose was very surprised by his words, but Aaron, squatting and smiling, explained that fate cannot be changed. Smiling, he also added that it is impossible to change her, especially if she is an ordinary person. Noticing that she had finished eating, he offered to go. But then Rose asked the guy why he changed the subject and where he got those words about fate. How then Aaron grinned and replied that she was even more ignorant than he thought, calling her a fool. What? Li Cherin said angrily, left looking like a fool. But then the guy said that he was coming back, and the girl ran after him. Without ever knowing the answer, she chased after the young men, asking if he was ignoring her and who was now more ignorant of them. To the girl's surprise, Aaron said that these were the most famous words from the Bible. But Li Cherin was amazed by the mere existence of the Bible here. Still angry, she agreed that she was ignorant, but demanded to know what he meant by fate. However, she stopped screaming when she saw the servant glance at her and then immediately look away. The The strangeness didn't end there. The girl was pushed in the back, and as she fell, she dropped the tray with the plate. The contents of the plate splashed on Rose, and Aaron immediately ran up to her, worriedly asking if she was okay and if she was hurt. Lee Chae-rin replied that she was fine, continuing to look at the girl who was trembling and crying, asking for forgiveness, looking sideways at her back. Around the corner, two servants were laughing at her, mocking her, seemingly not hiding their presence, and Rose noticed this too. So she extended her hand to the girl named Diana, who was sitting on her lap, and, saying that everything was fine, asked how she was. She thoughtfully suggested that she was very tired and said that she would clean up the place, telling her to rest, and this touched Diana. After hugging and comforting the girl, Lee Chae-rin sent her off to rest, and she thanked him and said that they would meet later. After that, Rose turned her irritated gaze to the housekeeper who was standing behind those who were mocking Diana. Dissatisfied with the estate's policies, she asked Aaron to help her, but the guy said that he didn't want to be robbed, but she was talking about something else. Rose said she was going to get involved in politics because these shitty working conditions and lousy servants had to be eradicated. Calyx was sleeping, and in his sleep, his nanny came to him, who carefully noticed that His Highness was unable to sleep again. Or maybe he had a nightmare. The nanny said that sleeping pills were not good for his young body. That's why she suggested reading to him until he fell asleep, and also replied that fairy tales are always full of lies. She said that next time she would find a book that he would like more. But then Robert appeared in the dream, telling her about the assassin scent. Frightened by such a sharp change from a dream to a nightmare, Calyx jumped up from the bed, clutching his head and cursing. In the morning, while getting dressed, Calyx heard Rose's request and asked again if he had understood correctly. Lee Chae-rin said that if he said it was impossible, then she would have to leave the estate. So she wanted him to fire the manager, and Rose confirmed it. Then the prince asked what the reason was, and the girl explained that the manager had too much power and was the duke's pawn. So the killer easily enters the estate and asked if he was watching her on purpose. The prince became sad. He didn't think that touching the first prince's people was a good idea and would most likely complicate the situation. Moreover, the manager was his nanny, and if she left the estate, rumors would spread. Lee Chae-rin was stunned. Could it be that the man who would kill his brothers without hesitation didn't want to harm the nanny, or was waiting for the right moment? She wondered. So it turns out they just needed to create a reason for people to believe everything, and the prince noticed that she looked like she had a plan. That's right, Rose confirmed with a grin. She was someone who had lived in the dynamic Korean society, and she was fed up with the dirty showdowns for power, so she said that it was necessary to spread plausible rumors. Now we'll see who gets who. At first, he sympathized with her, the poor child, burdened with enormous responsibilities at such a young age. In the end, he was left without a mother, and she hoped to console him at least a little, but it did not last long. The count poured money out of the bag in front of her. He already knew that her husband had financial problems. He wanted her to do him a favor, and in return, he would help her husband with his debts and generously reward her. He didn't ask for anything complicated or dangerous to her life, so she reached for the table with trembling hands. During the meal, the boy took poison along with his food and began to cough up blood. Robert worriedly asked to call a doctor. Then the nanny was horrified and wondered what she should do. It was she who had put poison in the crown prince's food, and if she was caught, she would be executed immediately. No, the duke would protect her. Moreover, the crown prince was alive. It wasn't that bad. And a grin appeared on her face. There was nothing to be done if the weak crown prince could not give her money and fame. Then she was forced to earn everything herself. Now, even when His Highness knew everything, she preferred this as payment for raising him. The friends discussed the rumors going around, and Chelsea reported that she had heard that she was the favorite of His Highness the Crown Prince. There were also rumors that the Crown Prince had a special relationship with her because they were close. Rose asked them to stop. She didn't want to hear anything anymore, and Chelsea told her friend that everything was fine, and she didn't believe it. Then Lee Chae-rin turned to Aaron and asked if he was sure that the relationship between Taran and the manager was bad. "They fight," Aaron replied enthusiastically. He had seen every argument with his own eyes. Then, getting up, Rose asked Aaron to find out Theron's location and report to her, and Chelsea asked her to spread rumors among the servants. She was sure that it was the manager who had pushed Diana last time, and was nervous that she would take her place. Rose smirked and said that if she decided to use dirty tricks, then he should wait for an answer. Not much time had passed when the manager suddenly called out to Rose Estanya and said that they needed to talk. As expected, she didn't have to wait long for her reaction, and Rose sweetly asked the woman what she needed from her. The manager spoke irritably about the rumors and asked if she had started them. Lee Chirinu wondered if she was an idiot. Does he really think that she will confess to everything? And asked in surprise what rumors she was talking about. Grabbing the girl by the shoulders, she shouted at her not to fool her, and said that it was she who started the rumors that she was sleeping with Duke Tianel. Playing Rose innocently and worriedly, asked, "Rumors about her sleeping with the Duke? Who could say such a thing? No one but her." The woman answered and asked if she understood what problems she now had because of her. She shouted furiously that she had better keep her mouth shut, because no one should know about the illegitimate child. After what was said, the manager covered her mouth with her hand, realizing that she had said too much, and Rose, smirking, thought that she had been caught. The woman, making excuses, said that she wanted to say that there was nothing between her and the Duke, and Rose asked what kind of child it was. It turned out that the Duke had an illegitimate child, but she didn't want a scandal to arise because of it. Trembling with anger, she asked how she dared to say such things about the Duke, but the girl felt that they were close. Moreover, the Duke works under the first prince. The manager asked if she understood what she was saying, and Rose confirmed it. She explained that the Duke wanted to kill the crown prince, and personally delivered the poison, and asked her why she thought that was. Lee Cha-rin hugged the woman, and haughtily whispered into her ear that she seemed to have accidentally used the poison for other purposes. The manager's eyes filled with anger. Realizing what this girl had done, she sharply pushed her to the floor. She screamed, calling her a traitor, and asking if she thought the Duke would leave her alive after this. She broke a lamp next to her and screamed, asking how she dared. But then, as if in response to her screams, the cook and other servants came out. Now concerned about her authority and position in the eyes of others, the manager said that everything was not as they thought. Then she looked at the crying Rose, who was stuttering and asking the manager not to tell the Duke about her. She didn't want to die. She innocently asked if it was a sin that she had not poisoned the man. The woman was already stuttering from fear and clenching her jaws in anger. Pulling Rose by force from the floor, she ordered her to get up, and she screamed that she had no idea that she was following the Duke's orders. But standing up, she said with a grin that servants under the Duke's authority had no place in the palace. And she asked His Majesty, who was standing behind the nanny, whether she was right, and the woman broke out in a cold sweat from horror. And so, after some time, the manager was already tied up by Robert and was sitting on her knees in front of the prince. She told His Highness that it was a misunderstanding, but Rose, grinning as she exhaled, said, "Of course, there are so many witnesses here." She was already caught red-handed when Aaron ran in, calling Rose, saying that he had brought the servants as she had asked. Exchanging glances, they telepathically confirmed to each other that their plan would work. Pointing to the servant, Rose ordered her to confess that she had participated in the Duke's vile plans, and the girl sweetly blurted out that the manager said that if she killed the crown prince, she would provide medicine for her sick mother. The girl fell to her knees, amazed at what she had just told her, and Rose slyly thought that the juice of the Elgin tree had given an excellent result. She then told Madame that her long service as a nanny and manager certainly deserved respect, but if all this was not out of a sense of loyalty, but in order to line her pockets, then she is guilty of causing harm to the health of His Highness. His Highness was attacked by assassins, but he said nothing because of his affection for her, and now the other servants have realized this. Dramatically wiping away tears, she said that their crown prince was magnanimous and asked how Madame tried to kill the one she raised herself. Such a sad story touched the hearts of all the servants, and Rose turned to Calix and said that he had to make a decision. And she, bowing down, said that it was presumptuous, but she asked him, as the crown prince, to punish the criminal. The rest of the workers followed Rosetta's lead, asking His Highness to punish the criminal. Calix kept thinking that dealing with Madame would be much more difficult, since she was connected to his childhood. But thanks to his unusual servants, he smiled and said that everything was not as bad as he thought. There was a stabbing sound of a sword being drawn from its sheath, and the manager said plaintively that he couldn't do it. She was the one who raised him, and Calix knew it very well, which is why he forgave her until this moment. However, she had long since crossed the line, foreshadowing her last minutes. The woman, crying, said that she even read him books at night. There was nothing to be done. His Highness the Crown Prince replied to her sobs. It was too late, and he raised his sword behind his head. However, to everyone's surprise, just before the blow, Rose's pink hair flew past, and she, covering the woman, told the prince, "No need." "What's the matter?" asked the one who was ready to cut her head off and ordered her to get out of the way. 3 minutes earlier, when Calix was drawing his sword from its sheath, Rose, raising her head at the sound, wondered in shock why he needed it. Wait a minute. This was different from what she had planned. Did he really want to chop off his head right here? It is true that the manager intended to kill the crown prince, but she tried so hard to gain sympathy from others. And if he cuts off the manager's head right now, then everything will remain as it was. What should she do? Her plans to create the perfect castle could be destroyed. And now, when she stood in front of Madame Calix, he asked why not, and Rose replied anxiously that she could still be useful. She kept thinking about how to answer in such a way as to explain everything, and was about to start talking. But then the prince agreed with her. Putting his sword back into its sheath, he turned away and ordered Roland to deal with her. It was amazing that he didn't ask anything. But in reality, if you get rid of the manager, nothing will change, and the Duke will still try to get his way. She thought that the employees' opinions weren't that important. But Li Qiren didn't want to see him kill anyone. Then Rose's friends called out to her and happily praised her for the work she had done, showing their thumbs up. In any case, she made the same gesture and happily boasted that she had successfully dealt with another problem. But then she appeared before the crown prince, who ordered her to tell him why she asked to spare the manager. Rose thought he'd forgotten about it, but it was okay, because she'd already thought of an answer. So she replied to the prince that, as he could see, some of the servants had begun to sympathize with him, and if he had executed the manager in front of them, it might have changed his reputation for the worse. She said that, in general, everything the servants said about him was already in the past, so he could not pay attention. Then the prince, grinning, asked if she thought that, being a servant like her, she was taking too much liberty. Rose knew for sure that he wouldn't chop off her head, but she still shudders when she remembers the past. So, tearing the words out of herself, she reported that the servants said that he had no one except Sir Robert. Hearing such a bold statement, both men tensed up, and a drop of sweat even rolled down Robert's face. Li Qiren didn't mean to imply any relationship, like a story where the knight always stands on the tyrant's side. On the contrary, I wanted to say that only Sir Robert helps him, and there is no one else on his side. So he had a chance to get more people on his side. After thinking about it, the prince told Rose to sit down. Li Qiren asked how a servant like her could do this, but then Calix interrupted her, tired of her nonsense, and ordered her to sit down, which she did in fear. Bowing his head, he asked her to continue and asked if she wanted to win people over to his side, and who exactly. With permission, Rose poured chamomile tea into a mug and said that she heard this story when she was a child. A story in which the ruler is depicted as a ship and the people as an ocean. She took a leaf for the ship and tea for the ocean. Blowing on a leaf in a cup, Li Qiren said that if there is water under a ship, it will float. And pouring the contents into the saucer, she continued, "If there is no water, then the ship will stand still. And even if other princes have the support of the aristocracy, they are nothing more than sails or oars." Looking at this, Calix understood that she wanted to say that it was more important to secure the support of the people than the aristocrats. Glad that His Highness had made the right conclusions, Rose told Calix that everything was correct. In response, the Crown Prince laughed loudly and, saying that it was interesting, said that he had never heard such stories. Of course, there was no Korean philosopher in their mine, and Rose wanted permission, and the prince said that they would figure it out together. Putting his hands on the table, he approached, and reminding her that she had said that only Robert was on his side, asked if she was on his side. Just recently, the girl thought that he was simply trying to find an excuse to execute her, but for some reason she felt sorry for him, and, smiling broadly, told His Highness that she was on his side. When Rose finally left the office, Robert asked His Highness if he really trusted Lady Estanya. "No," answered Calix. "This cannot be, because he does not trust anyone, neither the aristocrats who flatter him, nor the servants, nor him." Then Robert asked if he had not heard what Lady Estanya had said, and explained that if he left him, he would be left alone. The knight thought, although his friend said that he did not trust anyone, his behavior changed significantly. Curiosity, trust, and goodwill. It would be nice to stop there, but if he suddenly opened up a little more, Robert was worried about death or betrayal. If he lost his man again, what would become of him then? Robert thought, with a heavy burden on his soul. He must look after him better. Sitting in the dungeon, the tied-up former manager bit her nails and asked how the hell they dared, since she raised him. "How?" Rose asked her again. That having hidden behind the mantle, she appeared before her, and had she still not calmed down. The woman stood up, grabbed the bars of the grate, and asked how she dared. But then Rose covered her mouth with her hand. She, burning the woman with her gaze, advised her to lower her voice, reminding her that she had saved her from death, or she wants her to go and ask the crown prince to execute her, and ask him to promise to be quiet. The woman nodded her head, and Rose, removing her hand, said that she had a question for her. She had to check something. Rosetta Estanya is considered an insignificant character in the Blood Moon Empire, a cog in the wheel of the world whose existence has no effect on anyone. However, there is something strange. The only thing left of this character is Chelsea's best friend and a mysterious diary. Well, and the fact that Rose Estanya began working for the imperial family after the loss of her parents. How can a person be so invisible to the world? And who was Rose Estanya really? So, asking herself all these questions, Li Qiren asked why, out of all the servants, she was the one sent to the crown prince. The manager was very surprised by this question, and, as if reluctant to answer, turned her head away and said that she was crazy. One day in the courtyard garden, she saw a beggar who looked quite good for her position. She called out to Rosetta and said that she couldn't be here because this was the imperial palace, and she raised her head. Hearing the phrase imperial palace, something clicked in her head, and grabbing the woman's hand, she said that she wanted to work. Her eyes seemed to shine hypnotizingly as she begged, unemployed and mentally unstable. However, despite this, she looks very good. Whether she is a refugee from an aristocratic family or someone's mistress. She smirked, thinking that she could be used, and said that she would give her a job. It seemed to her that death was not scary for the mentally unstable, and it was easy to manipulate her, if only she had a damn diary. Who in their right mind would treasure sheets of paper as if they were some kind of treasure, on which something was written in an incomprehensible language? Rose's heart sank, and she thought in horror, in an incomprehensible language. This is how she speaks about those strange symbols. She screamed and asked who the hell she was, whether she had been pretending all this time, betrayed her, and went over to the side of the crown prince. Li Qiren asked if she really thought so, saying that the crown prince had known about her from the beginning, but had not shown it. She asked if she was pretending not to understand what was going on, and the manager shouted that Calix was weaker than the duke. The crown prince could kill her at any moment, so that no one would know about her sudden disappearance, and treasured her extremely. And now she handed over to the nanny the things that he asked her to take care of, and handed her the books, which made the woman feel terrified. Usually, all the fairy tales were like this, and she promised to find him something next time that he would like. But the little boy stopped the nanny and reminded her that he had not said that he didn't need them, and had told her to leave the books here. Placing the books in front of the manager and leaving her alone with her memories, Rose left. Having already taken off her robe, she walked along the corridors of the estate, cursing and thinking that she did not need to be saved. She called the crown prince a weakling, and it was annoying, but it was true that the duke had more strength. The main male character, his mother, was executed, so it will be difficult for him to do the same with the nanny, who practically replaced his parent. According to the plot, the crown prince saved the life of the manager and became emperor despite this. But why did no one notice this snake? But then Li Qiren stopped and thought, why should she be sad? It was the manager who treated the crown prince terribly. And in the end, she gets what she deserves. And in general, it's none of her business. The main thing is that she's finished now. Now she was finally back in the room, and she had a more important task. To crack that damn diary. Already sitting in front of the diary late at night. Rose said so recently, but now she thought about how she could do something without having abilities. She decided to try to talk to him first, asking him what he was, who Rose Estanya was, and how she could get home. However, there was no answer. Lee Che-rin knew it and wondered under what circumstances the diary worked. Vigent's sheets, cosmetics, butterflies. The diary responded when she needed help. It seemed that he would not answer questions concerning her present self, and deciding to ask about something from this world, she asked where she could meet the magician. There was no answer again, but without giving up, Lee Che-rin placed her hand on the diary and asked where the magician who could help Calix Fossman was. And in an instant, the light from the diary illuminated the entire room. Miori told her about the aliens who embrace the darkness. In the Age of Light, most aliens have turned into mindless beasts, but only a few can transform back through magic. These creatures are called elves and are very difficult to meet, as they hate those who worship the light. Mrs. Miori gave her an old pocket watch that would tell her where to look for the elves, and the next moment, Rose found it behind her back. She picked up the compass and thought that the diary answered questions regarding the main male character. So I asked what was the biggest danger to Calix Fossman right now, and the diary reported in terrifying font that the dragon was still alive. Fearing the special effects of the diary, Lee Che-rin slammed it shut, and after a while, when she opened it, she found no inscriptions. The girl was delighted by this and said that they would not go on a campaign against the dragon. This simply could not happen. But something didn't seem funny to her at all, and she worriedly asked the diary what the dragon had to do with the main male character. The magical diary explained to its owner that in this world there are 3 types of absolutes: gods, spirits, and dragons. Only after reading this did she slam the diary shut in fear, and tremblingly thought that the genre of this novel was horror. In the morning, it was very difficult for her to get out of bed. Last night, the diary stopped opening at all, no matter what she did. Therefore, before starting work, she simply could not help but drop into the library and read a couple of books. According to the diary, there are 3 types of absolutes in this world: the ruler of spirits, who has not appeared since the era of demons. Gods often intervene in history by inhabiting human bodies and possess greater humanity than gods on earth. It was just like the dragons in Greek mythology, not much different from the ones she read about in fantasy novels. It is said that many creatures with great power become bored with their long lives and begin to wander in search of fun. Rose thought Aaron might know something, but she had more important things to deal with immediately. The Imperial Palace needed to be reorganized, and Rose brought His Highness a proposal for a division of labor and asked him to take a look. Calix boredly reminded her that he had told her to sort it out herself, but the servant needed his confirmation. Leafing through the situation created by his assistant, the prince thought about it and asked if she wanted to say that she had come up with everything herself. It would have been more correct to say that she was trained in this, but she said that this was so, and they had to prepare financial reports to avoid waste. Calix asked if this wasn't something the treasurer was supposed to do, and she replied that anyone could do it. All you have to do is write down your budget and expenses, and it's easy, thoughtfully Calix asked. So he needs to approve the budget. Rose was glad that he was catching on quickly, and, confirming this, said that the main thing was that the amount was not burdensome for him. And the next moment, the Crown Prince handed over documents with the indicated amount, which almost made Lee Che-rin's eyes fall out. What is this? She thought slyly. He really does have so much money. It turns out that their Crown Prince is a rich Pinocchio. Tapping his fingers on the table, Calix asked why she was trying so hard and if he could appoint her as manager. He also said that with this position, she would not have to be his personal servant. But Rose was surprised and said that she did not want to. This surprised Calix greatly, but she asked him to trust her, saying that she would find a more suitable candidate for the role of manager. And soon, seeing the position of appointment to a new position, Chelsea asked her friend in horror if she had gone crazy. However, no matter how amazed the friend was, it was impossible to hide the happy smile on her face, and Chelsea happily said how could she not smile when she was going to be paid so much money. Rose was glad that she liked it. Chelsea was very happy with such a sudden promotion, but she asked why she didn't become a manager. to which Rose replied that she had worked for the Crown Prince for a long time and had a good reputation. Besides, she was the only one taking care of Rose Estanya, and she decided that Chelsea would be better able to navigate the situation and handle things. As expected, the other employees gave her good reviews, and now there was no one better than Chelsea for the role of manager. She will be an excellent manager, setting a good example for everyone, and reminded her friend about the rumors. Sighing, she told her that if she became the manager, people would start to inflate them even more, and she would not be able to cope with it. But then Chelsea asked worriedly if she was sure she didn't have anything with the Crown Prince, and Rose irritably replied that she didn't. Then her friend reminded her of how, when she was wounded, His Highness took out a bunch of expensive potion, and he gave her so much money after she asked. Rose explained that he was good to her because she was doing a great job. Chelsea reminded that she had done a bad job, and Lee Che-rin, shaking her finger, proudly said that she had changed, or rather, literally become a different person. But then her friend, with thoughtful reasoning, said that if this turned out to be true, there was nothing wrong with it, and she could become empress. Hearing this news, Aaron jumped up and said that he didn't want it, and Rose agreed with him. She also didn't want to become her and work herself to death. Moreover, Rosetta proudly raised her head and said that their crown prince was not at all to her taste, which left her friends dumbfounded. Chelsea couldn't believe it when everyone was going crazy over his looks, and Rose didn't argue with his beauty, but she was interested in his character. Then the friend grabbed the assistant cook by the arm and asked her how she liked Aaron then. Rose thoughtfully said that it would be ideal to combine half of each. Chelsea laughed out loud at Rose's preferences, and Aaron asked her discontentedly to love him for who he is. But then Rose demanded silence and an end to empty chatter. She asked Aaron if he had written the contracts. The guy asked if it was really necessary to write everything by hand, and Rose replied that 100 sheets would be enough to start with. After discussing some more questions about the assignment, the girl praised the guys and asked them to finish before she returned. When the girl left the room, leaving her friends, Chelsea sweetly said that Rose had changed, and Aaron asked what she was talking about. However, after thinking about it, the girl replied that it didn't matter and suggested getting to work so that Rose wouldn't get angry. And the manager thought happily, remembering the past, that before Rose was afraid of the crown prince, but now she calls him their crown prince. Rose was at this time informing the cook that he would now be responsible for hygiene before and after work, and that cleaning would need to be done. She assured that these were not her orders. It was just better for His Highness. But the cook asked if she had come up with this. He noticed that His Highness never cared about his food, and even the ingredients were not of the best quality, and he ate them without any complaints. He asked Rose if it was her business, and when she confirmed it, he happily said that it was great and he would do as she asked. The previous manager had been fired, and he felt like whatever she said would work, so he extended his hand. He hoped that they would work together, and these words seemed to melt the girl's heart, causing a smile to appear on her face. Together with Diana, they discussed Rose's new idea, which Chelsea told her about. The girl developed a new design for a servant's costume and gave the sketch to Rosetta. Amazed by the detail of the drawing, Rose sweetly thanked the girl for such great help. However, Diana sweetly replied that she was simply returning the favor, and that she also really enjoyed being useful to her. Lee Che-rin felt that in the world of the novel, the minor characters meant nothing, but she became more attached to him than anyone else. Former manager Terry had all her property confiscated and was condemned to unpaid labor in a coal mine for the rest of her life. Robert reported. Her husband was stripped of all his titles and subjected to cruel treatment, and her children were deprived of education and financial support. And they also lost their status and were now just commoners, and then Robert asked if he thought that was enough. When asked what he meant, he replied that she had betrayed him for 10 years and asked if the punishment was too lenient. There was a chance that she might try to kill him again, but Calix said that would not happen. He visited the nanny in prison and saw her true face, and then asked her if she had anything to say before she was thrown out. Looking at the prince with almost lifeless and empty eyes, the woman called out to His Highness. They had already taken everything she had, so she was no longer a threat, Calix explained. They might even be able to use it to blackmail the Duke, he reasoned. And also, at that moment, He remembered how Rose blocked his nanny and said that he thought he didn't want to kill her. Robert was surprised, but the prince simply asked what was next. The knight had just informed him that a guest was waiting for him. Asking him to tell the rest on the way the prince left, Robert ran after him and reported that the guest had arrived without an escort or request. He said nervously that he wanted to know if he should go, but then Calix turned around and asked who had come to make him so nervous. And, opening the door to the reception room, the assistant informed His Highness that this was His Highness Ash Fosman, and he noted with displeasure that his brother was late. The next moment, Calix, grabbing his sword, told Ash that if he killed him during an unofficial visit, no one would know anything. The boy in the black cape said worriedly that he had come to tell him something that would help him. Calix asked how he could believe him, and his brother replied that he had nothing to lose. He could not believe. Then the crown prince exhaled heavily. Calix sat down leisurely opposite his younger brother and said that he didn't think he would do anything stupid by coming here alone. After that, he told Ash to speak, and the boy began to involve his older brother in the affairs. A couple of days later, Calix was watching Rose's plan come to fruition, and Chelsea called the entire household together and began her speech. She informed them that in order to work effectively, they needed to take breaks and imagine the weekend. Many people became interested in what she was talking about, and then one of the servants guessed that this meant that they would be resting. Chelsea confirmed their suspicions and said that they would be taking 2 days off a week and that these would be called weekends. But that's not all. Adding amenities that were lacking in the estate, and effectively reorganizing work depending on experience and skills. And finally, a well-deserved salary. His Highness the Crown Prince is a man with a kind heart who cares about his people. Seeing the implementation of her plan and prepared speeches from Rose, she fell to her knees, not believing that this was possible. Aaron asked the girl what happened, and she said admiringly that it was a wonderful statement. Extending his hand to the girl, Aaron told Rose that she was going a bit overboard, but she told her friend that she was just showing respect. "Friend," the cook asked her joyfully, and, lifting the girl up, he happily leaned towards her and asked if he was her friend. "Of course," Rosetta answered, and asked Lion if she thought she would take such care of a man who was nobody. "What guardianship were you talking about?" Aaron asked. He thought his arm would fall off rewriting all the contracts, but Rose was pushing him to hand them out. When he met his brother, Calix asked him why he had the idea to tell him about this, and Ash, pulling his hood back up, replied that he had nothing to do with it. He just had to pay a debt to that woman. And now, looking at the happy Rose from the window, Calix ordered Robert to begin all the preparations and reported that Rose Estanya would go with them. Now, Rose was updating everyone on the employment contract, which contained all the information. She reported that everything in the document was illustrated, so no one would have any problems understanding it. But then the servant who came for the consultation became interested in why this was being done at all, Rose really thought. In this world, where the most important thing for people is status, something like this might not mean much, but nevertheless. She said that this document was necessary to protect the rights of everyone, regardless of status. Without contracts, people could have more problems. The servants found it hard to believe, because no one in this world had ever heard this word. But it was true, and with rights came responsibility. For example, she will not be able to take the Crown Prince's property at will. She will have to fill out paperwork in order to take anything. But in exchange, she can rest twice a week, sitting at home and doing nothing, because she has never rested before since she started working. The servants immediately realized that she could do nothing, and Rose slyly thought that there was no person in the world who did not like to rest. In order to stay here, it was necessary to organize competent management. Chaos reigns in the estate, so it was necessary to reorganize everything. And to make work with the current staff more efficient, employees need to be rewarded correctly so that they develop a sense of responsibility. Immediately, Diana, in response to Rose's demands, held out the clothes, asking the girl to accept the servant's clothes, saying that this was a new uniform. The servant asked if she could really take it, and the girl with green hair confirmed this by saying that Rose had offered the new uniform. The clothes will be neater, since white aprons constantly get dirty. It was made of high-quality fabric, so it will not wrinkle or roll. Moreover, the clothes are not heavy at all and stretch well. But the most important thing is the pockets. She doesn't video them because they are hidden, and this idea was also given by Rose. Lee Charin thought that at least there were hidden pockets in this world, but there weren't any, which was why it was so convenient. Diana said that Rose was a genius and continued to praise her, and the girl was glad that everyone liked everything. Next in line was the kitchen. After greeting them, the girl said that she had come to check how they were doing. Rose asked the cooks where the chef was, and the guy was excited and couldn't find the words when the door to the utility room opened. "Here comes the boss," he wanted to say, soaring. But the next moment, both he and Rose froze in horror at the sight of the man. There was a bald spot on his head, and the cook stuttered and asked what was wrong with him and why he looked like that. The chef scratched his cheek. And then he explained that Rose wrote that they should use masks and a cap because of the hair on their head and beard. But he was so hot without it, so he decided not to bother and knock everything down, the chef said, laughing and flashing his head. He couldn't wait to see His Highness's reaction to the incredibly delicious food, and Rose smiled happily back at him. Finally, falling exhausted on the bed after another hard day, Rose said how hard it is to work hard for several days. But in any case, she will have to live in this place until she finds a way to return home. "Well done, Lee Chi-rin," the girl praised herself. "We will try to make the estate comfortable for living in the future." However, the next morning, she learned that they were going somewhere, and the prince, saying that they were going to Desat, asked if she had problems with her hearing. Desat is a desert empire with which they have diplomatic relations, which means it is not a neighboring city and the journey will take about 10 days. No, Rose thought in horror. She planned to enjoy the fruits of her labor here. Trembling, she turned her head to Calix and said that they had just reorganized the work in the estate, so they needed to be here. But then His Highness answered her that she was not the manager, so her presence in the estate was not necessary. He didn't take no for an answer and knew that there was no way she could refuse, so he told Rose to get ready by going to the window. Brother Ash told him when they met that the first prince would find a reason to refuse the trip to Desait. There are many different monsters along the way, so he doesn't want to take any risks, and it would be nice if he died somewhere along the way. Hearing the last phrase spoken, Calix angrily asked what he meant, but Ash immediately guiltily explained that these were not his words. Now the crown prince understood what the first prince's plan was, and Ash admitted to him that he didn't care at all whether he survived. With some concern and sadness, he told Calix that the main thing before him was to repay the debt to that woman for saving him. Rose Estanya, she saved him more than once too, and even managed to solve a long-standing problem with the manager. On top of that, thanks to her, the third prince came to him and told him about his secret plans. This girl is like a guardian sent to him by God. Everything was already ready for departure. His Highness and Robert watched as Rosetta handed over her luggage to the driver. It would take 10 days to get to the Desat Empire, and Calix was wondering if it would be useful to him this time too. However, Robert was at this moment overcome with mixed feelings and concern for his old friend the prince. And so, finally, the moment of departure came. All of Rose's close friends and servants from all over the palace came out onto the balcony to see her off. With tears in their eyes, they said goodbye to everyone and set off on their journey, and nothing foreshadowed trouble. But for some reason, they found themselves in a very interesting situation above the desert and almost fell out of the carriage. The day before the incident, while still in the deserted area, Rose asked His Highness not to twitch, and when he wanted to object to something, the girl put her finger to his lips and asked him not to open his mouth. Having squeezed the cream onto her hand, Rosetta rubbed it onto Calix's cheeks and then asked him to give her his hands. The prince asked incredulously what she was doing, and Rose introduced him to a product that helps protect the skin from sunburn. She was glad that she had sunscreen in her makeup bag, and later asked to put this on too, even if it seemed ridiculous. Calix asked what these were, and Lee Chirin explained that they were necessary things for staying in the desert. But then Robert told His Highness that he did not think Lady Estanya had ever been on such a journey, and that she was not to be trusted too much. And Rose, looking back at the night, explained that she had heard that there were sandstorms there, and the scarf could protect her head from the sun, and it will also prevent sand from getting into the respiratory tract, and she apologized with a smile that she did not have a spare scarf for him. After this, Robert turned his head away in offense, and Rose thought it was him when Calix asked how she knew. The prince, who had put on the scarf, explained that, as Robert had said, she had probably never been to the desert before. And then suspicions began again. How hard it was when they don't trust you. And she replied that she read it from a book. Calix asked with displeasure what kind of book it was. But Lee Che-rin couldn't tell what she had read, and replied that she didn't remember the title. Calix somehow quickly came to terms with this and agreed, saying that they needed to hurry. Recently, his attitude towards her had changed. At this point, Robert called out to Lady Estanya and informed her that she would ride with him on the same horse. Seeing the surprise on the girl's face, the knight said that she would fall off her horse if she rode alone, and asked if she had never ridden a horse. Or maybe she thought that she would be in the same carriage with His Highness. But Rose was surprised to deny this. Thanking him for his help, she thought it would be a shame for her to ride in the same carriage with the main male character. Otherwise, such rumors would spread. Yes, he had clearly changed since their first meeting, but she had no intention of getting closer to him. Rose turned to the gentleman knight, but then he said that she, Lady Estanya, could address him by name. They are close to His Highness, and one could say they work together. Rose agreed and asked him to do the same. Robert agreed, but immediately asked Rose how she did it, and explained that His Highness did not trust anyone. He was especially wary of the servants, so how did she make him start trusting her? Rose noticed that recently he had started to treat her unpleasantly and say strange things. Is he jealous that she stole his friend from him like it was kindergarten? But it clearly wasn't. He's probably worried that she managed to gain Calix's trust, and attempts to trust someone always ended in betrayal. In the novel, this is exactly what happened, and Lee Che-rin thought that Robert was just worried about Calix. Rose, taking a scarf out of her bag and putting it on Robert's head, said that she understood perfectly well why he was worried, and that there was nothing to worry about. She just wanted to live a long and happy life, she admitted, with a wide smile on her face. Robert was shocked by Rose's actions and asked if she had told him earlier that he didn't have a spare scarf. Dissatisfied, Lee Che-rin replied that she had lied a little because she felt like he didn't like her. Robert asked if she was trying to catch him, and then the girl pulled him by the scarf and said that if he talked too much, sand would fly into his mouth. Indignant at being strangled, Robert gave his horse a light kick, causing it to rear up, frightening the girl. And, admiring the frightened expression on his companion's face, Robert grinned and told her to hold on tighter. There could be monsters in this area, and those words echoed in Rose's mind as she passed out. But then she was helped to come to her senses by the cry of Calix, who asked Rose Estanya to come to her senses while their carriage was in the air. The prince pulled the girl who had come to her senses towards him, and with the help of their combined efforts, they returned to the carriage, slamming the door. Having caught her breath, Rose screamed in horror that she thought she was going to die and asked if they had already died. He had also died with her assistant. They were lifted by a griffin. Calix had heard that they hunted travelers, but he did not think that they were capable of lifting a carriage. Damn it! His Highness cursed again. All that was left was to wait for the bird to lower them to the ground. What? Griffin? Rose asked in horror. Do they eat entire carriages? But then Calix explained to her that griffins like everything shiny. A brilliant carriage for the crown prince. His Highness personally ordered that the carriage be brought to him. Everything really was going according to their plan. The guy said irritably that this was the work of the emperor or the first prince. Their carriage shook violently again, and the girl screamed in fear, and the guy pressed her to himself tensely and worriedly. On the evening of the previous day, they finally reached the campsite where they were going to spend the night. It was only half a day, and Rose was ready to dig her own grave right there, and they still had 10 days to go. Robert announced that he was going to exchange the horse for a camel, and the girl noticed that he did not look tired at all, marveling at his incredibleness. Looking around, she realized that there was a nomadic settlement here, and this place was different from Phosnia. Since they had made a halt, Rose decided to get to work, and soon presented the knights with dinner. Having looked at some of the dishes, Calix asked the assistant what it was all about, since he had not seen anything like it in the luggage, and Rose said that she had prepared it separately, and that all the food was prepared according to a special recipe, so nothing should have spoiled. Making supplies for the future is the basis of the household. She said that everyone had come a long way, so they needed to eat well. The prince immediately ordered her to sit down. Rose said that her place was elsewhere, but Calix insisted on it. When Rose sat down next to him, he announced that from tomorrow, she would be moving into his carriage. And then, without giving Lee Che-rin a chance to answer, he explained that if he was going to say, however, it would be better for him to remain silent. That's why the girl said that Robert would be lonely, and continued to look in surprise at the crown prince, who ignored her gaze. Calix remembered how, while riding in the carriage, he saw Rose chatting pleasantly with Robert and putting a scarf on him, and, turning his head away, he explained that he was simply bored traveling alone and asked not to think of anything else. The girl happily replied that she had no intention of doing so, and Calix said again that from tomorrow she would be riding in a carriage. Rose said that the order would be carried out, and Calix said that it was an invitation, and hearing the answer, said that she should just thank him. And Rose, clasping her hands, generously thanked His Highness for such a generous invitation. Calix was angry that she was playing around, but he quickly let her antics go, simply falling silent and thinking. Lee Che-rin smiled sweetly at the prince and thought how fun it was to tease him, even just one piece a day. But then screams were heard from inside the tent, the harshness of which made Rose shudder. A man was asking to be let in. He asked to be allowed to see His Highness, and when he saw him coming out of the tent, he broke free from the knight's grip. Robert quickly blocked the unexpected and abrupt actions of the unknown man, who was running towards the prince. But then the man fell on his knees before them and asked His Highness to accept his people. They moved inside the tent, and the man, kneeling, begging and trembling, asked His Highness to listen to him. Poor guy, Lee Che-rin thought. How much he was shaking, he was probably scared. But at least he chose the right person. Looking at the prince, the girl thought that this was so, since the main male character was an exemplary tyrant. And this means that he who, without blinking an eye, cuts off the heads of his subordinates. But the inhabitants of his empire are always well-fed and in abundance. Calix said he thought he would ask him for food or supplies, but they wanted to become residents of their empire. The prince asked what the reason was, and the man stuttered and replied that, as far as he could see, this place was not suitable for human habitation. The land has dried out, and the crops are not growing at all, and every night they are terrorized by monsters whose appearance is impossible to predict. Rose thought in horror that she had thought it was a temporary camp, but it turned out that people lived here permanently. Calix said dryly that he saw this, and Rose thought worriedly that he needed to be nicer if the man had come to ask for help. This desert was the domain of Desat, if Calix was not mistaken, and asked why he wanted to become a citizen of Phosnia. They are a tribal people who were driven out of the empire, the man said, and the crown prince of a neighboring state asked if he was asking for a favor. Calix asked if he understood that by doing so, he could complicate the relationship between Phosnia and Desat. The prince offered to end it there and asked to see him off, but then the man bowed down and trembled and said that his people were dying. Looking at the man, Lee Che-rin thought about why the people were expelled from the empire, what the tribe could have done to deserve the expulsion. It might have been a crime, but there were children there too, and she didn't think they could have done anything terrible. What was the matter, she thought, when the prince rescued her from her thoughts, appearing next to her face and asking with displeasure if she was listening to him. Rose asked, surprised and apologetic, what he said, and Calix asked if she was so bold as to openly ignore him. Then His Highness handed her the dagger and explained that that night those people from the tribe would come for her and threaten her. He explained with displeasure that since they had failed to convince him, their target would be his confidants. But why not Sir Robert? Rose asked in bewilderment. And then the prince asked a leading question about who was with him now, who would ride with him in the carriage tomorrow, and who were his confidants. All these concepts were united by her personality, which Rose finally understood. Calix said that she needed to find out what they wanted and make them confess and tell everything they were hiding. Okay, Rose answered, stuttering. I'll do as he said. But she thought that they definitely wouldn't come to her. But, contrary to her expectations, they still came to her, and kneeling, tearfully begged the lady to help them. Rose asked the girl to stand up, saying that she was just a servant and had no power. But then the girl, crying, said that it seemed to them that His Highness favored her. But Rose answered embarrassedly that this was not so. Blushing and fanning herself from the heat, she explained that she was just a loyal and good servant who followed orders. And having calmed down, she suggested that they talk to her first, since all she could do was listen. The decision still remained with the prince, but even with this outcome of events, the girl from the tribe was incredibly happy. In the morning, she sat in the carriage yawning, and the prince said that her mouth would tear, and noticed how she had gotten used to him, and was not embarrassed to yawn like that in front of him. The shuddering girl asked for forgiveness, and wondered by whose grace she had listened to stories until dawn. And then she immediately informed His Highness that, as he had said, a man from the tribe had come to her last night. The prince became interested and asked what he was saying, and Rosetta told him that the tribe was accused of treason. Everyone knows that the Desat are a people of spirit rabbits who recognize elemental forces, but not magic. After listening to the explanation, Calix was stunned and made an assumption, but Rose quickly refuted his suspicions. Opening the curtain that revealed the view from the window, the girl pointed out to him the girl and the not-so-real dog next to her. Calix asked if she was talking about a dog, but Rose explained to him that it was not a dog, but a spirit animal. The tribe was exiled because of their strength, and it seemed that it was this that helped them survive among the monsters. Rose asked if he was thinking about accepting them, and Calix replied that if Fosnia accepted them, relations between the states would become more complicated. Okay, Rose thought, but since he is a model tyrant, he will eventually take pity on them. His Highness asked if she had anything to say, but then Rose yawned again, creating mixed emotions in the prince's head. Placing his hands on her shoulders, Calix said that if she was going to continue nodding off, she should sleep, but she said she was not tired. Calix, irritated, said that her eyes were half closed and ordered her to stop lying. Rose laughingly replied that she was not lying and really did not want to sleep. But then the prince pulled the scarf from her head over her eyes. Now Rose saw His Highness the Prince dimly through a translucent veil, and he gave her permission and told her to sleep. His voice sounded very pleasant and melodic, especially when she was in such a sleepy state. She shouldn't have been sleeping, but she felt comfortable, and, if he allowed it, she could take a short nap. Finally, the griffin released the carriage with Calix and Rose from his paws into the nest, and having come to her senses after landing, the girl opened her eyes. What happened? She thought, wincing as she came to her senses, raised herself up on her hands, and, looking in surprise at Calix beneath her, asked if he was okay. The magical power seemed to dissipate around them, and then the prince replied that everything was fine, and he seemed to have finally thrown them into the nest. Calix asked if she was okay, and to Rose's surprise, there was not a scratch on her. After that, Li Cherin noticed that His Highness was injured, and the girl thought that it was because of her. Calix, realizing that everything was fine with his companion, said that he should check the situation, looked out of the carriage. Where are they? Li Cherin thought in horror as she looked out after them. She had been deceived. This was not a romantic work at all. Rose wanted to ask His Highness what they should do, but he covered her mouth with his hand and said that the griffins would soon go hunting. Finding his way back to the carriage, he whispered that until then, they needed to remain quiet. Calix, being the main male character, could not just die and will be able to survive anything. But is it true, the scars on his body, the environment, and the dangerous situations in which Calix finds himself? This was all the Blood Moon Empire she had read about, but did the author of the novel throw Calix into such delirious situations? This is not the case, and it turns out that history is confused due to other variables that have entered this world. Leaning close to His Highness's ear, causing him to flinch, Rose asked in a whisper how often this had happened to him before she became his servant. For some reason, Calix shuddered. Goosebumps ran across his skin, and his face flushed as he looked at Rose. Because the girl was close, Calix pushed her away from him, and turning his head away, asked her to keep her distance. He himself told her to behave quietly. That's why she spoke in a whisper, Li Cherin thought, and stood up and sat further away from him. Then Calix, folding his arms across his chest, explained with displeasure that he had not said to move so far away. There would have been room for 2 more people between them. What should she do then? Asked Rosetta. And immediately, Calix moved closer to her, sitting down next to her. After that, he looked at the girl and answered the questions by saying that such nonsense happens to him every year. Lee Che-rin seemed to be looking at the prince's face in fascination, causing him to wonder why she was looking like that. Rose immediately asked His Highness if he was hot, and Calix shuddered and blushed again from such an unexpected question. After that, he answered with displeasure that it was so. They were in the desert, and the girl thought that she was used to the weather in Korea, but he certainly wasn't. Waving her hands at the prince, Rose said that she had nothing to wave at him with. However, such care and the actions of the servants, on the contrary, made Calix blush and sweat from the incoming heat and embarrassment. And, grabbing the girl by the hand, he ordered her to stop and stop messing around. He ordered her to pack her things. Still recovering from his embarrassment, the prince explained that they had to get out of there as quickly as possible and let go of her hand. Looking out of the carriage, he announced that soon everyone would leave the nest and they would move out on signal. But then he looked back at Rose. Noticing the stiffness of her movements, he asked if she was scared, and the girl stuttered and replied that she was not scared at all. Taking her hand, Calix said that he understood that the situation was dangerous, but she had nothing to fear. And besides, he was already used to this. After that, he suddenly pulled Rose along with him, and Lee Che-rin thought why this selfish tyrant was becoming kinder every time. It seemed like he was developing feelings. But what if all the terrible situations were happening because of her? But even if that was the case, unfortunately, Lee Che-rin had no choice because she wanted to live. When they escaped from the Griffin's lair, the first thing His Highness did was tell his companion to make a choice. Rose was stunned and even horrified by the options offered, so she asked if there was a choice here. So they had two roads. The first one was a cliff, where the Griffins wouldn't notice them. Oh, if you stumble, death awaits you. And the second one is a steep slope, and it looks like the treasure is guarded by two Griffins. If they notice them, they will become their lunch for today. Having told her all this, the prince asked which road she liked best, but the girl did not like either one. But then, stepping forward, he chose the road, saying that they had a better chance of sliding down the slope, because with her slowness, they would definitely be noticed. And why did he ask if he had decided everything himself, she wondered. Was he seriously wanting to crawl along this narrow path like a pair of mountain goats? She didn't know how Calix was doing, but it was too much for her. She wasn't a circus performer, but she didn't want to become a snack for the Griffins either. Rose looked around. While thinking about another way to get out, she discovered a map in the hands of a skeleton and immediately reported it to the prince. She said that since he died down there and not in the nest, maybe this map would help them get out of here. But what was the point? The guy asked, if he couldn't get out and died here. But then the girl explained to His Highness that he was different from him, and Calix asked how. Lee Che-rin happily replied that he was strong and she would trust him with anything, thinking how good it was that she had brought the diary with her. However, these speeches and praise embarrassed Calix, because of which he shuddered and blushed, turned away, ordering that the map be brought. Having opened the package, the prince concluded that this was indeed a map, and that somewhere here there was a secret passage, and that this was wonderful. Steep slope and Griffins, goodbye, thought Lee Che-rin, while Calix looked for the place of this passage. And so, having found it, Calix grabbed the map in one hand and Rose in the other, and shouted, "Let's run there!" However, with his cry, the prince woke up the Griffins sleeping above the secret passage, who let out a deafening roar. Launching the girl into the cave first, Calix pushed the vines aside, anxiously shouting at her to run faster and pushing her in the back. Rosetta tripped on the threshold and tumbled down, with Calix running after her, asking her to be careful. They ran further, and looking back, saw the Griffin's mouth opening at the entrance to the cave. A frightened Rose asked what if the monster broke through, but Calix reassured her by saying that the passage was too small and that it was impossible. Having calmed down, they moved deeper into the cave, and over time, Lee Che-rin began to notice that the Griffin's cries were getting farther away. Looking at the map, Rose noticed that they were close to the Deseat Empire, and Calix confirmed this by saying that the Griffin had carried them very far away. But the problem was that they did not have any items with them to prove that they had arrived for diplomatic purposes. This would get them into trouble, whether from the Deseat Empire or from one of his brothers. Then Rose asked the prince with interest if he just wanted to give up and Calix froze in surprise. When Calix turned to look at her, Rose took his hand and squeezed it with her own, looking into his eyes and saying that now was not the time for this. The girl wanted to make a speech about her trust and support Calix, but then the ground under their feet shook. Without hesitation, Calix grabbed Rose by the wrist and pulled her towards him, pressing her to his chest as a huge centipede emerged from the ground. However, they did not go far enough from the hole, and the ground, slipping away from under their feet, dragged Rose along with it. In horror and alarm, Calix rushed after Rose, magic pouring out of his hand, clawing at the space below. Will I really die like this? Lee Chirin thought. If she dies, will she return to her world? But what about Calix then? Grabbing his companion in flight, the prince pressed her tightly to himself and turned their bodies so that he was now lower, enveloping their bodies in magic. They seemed to fall several meters down. Emerging from the water, Lee Chirin asked what this place was. Holding the prince on her shoulder, she worriedly asked if he was okay. And when she didn't hear an answer, she looked around. Having pulled Calix out of the water onto the rocky shore, Lee Chirin carefully laid him down and shouted for him to come to his senses. With trembling hands, she excitedly reached for the guy's nose, but immediately realized that he was not breathing, as if echoing through her head. But it didn't make sense that all this was real. In horror, she continued to call His Highness, thinking that it was impossible because he was the main male character. Cursing, Lee Chirin thought that it was all because of her and screamed, asking him to come to his senses, when suddenly the light from the bag illuminated the cave. Taking the diary out of her bag with trembling hands, Rose said with disgust that he was acting strange again. They were in the water, but neither the diary nor the bag it was in were wet, and Lee Chirin no longer understood anything. Is everything that happens to Calix really because of her? Every time he is in danger, the diary comes to the rescue. But why is he doing this? There is a real mess in his head. Why the hell did she even get into this world? She fell from a height, but felt nothing at all. And all because Calix covered her with his body. The same thing happened during the situation with the griffin. It was all because of her, she thought, and tears came to her eyes. Crying, she grabbed the body by the shoulders and screamed at His Highness to get up, screamed at him to wake up. However, Calix's head kept falling and falling, and he did not come to his senses. It was all her fault. Because of her, Calix would die like this. But wiping away her tears and pursing her trembling lips, she thought, no, this won't happen. No one will die today. She opened the prince's shirt on his chest. She couldn't let him do that and began performing CPR. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 20, 30. She connected their lips and breathed air into her lungs. No way this would happen. He would live. Once again, with trembling hands, she pressed on his chest again and again and again and again until he began to breathe. Please, she screamed. Wake up, you idiot! Sweat was pouring down her face. She was about to collapse without strength. Suddenly, a stream of water flowed from his mouth. A cough, and finally his head. Coughing, he turned his head away, spitting water to the side. Sparks flew from his eyes, but finally Calix managed to open his eyes, and while the water continued to flow from his mouth, he asked Rose what had happened. But then Rose rushed into Calix's arms, clinging to him and hugging him around the neck. She said anxiously that she was very worried about him. Rose flashed through Calix's mind as he looked at the pink hair in front of him. She had saved him again. But then he noticed that he heard her call him an idiot. Rose said in a trembling voice that he imagined it. However, Calix was sure that he had not heard it. Rose assured him that he had imagined it because of the strong blow. Escaping from this awkward situation, Rose said that she would be back soon, because they needed to light a fire. As he watched her go, Calix, clutching his heart, thought that he was sure that his heart had stopped beating for some time. His mana must have been depleted, he reasoned. But no one could make his heart beat again. How is this even possible? He thought anxiously. But then he noticed Rose, the groundhog next to him. Soon the girl came running, brought some wood in her lap, and laid it out, and began to fan the fire. Watching her, Calix thought how many strange things were happening, but this time he had to find out about everything. But when Rose reported that the fire was not igniting and asked him to wait a little longer, Calix noticed how her hands were shaking. Getting up, she said that she would make a fire himself, But Rose refused the prince, saying that he should rest. And then Lee Che-rin tore out the empty papers from Rose's diary and threw them into the fire, managing to start a fire. She urged His Highness to sit down and warm himself, thinking that his temperature had probably dropped, and she was sure that he was hungry. However, here Calix ordered her to sit down, holding her by the shoulder. But Rose was worried that he was cold and hungry, and his clothes were wet. She offered to give her clothes to the prince, but he doubted that they would fit him, and Lee Che-rin noticed that his throat was dry. Calix told her to calm down and told her to worry about herself, if she could see herself now, all tearful and scared. Putting his hand on her head, he pulled the girl towards him and said that with magical power, one could easily raise the body temperature. So, emitting magic and enveloping their bodies, he told her to sit still and not twitch. Rose's eyes instantly began to close from the outgoing heat, and she didn't even notice that she was frozen to the bone. She was so scared to realize that Calix could die, and the thought that it could happen because of her drove her crazy. So, warming herself up and closing her eyes, she was very glad that he was okay, but it was getting too hot. As soon as she noticed a loud heartbeat coming from near her ear, she raised her head and looked in surprise at His Highness, who blushed and turned his head away. Holding Rose close, Calix wondered if it was because his heart had stopped for a while. What was the problem? There was clearly some mistake here. There was clearly something wrong, Calix thought, blushing from the loud beating of his heart. And so, when Rose heard his heartbeat and called him, Calix stepped back in embarrassment and asked what was wrong. The girl felt like his face was burning and thought that his temperature had risen. She reached out to his face, but the guy managed to shield her from himself. Calix turned away abruptly and embarrassedly and said that it was all because of Mana and that he was not sick, so he asked not to worry. And the unsuspecting girl, having only trusted the guy's words, happily thought that Mana is a very convenient thing. And then she called His Highness again, but this time she asked him to close his eyes so that she could change her clothes. Her clothes were heavy from the water. It was good that the new outfit was lighter. Otherwise, she could have drowned in the old one. The prince looked at her. He noticed that the bag was not wet, and Rose replied that it was because of the quality of the leather the bag was made of. What nonsense, she thought. I'm sure that the power is in the diary and the light that emanated from it. It was scary to open it, but he had to get the clothes. The prince looked at his companion's bag with distrust and told her to tell him when he had changed. After this, she warned His Highness that all her clothes had remained in the carriage, so she had the simplest clothes with her. She means sleepwear or something, Calix thought, and said it didn't matter. The main thing was that she felt good, and having changed, she said that everything was ready. It was much nicer to wear something that wasn't wet. She borrowed these clothes from Aaron and tailored them to suit herself. Women's clothing in this world is uncomfortable. Even underwear is presented in the form of shorts, but even that is too thin for full-fledged pajamas. Trembling with rage, Calix still couldn't restrain himself and, blushing, asked if she had gone completely crazy. Was it really indecent to wear pajamas in front of a man, she thought? And Calix, covering his face, said embarrassedly that he understood that they had a difficult situation. But how could Mona sit in her underwear? But then Rose informed His Highness that these were not underwear, but pajamas, ruining the peace of poor Calix. He asked where she got the pajamas, and Rose calmly explained that she borrowed them from a close friend. The prince was immediately struck by an electric shock, and frozen in horror, he asked if she was talking about that red-haired man. Rose was glad that he knew Ron, and confirmed that these were his clothes. They were very comfortable and looked good. Calix was seething with anger and irritation, and Rose knew the clothes weren't exactly formal, but they were in a crisis situation. She wanted to defend her outfit again, but Calix quickly said that he didn't want to hear about how comfortable her clothes were. As night fell, when Calix had already fallen asleep, Rose went away, hid behind a stone, and took out the diary. Lee Che-rin didn't know whether this diary would bring her any benefit or harm, but it had saved her more than once. She constantly finds herself in situations where she has no choice but to consult the diary, which is very suspicious. Enough of such thoughts. The main thing now was to get out of here and ask the diary to tell her how to safely bring Calix to the Desat Empire. A new text appeared. It said that Miori appeared after a long time, and as it turned out, she disappeared in the Dasit Empire. Since she needed a large horned mushroom that glows in the dark, she went to a neighboring empire to get it. These mushrooms could usually be found in the deepest cave of death, near Lake Leviathan. She thought that this simply couldn't be, but looking sideways, she saw blue mushrooms glowing nearby. And here was Lake Leviathan. She was familiar with this name. In the game, it was something like a dragon. And by any chance, the diary didn't say that one should be wary of the dragon. Lee Che-rin thought worriedly, and looked at the diary. But thank God it was written there that the time of year when the blue-horned mushroom grows is the season of Leviathan's sleep. However, at this time, the crystal ants, which are Leviathan's snack, are multiplying and live outside the cave. What ants? Lee Che-rin thought in horror. She hated insects, and these dragons eat ants. What nonsense! But during Leviathan's sleep, tens of thousands of ants are trapped inside to give birth to new offspring. Miori also said that if they became the ants' snack, then Leviathan needed to be awakened. And this can be done by squeezing the juice from 10 mushrooms and pouring it into the lake, because crystal ants are much worse than dragons. Despite her aversion to insects, they would certainly be better than a dragon, Lee Che-rin said. They were lucky they didn't run into Leviathan, she exclaimed, as a huge crystal ant loomed behind her. But the next moment, a huge ant attacked Rose, but missed her, but scared her a lot. It was then that Lee Che-rin realized how huge the crystal ant was. But then the silhouette of Calyx flashed by and quickly dealt with the monster. Rose asked, frightened, if ants of that size were normal, and Calyx said that he was quite small for his species. Grabbing her hand, he ordered her to hide behind his back if she valued her life. But then they saw how many ants there were in front of them. Squeezing Calyx's hand, she called out to His Highness with concern, and the guy, grinning nervously, confirmed that they had arrived. Realizing that they couldn't handle it, Calyx turned away from the enemies, called the situation a curse, and ordered them to run, rushing forward. Running after Prince Lee Che-rin, looking at the lake, thought that what was written in the diary about Leviathan was not without reason. Pointing back, Rose asked His Highness if he could handle everyone, and Calyx confirmed this by asking if he was the dragon for her. Shouting, she used Calyx's technique to ask what would be better in this situation, tens of thousands of ants or one dragon. Angrily, Calyx asked if she decided to joke in such a situation, and Rose only asked to answer quickly, and the guy answered that one dragon is better. And it was a fateful decision. She pulled her hand out of the prince's grip and ran in the opposite direction. Finally, she asked to buy her some time, and Calyx, raising his sword above himself, shouted and asked what he had thought up again. Having run to the place, Lee Che-rin quickly picked up mushrooms and squeezed the juice out of a dozen with the help of blows. Continuing to cut down the monsters, Calyx, breathing heavily and sweating, concluded angrily that there was no end to them. But then Rose came to the rescue and, shouting for His Highness to leave, threw a saucer of mushroom juice into the lake. When the saucer sank, Calyx asked what she was doing, but then the earth trembled and the prince shuddered, bracing himself so as not to fall. Hearing the terrible sounds of the dragon, the ants began to retreat, and Calyx, raising an eyebrow, irritably asked what she had done. Rose said that one dragon was better than ants, and Calyx, understanding what she was getting at, asked in a shout, so she decided to awaken Leviathan. Then a huge dragon emerged from the water, and both Rose and Calyx opened their mouths in horror at the sight of this monster. Noticing the people, the dragon roared and attacked them. And now, between Rose and Calyx, this attack flashed at the speed of light. A crater formed at the site of the attack, and without wasting any time in all the confusion, the couple hid behind a boulder. Turning to the dragon, Calyx asked, as if not believing, if this was seriously her doing, and Rose, laughing, answered that it was. Was she crazy? The prince asked. But Rose replied that it was still good that the dragon was alone, and Calyx was watching her having fun. Scratching her head, Rose said guiltily that at least you could talk to a dragon, and the prince asked who had told her that. He asked if she even knew how dragons treated people and told her not to talk nonsense. Rose wanted to object, but then the dragon, thundering and creating a strong flow of wind, asked with only one voice who dared to disturb his sleep, and that was the end of them. And that's how they got to this point. Watching the monster, Calyx found out that she woke up this monster. That's why she asked who was better, the ants or the dragon. Rose justified herself by saying that the ants wouldn't bother them anymore. Calix asked irritably what was good about it, whether she was in her right mind or had decided to die here. But Rose replied that she had sworn allegiance to him. Besides, they said that Leviathan could talk, so they would solve the problem with words. And Calix asked if she was sure that it could talk. He asked if she even understood that dragons despised people and that she would be incinerated by his breath alone, without even having time to say a word. Calix wanted to ask how she awakened the dragon, but sighed and said that it was not so important now, telling her to stand there. Rose asked what they should do. Maybe they could escape, to which the prince asked if she thought the dragon wouldn't notice them. He asked not to make him laugh, explaining that they would wait until he was exhausted. The main thing was that she didn't stick her head out. Watching the guy, Rose thought that if this continued, then the dragon would probably enter into a conversation with Calix. And Leviathan, realizing that it was he who dared to awaken him, will crush him with his paw when Calix orders him to shut up. The diary said that the dragon was better, so there must be a reason for it, and Li Qirin should have talked to him. Grabbing Calix's hand that held the sword, she thought that this man had no chance of resolving the situation peacefully. Then Rose said that she would go. "What did that mean?" Calix asked, shouting, and the girl answered that she was his servant and had to protect him. In response, Calix told Rose Estanya that she had indeed gone mad, stating that the order had been to stop talking nonsense and stand still. He was about to threaten her with his sword, when suddenly it became suspiciously dark, and the couple slowly looked back in horror at the source of this darkness. And then the dragon, taking a deep breath, stamped his foot hard, causing Calix, grabbing and pressing Rose to himself, to dodge to the side. The dragon struck with its tail, and Calix had to parry the blow himself, but it was terribly difficult. His arms gradually gave out. Rose was very worried about His Highness, and the guy from whose mouth a trickle of blood flowed from a bitten lip screamed that they had to run away. This won't do, Rose thought, and stood up and shouted to the dragon, suggesting that they solve everything by talking. And it seemed that everything worked out, because the dragon froze. "What is she doing?" the prince asked in horror, who was fighting to the death with the monster. But then Rose told the dragon that it was she who awakened him. "What?" the dragon asked in a rage. Growling, he called them stupid creatures and asked if they thought they could kill him. But then Rose said in a trembling voice that they had no intention of killing him, and Leviathan was very surprised, after which there was an awkward silence. Li Qirin reiterated that they had no intention of killing him, thinking that they wouldn't have been able to anyway. "That's how," said Leviathan, looking at the light in the ceiling of the cave, and asked if Vivi had sent them. Rose, who ran to help Calix, wondered who else it was. Well, yes, Leviathan said that she would not have been able to come here, so she sent them, but he would like to talk to her personally and asked to bring her. Not understanding what he was saying or who Vivi was, Rose said that there were too many monsters in his cave and beyond. "People are so weak," the dragon said with a sigh, which made Calix angry, but there was nothing he could do. He had to use it. The next moment, the dragon pulled a stone out of his stomach and passed it on with the help of saliva, but everything from the dragon poured out on the prince's head. Leviathan proudly said that with this stone, no insignificant monster would come near it, and Rose thanked him worriedly. "Come on," Leviathan asked, turning from his dragon form to his human form. "Bring Vivi to him." And so they set off on their journey after this terrible incident, and Rose asked Calix if he was okay. And then the prince, with a slight movement of his hand, pressed Rose against the rock, and frowning, irritatedly asked why she hadn't run away. He gave her an order, and, concerned about the condition of his companion, he angrily asked if she did not value her life at all. But Rose, guiltily scratching her cheek, admitted that her life was important to her, which is why she did what she did. "And fortunately, everything ended well," she said, scratching the back of her head. And Calix finally removed his hand. Placing his hand on his forehead, Calix said that she was right, and he knew it, but for some reason it made him angry. Then Rose turned the whole conversation into a joke, innocently asking if he still wanted to fight the dragon. This stone that Leviathan gave them turned out to be a crystal. In other words, tempered mana that could be released. Made of stone, Rose asked. Made of crystal, Calyx answered and explained that it took hundreds of years to create. Looking at it, he said that it contained Leviathan's mana, so no monster would come close to them. However, he doesn't understand one thing, Rose asked, and Calyx said that releasing mana from the body is very dangerous. Even monsters with high intelligence very rarely do such things, and it became interesting to see what goal drives Leviathan. It turned out that he created the crystal to protect something or someone, and they would find out very soon. They moved through the cave, passing dead ends, collapses, and other obstacles, when suddenly they came across a rather strange smell. To Rose's surprise, Calyx explained that it was the smell of rotting corpses and headed towards the smell. They were moving there precisely because the corpses were a clue, and they needed to go there. Calyx advised Rose to close her eyes if she was scared. Stopping, he covered her eyes with his hand so that she wouldn't grumble and said that it seemed they were in place. As Lee Che-rin climbed higher, she immediately felt sick from the terrible smell of decay. Calyx continued to close her eyes. Turning to his companion, the prince ordered her not to open her eyes, otherwise she would cry from what she saw. Calyx was about to move forward, but then Rose grabbed him by the sleeve and asked him to wait, saying that she would go with him. Calyx said that there were probably a lot of corpses there, but the girl said that she would be fine. Yes, she was very scared, but being alone was worse. After this, Calyx turned around and said dryly that she could do as she wished, and this greatly surprised Rose. After a while, they came to a door that was sealed with a magic circle, and Calyx said that this was the language of the ancient Brahamians. Brahamites? The girl asked in surprise, and the prince explained that Braham was a state that existed here about 400 years ago. They had to destroy the protective barrier to get inside, and Rosetta suggested using the crystal. But grabbing the sword, Calyx said that it was just a solid clod of magic, and it would not help them here. And, ordering the girl to step aside, he began to strike the barrier with his sword, filled with magic. After some time and much effort, Rose happily told His Highness that everything had worked out, and the barrier began to dissolve. But then the prince fell to his knee from fatigue, and Rose managed to catch him, but asked if he was okay, and Calyx, trembling, answered that everything was fine. A couple more hits would have been enough, but Lee Che-rin could see that the novel character's strength was running out. Looking at the sealed door, she wondered if there was any other way to get inside. But then she noticed that the inscriptions on the magic circle were very similar to those she saw in the diary. In that case, maybe he knew something and could help them destroy the barrier. With these thoughts, Rose took the diary out of her bag. And indeed, the barrier suddenly shattered into pieces. To the surprise of the tired prince, Rose happily informed him about it. She thought that everything was fine, and they could get inside. But then she clutched her heart because of a sharp pain in her chest. Her eyes widened. Anxiety took over her body, and then Lee Che-rin realized that she couldn't breathe. "How did this happen?" Calyx exclaimed in shock. But then he looked back at Rose, who was curled up on his lap. Overcoming herself, she found air in her lungs with difficulty and smiling, told the prince that he had managed to destroy the magical barrier. It was impossible for him to understand that something was wrong with her. It was necessary to hide the diary. If he found it, then nothing good would end. After watching the girl, he turned away and agreed, and Rose worriedly wondered if he had noticed. It was great. Her breathing had just returned to normal. Clenching her fist on her chest, Rose stood up and followed the prince. When Calyx read the inscription, Rose asked if he knew Braham, and the prince said that the founding father of Fosman was a military slave from Braham. This truth was known only to the imperial family, Calyx told with a smirk on his face. He chuckled and asked if it wasn't absurd that the founding father of a noble family was a slave. Rose thought in surprise, as if to her it was as disgusting as their stories that began with some hero and a dragon. Maybe everything was different in this world, and then she asked what was written below, and Calyx read that there was a giant snake's lair there. That's right, a huge snake, but they will understand everything as soon as they are inside, and His Highness opens the powerful doors. In front of them, the space of the room opened up. Toys, food on the floor, and a girl whose body was pierced by a spear. It was probably Vivi. Rose thought it was too dangerous to get so close, but the prince replied that everything was fine. Squatting down near Vivi's offerings, Calix said that Leviathan is not really a dragon and has a hobby of collecting various junk. He explained to the girl that his intelligence was that of a cub and much lower than that of real dragons. So he is not interested in human civilization. But something like this seemed strange. And Calix was of the same opinion. But then he said that he realized that it was a ghost. It was the robe of the Brahmites, whose civilization had long been destroyed. There was a legend that the last princess of Bram, Vivian Brainium, brought a monster to destroy the soldiers during the invasion. Raising his head up, Calix said that the dragon went crazy when he found out that his mistress had died. That's the story. She was his friend forever. The giant snake, his Vivi, whose ghost he visited even after death. And he promised to always be by her side. The prince touched the neck of the ghost of the girl, and the illusion began to crumble before his eyes. When Vivi's skeleton fell onto the dragon's offerings, Rose asked what they should do now, and Calix replied that they needed to bring Vivi to the dragon, as he had asked. It seemed like this stream led to Lake Leviathan, and they had traveled a long way. Rose asked if everything would be okay. She was worried that Leviathan would find out that Vivi was dead, but Calix sadly informed her that he knew and was simply ignoring the truth. Looking at Calix, Lee Chae-rin remembered the scene of their romance, how the guy yelled at Serena, asking if all his words about love were lies. He knew that all this was not true, but crying and holding Serena in his arms, he said that he would be with her forever. Noticing his companion's gaze, Calix asked what was wrong, but Rose, looking up, replied that nothing. She also said that if something was bothering him, he could always talk to her. Calix asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about, but after that, he froze and fell silent, turning his gaze to the bag melting into the darkness at Rosetta's hip and pursed his lips. Pointing his finger at her forehead, Calix told the girl to take better care of herself and then left, leaving Rose in confusion. And so at last, they returned along the river to the place where they met the dragon, who became happier as soon as he saw people. He ran happily towards the slowly walking Calix and Rose, who was barely moving her legs, joyfully exclaiming and greeting Vivi. Taking the skull of his Vivi from Calix's hands, Leviathan noticed how thin she had become, and informed her that he, as she had asked, had prepared more greens. Rose felt uneasy at the sight and wanted to ask His Highness something, but he told her to be silent. The dragon worriedly asked her friend to eat more deathworm hearts, because she couldn't be so picky about food. But when there was no answer, Leviathan narrowed his eyes and grinned loudly, hugging the skull. Pressing the skull to his face, he wearily asked why she wasn't answering, whether he had done something wrong, and informed her that he no longer ate people, as she had asked. He's still waiting for her, because she told him to wait, and she didn't even eat the people who killed her. He threw them to the worms of death. He did not eat them himself. He waited 400 years and asked if she would even call him by name. But then Calix said that the princess of Bram, Vivian, was dead, and Ravion, who attacked Bram, had long since fallen, and he himself knew all this. Leviathan turned his head away from the prince, and looking at Vivi's skull, said that his name was Levi. Now he won't have to call himself that anymore, the dragon said, remembering the past. A bitter tear ran down his cheek as he activated the magic in his hand, saying that in that case, nothing else mattered. The next moment, Rose's eyes were covered by Calix's hand, and she heard the wind cutting something. Then there was a splashing sound, and the smell of blood hit her nose. Rose called out to His Highness in concern, but he told her not to move. She didn't need to look at it, the boy said. But Rose replied that everything was fine until she clutched her heart again. However, Calix said that he did not believe her when she said that everything was fine, and, approaching the corpse, told her not to open her eyes. Picking up the pendant, he said that he probably kept this thing for the princess. The necklace helps translate speech, which could be useful to them. He told Rose to keep it and looked back at the pale girl, who after a moment, and with effort, answered that it was beautiful. And the next moment, Rose fell to the floor of the cave, losing consciousness. Calix was terrified. He screamed. But the girl no longer heard anything. What is this? Lee Chae-rin thought. As if she was diving into water. She didn't understand what was happening. The damn diary? It was all because of him. She held on all this time, and the girl thought whether she would die now. when she opened her eyes, seeing Miori. Seeing the movement of Lee Chae-rin's mouth, she thought that she was talking to her, something about changing fate. But then she opened her eyes in horror, hearing how loudly and desperately Calix was calling her, and calmly called him. Lying in the prince's arms, she called out to His Highness and asked what had happened and where she was. Calix stood stunned. Then Rose noticed the wound on his face and, jumping up from her seat, said that it needed to be treated immediately. But then Calix pounced on the girl, hugging her tightly and pressing her to himself. His hands, felt on her back, trembled. Rose asked in surprise what was wrong, and Calix asked excitedly who allowed her to faint. She replied that she could not choose whether to faint or not. But then Calix uttered in a heart-rending voice that he thought she had died. He told her what happened after she fainted, how everything started to collapse, and they were climbing out through the water. He didn't know why the lake had suddenly acted like this, since there was no more mana in it, but he was glad that it was okay. Sitting in front of her with his back to her, the prince ordered her to climb in. Rose asked worriedly how she could do this. He said that she couldn't walk properly anyway, so he would carry her. But Rose, being a servant, couldn't allow him to do that. But then Calix turned to her, and coming closer, with a light movement of his hand, threw the girl over his shoulder. Rose was confused and scared by his actions. But then Calix asked if she would climb on his back, or if they would go like this. The girl said that it would be better on her back, and climbed over there. Calix smiled and said, "That's great. It would be like that from the very beginning." Lee Chae-rin was very surprised and touched by Calix's care. Her cheeks blushed with happiness. She thought about how warm and strong Calix's back was, and she felt like she was about to cry. By the next day, they had reached the Daysat Empire and provided the guard with an identification plate they had found on one of the corpses. After checking the information, the man praised them for having crossed the entire desert to get here and asked if they were a married couple. Calix, startled, said that it was not so. But then Rose hugged the prince by the arm and sweetly asked if it was so noticeable. Calix asked indignantly, but in a whisper, what she was doing, and Rose reminded him that he had asked her not to address him by his title. She spoke sweetly to her husband and reminded him that she said that no one else existed for her except him, and her hubby was just jealous. The guard sighed heavily and, saying that he didn't understand today's youth, allowed them to pass, and Rose happily thanked him. Walking towards the city, Calix asked if they would walk arm in arm, and she asked if it would not be less suspicious to pretend to be a married couple. But if he doesn't want to, then nothing can be done. But Calix didn't say that he didn't want to, as Rose said that the necklace he gave was very unusual. The girl said that she understood everything the guard said, and he understood her too, so she asked if it only translated the Daysat language. But Calix refuted her suspicions, explaining that this was a real artifact and that it worked with any language. Recalling his experience in the cave, he added that, apparently, without this necklace, the dragon and Vivian would not have been able to communicate. Lee Chae-rin was very interested in this feature of the necklace and thought whether it would work with Korean and said the word. The word was carrot, and the necklace translated it without question, causing Calix to ask why she needed carrots. Although this made her laugh, she asked if he had given it to her for a while, but the prince sighed and replied that if he liked it, he could keep it. Although he answered rather coldly, he was very drawn to Rose's smile that appeared on her face, and he looked at her enchantedly. Thank goodness, Lee Chae-rin thought. She wouldn't want Calix to have the necklace, because sometimes bad Korean words spill out of her mouth. She asked where they were going, and Calix, embarrassed, turned away and covered his face with his hand, and replied that they would first find a clothing store. Rose looked out in surprise to see the prince's face and said that he seemed weak from the high temperature. Calix told her to shut up, and so they arrived at the clothing store. Calix was already trying on his third outfit and looked really awesome in each one. The saleswoman noticed that her husband was handsome, and Rose happily replied that he was straightforward and cool, but he had a pretty face. Then Calix asked with displeasure how long she was going to waste her time on nonsense, but Rose didn't consider it nonsense. It was necessary to choose a quality outfit so as not to overpay, but Calix was not talking about this and told her to quickly choose something for herself. The guy nudged her, and the girl agreed and asked him not to be nervous. At that moment, the saleswoman noticed how beautiful they both were. And then she asked with interest if they were newlyweds. And for a moment, Calix and Rose froze in stunned silence. But the next moment, Rose pressed herself against the prince and said that everything was right, and they were on their honeymoon. The woman happily said that they were very suitable for each other. She noticed that they looked like travelers and asked if they needed a place to stay, since she could give them a discount at her sister's hotel. Rose replied sweetly that they would be very grateful to her for that, and the woman laughed slyly and said that she was sure they would like it. As they left the clothing store, Rose happily told His Highness that they could now have a good rest. But then Calix leaned over her and reminded her that he had asked her not to call him that, and Rose, frightened, noticed that there was no one nearby. But then the prince, inspired and embarrassed, looked away slightly and said that even the walls have ears. He asked to call him differently before Robert arrived. Lee Che-rin thought for a moment, and after a moment answered her dear one that she understood him. Calix praised Rose, and smiling, turned away proudly, clearly happy that he had gotten his way. Rose, surprised and unaware of something, looked out from behind the prince's hand and wondered why he was so happy. Already in the room, Calix asked with displeasure why she still had it, since she had new clothes. Was she really going to wear these rags anyway? The girl reminded him in surprise that these were her pajamas, and they were clean after washing, and besides, she had nothing more comfortable than them. Then Calix said irritably that as soon as they returned, he would give her his clothes and told her to use them as pajamas. "What's the matter?" the guy asked, seeing Rose's violent reaction, and explained that it would be much better quality and more comfortable than these rags. "But why should she wear his clothes?" she asked in bewilderment, to which Calix responded with displeasure, closed the conversation, and ordered that these rags be thrown out. What a mess, Lee Che-rin thought. But then she thoughtfully noticed that they were given one room and asked if she could ask to change it to 2 separate ones. "They are a couple," the prince explained, "and if they live in different ones, suspicions will arise," and he ordered them not to do anything. Rose stuttered as she asked how she could share a room with him, and the prince, not understanding, asked what the problem was, since they had already slept together. But they didn't sleep in the same bed. They slept like homeless people. At least Lee Che-rin watched survival lessons in elementary school. But Rose said anyway that she would go and see if there were any rooms available. But then Calix stopped her. The prince said with displeasure that it was even better this way, because he had questions for her and asked how she did it. He explained that when they fell into the water, his heart stopped. So somehow she slept with him. The girl was very scared that he had somehow found out about this, but she understood that there was clearly no way out of it. Then she happily replied that she learned how to provide first aid as a child, because the human brain needs oxygen. The heart is responsible for delivering it. But when his heart stopped and she did chest compressions, Calix didn't understand what she was even talking about. She explained how to properly fold your hands and press them on your chest, while simultaneously exhaling air through your airways. "Just a minute," the prince asked, and asked again, confused. But then Rose explained that it was necessary for oxygen to enter the lungs, and having inhaled oxygen, the person will breathe. Then Calix froze in stunned silence, seeming to remember and realize what had happened. Covering his face, which was flushed with embarrassment, with his hand, he called her a necromancer, and said that it would have been better if she had said so right away. After some time, they politely asked the magician to help them contact Robert, and met with him and the others. And after all that had happened, they were finally welcomed into the palace of the Dasit Empire. Their schedule began with a welcoming event with dancing. Next came a walk in the garden. After that, there was lunch, afternoon tea, and so on, and after many events, the festival began. Rose was having a hard time due to the many activities. Calix had gathered all the subordinates, so she didn't even have time to properly rest. And now she looked with suspicion at the cute local girl who was clinging to Calix while dancing. The girl just noticed the servant's gaze on her, and, unable to hold back her laughter, told the prince what a nice servant he had. She explained that she was looking at him all the time, but His Highness explained that she was just a servant, and there was no need to worry. The girl asked how a man who loved commoners could say such a thing, and said that she wanted to help him ascend to the throne. She explained that the succession to the throne in Bosnia is different from how it happens there. An exam is held to determine the quality of the emperor. In this understanding, all the odds are in favor of the first prince, so why then is he the crown prince of Bosnia? The lady asked. The girl explained that it was all thanks to the help of people who were in a similar situation. Calix asked what this meant, and the lady reported that with all due respect, the first prince had much more power than he did, but her father favored him. He sees no one else as a husband for her except him, but all the news from Bosnia reaches them, and they say that status is the only thing he has. But if that's true, then they are very similar. But the prince, grinning, reminded the princess that she did not honor magicians, and the girl lowered her head in disgust, squeezing his shoulder. When the music ended and the dance stopped, the princess asked how he knew this, but Calix said that Desat had always been against such things. He thanked her for keeping the secret, but smiled and asked if she wouldn't be better off having someone like him as an ally. Well, the princess raised her sly gaze and noticed that the rumors that he was not weak turned out to be true. And accepting the outstretched hand of Prince Bosnia, Princess Desata said that she would like to have such an ally. Sitting at a distance, Rose was still wondering what the two were whispering about when she suddenly heard voices discussing her. The girls felt sorry that she was alone all this time, and Rose herself was glad that thanks to the necklace, she understood them perfectly. The servants noticed how handsome the crown prince was, and Rose thought proudly, how could it be otherwise after all? She had worked for 3 whole hours on his image. When the girls started talking about that very story about the summoners who were expelled from Desat, Rose became interested. The girl said that her neighbor saw one of them when he was returning to Desat, and he looked very strange. His eyes were absolutely black. The girl was interested in this fact, because the last time they saw them, this was not the case. The servants felt uneasy and wanted to go home, and Rose, after thinking about it, realized that she needed to tell Robert about everything. She looked out from around the corner and called Sir Robert, and calling him over for a minute, explained that she had something to talk about. Then the knight, looking around, said that they had to go to another place. They couldn't be left alone. Why is that? Rose asked in surprise, and Robert, remembering the conversation with the prince, said that it didn't matter and asked what she wanted to talk about. Rose said that she overheard the servants' conversation and understood them with the help of an artifact that the prince gave her. When Rose finally told everything, Robert asked her not to go far from His Highness from that moment on, and he explained that the darkening of the summoner's eyes is a common symptom of the decay of the mind. Goosebumps ran across the skin. The decay of the mind? Rose asked in horror, and Robert explained that the use of black magic defames its bearer. But don't mages only live in Bosnia? The girl asked. It must have something to do with Mauritius's sealed power. That was the problem, Robert explained. The number of demonic creatures in Bosnia had increased due to the second prince's ritual. The imperial palace keeps everything secret, but there is no guarantee that information will not leak out. If a summoner who has lost his mind appears, then all responsibility will be on Bosnia. Summoners are dangerous in themselves. Since they are here as emissaries of Bosnia, they need to be careful in what they do. Turning to leave, Robert said that he would speak to His Highness as soon as this was over. But Rose was worried about something. Nothing would happen, she thought. Wherever they went, they always ran into trouble. When Robert had already left and Li Che-rin's restless thoughts had ceased, a click and a glow were heard from his pocket. Li Che-rin took out the compass that the diary once gave her, which, according to what was written in it, was given to Rose by Lady Miori. This watch could tell where that very thing was, but now Li Che-rin completely forgot about it, and, hearing the voice, asked in horror what it was. Closer to night, the prince's confidants gathered in his room and told Rose everything they had heard. Calix, after listening, involuntarily said that if this was true, then they would have problems. Once it becomes known that the summoners are tainted by magic, Desat will not miss the opportunity to make Bosnia guilty. He praised them for their work and said it was best to always remain on guard, and asked Robert how many of the militia could sneak into Desat. Robert replied that they had several dozen people ready to act immediately, at which point Rose asked, confused, what they were talking about. Here Calix remembered that he had not yet told her, and said that what he was about to say was classified information, and, folding his arms across his chest, he proudly declared to his servants that he was the founder of the Arcadian militia. And there was an awkward pause. After this, Rose gave his thumbs up and happily told His Highness that he never ceased to amaze her. She called him the best founder of the militia, and then Robert quickly realized and asked if she really didn't know about Arcadion. In response, Rosetta laughed nervously. The prince concluded that she did not know, and Rose apologetically asked to tell her everything. Arcadion is the most powerful magical organization in Phosnia. Hundreds of magicians are on combat alert. However, no one knows who they obey. That's how it was. Well, if you think about it, only the crown prince could have given such a name to the militia. Robert was surprised that she knew a lot of things that others didn't know, but she was unaware of some obvious things. He suspiciously reported that it looked like she had come to them from another world, and Li Cherin shuddered. The second blow for her was that the prince even thought that it was not a man standing in front of him, but some other creature. For example, Calix said, she could be a fairy. Robert and Rose looked at each other in amazement. Continuing to burn Rose Estanya with his gaze, Robert said that he might have thought so too, and the girl, turning away worriedly, wondered why he was staring like that. But then Robert told His Highness that he needed to rest before tomorrow. Calix asked about Rose's reaction, but she just felt awkward. The next morning, the festival continued, and Rose stood in the crowd of people looking at the compass, which continued to glow. What to do, she thought. After recent events, she didn't want to get involved with the diary, but maybe with its help she could find the elves. She was wondering why she needed to look for these elves at all, when suddenly Robert came up to her from behind. He reminded her that he had told her not to go far from the crown prince, but the girl had replied that she could see him perfectly well from here. She even thought that they looked good together, but then Robert noticed that their conversation had apparently been a success. What talk? Rose asked, and the knight asked if she didn't know that His Highness had come here to marry the princess. Robert reasoned that marriage between members of ruling families was the easiest way to form an alliance between states. Even if the crown prince had a beloved woman, Robert finished the sentence and then noticed how the lady had drooped. Rose seemed to be in a daze. It was hard to believe that the plot of the novel had changed. How could she now return home? But when the knight called out to the lady, she quickly came to her senses and scratched the back of her head, laughed and apologized, saying that she was thinking about her own things. She handed him an orange peel and asked if he wanted to try throwing it on top of the fire and making a wish. After this, the girl decided to show how everything works using her own example and swung, throwing the peel onto the top of the fire pit. Everything worked out. This was to be expected from a person who lived in the homeland of Pitchpot. The knight clapped her. Now Rose was about to make a wish, when suddenly, very opportunely, a cry sounded, announcing an attack. The attacking summoners released their animals and said that they would take revenge on them, and they would pay for what they had done. The animals continued to arrive at the summoner's request, and Robert, arming himself with his sword, ordered Rose to leave immediately. Running to the side and getting into a fighting stance, the knight shouted for Rose to run to the palace. The girl asked how His Highness was, but Robert said that everything would be fine with him, but that no one could understand that she was his confidant. On the knight's advice, Rose ran for cover, telling Robert to be careful when she heard a piercing scream. Nearby, a mother and child were attacked by wolves that were surrounding them, growling and preparing to attack. The woman hugged the baby to herself. But then, Rose came to the rescue and attacked one of the wolves with the dagger that Calix had given her at the beginning of their journey. Having defeated the monster, Rose looked back at the girl with her daughter and shouted, asking, "Why is she sitting here?" and ordered them to run away. Now Li Cherin needed to save herself, but suddenly she heard a roar near her and looked back at the wolf in horror. The girl froze, clutching the dagger in her hands. What should she do? This monster was bigger than the last one. The dagger wouldn't help her here. Li Cherin wondered why she didn't just pass by. Tears welled up in her eyes, and fear caused her body to tremble uncontrollably. At this time, Calix, continuing the battle, shouted to his knights to gather troops and kill the summoners. But suddenly, his gaze lingered behind him, and, freezing, he realized that a monster was rushing towards Rose, and his heart began to beat faster with anxiety. Li Cherin closed her eyes and hunched her head. She didn't want to die. At that moment, Calix ran to Rose's aid in fear and called her by name. Rose asked for help, but then a silver-haired young man picked her up in his arms and, smiling sweetly, jumped up into the air. Already in his arms, escaping from the monster, Rose remembered the very elf they had bought at auction. The young man smiled at her and, placing her on a stable roof, whispered in the girl's ear that she should wait here. But then Rose, not intending to put up with this situation, grabbed him by the collar of his clothes and angrily asked what she should expect and who he was. After that, she showed the savior the compass and asked if he knew what it was and why he saved her. The young man spoke incoherently about his guilt, about salvation and payment. Li Che-rin managed to understand that he was returning her debt for that incident. The elf continued to speak in separate words, like experiment, malfunction, and their fault, putting his finger to his lips. And also putting his hand on her shoulder, he asked her not to tell the prince, saying that she was the chosen person. After that, without explaining anything, he grinned, squinted his eyes, and said that he wanted to meet again. After that, the elf put his hand to Rose's jaw, and moving closer to her, gently kissed her on the lips. Not intending to put up with this, the girl immediately pushed the guy away from her and shyly covered her mouth with a clenched fist. However, the elf's expression did not change at all. He was happy and smilingly said that this was a reward. But then, like a bolt from the blue, Calix appeared and, clenching his jaws in anger, asked how dare he. Without wasting time, he picked up speed and ran closer, attacking the elf, which is why he barely managed to defend himself with a magic circle. Thanks to his magic, Calix began to break through the defense, but then furiously swung for another blow. At that very moment, he pierced the elf's magic shield, causing him to fly off to the side in surprise. From a safe distance, he created a magic circle under his feet and said his name, Luminous, and asked Rose Estanya to remember it. Calix furiously asked the elf where he was going, but he immediately disappeared, saying that they would meet again. And then he just disappeared. Rose was stunned by this, and Calix clenched his jaw in anger at the one who did this. Rose turned to His Highness, wanting to tell him something, but then Calix came closer and grabbed her hand, angrily asking if she had no instinct for self-preservation at all. Screaming with anxiety, he asked his confidant what she was doing outside among the demons, and whether she was completely tired of living. Rose smiled guiltily and replied that she didn't know herself. It's just that it's hard for her to walk past people who are in danger. The prince sighed heavily as he listened to Rose, who immediately responded happily that she was safe and sound and in excellent shape. But then the prince said that elven kisses have a blessing effect, and this surprised Rose. She didn't know this. But here, Calix did not understand why he kissed her, because she did not enslave him, and he began to diligently wipe her lips with a handkerchief. It was a shame, because she tried very hard on her makeup and then asked what happened to the summoner. Calix, throwing the handkerchief aside, said that he used a magic circle and disappeared, and then Rose said that she had something to talk to him about. Upon returning to the room, she said that this time the attack of the summoners and their possessed demons was the work of the elves. Rosetta reported that the elf said something about the experiment failing, and that they were to blame for everything. And she also added that he asked to keep it a secret from him. Taking off his outerwear, Calix asked again. And Rose, to his surprise, confirmed this, saying that she had nothing in common with the elf, and that he was her master. Calix was amused by these words, and still said that in any case, they would be able to clear Fosnia of all charges. But he did not like what was happening. If the elves are working with demonic power, it won't end well, and they may be trying to resurrect Mauritius. But undoubtedly, they needed to return home as soon as possible, and the rest would be discussed upon their return. The next day, Calix met with the princess of the neighboring empire and presented her with the box. It contained a dragon crystal that would be useful if she decided to use magic. Calix said that this was a sign of gratitude for the conclusion of the alliance, and she would receive a reward as soon as he ascended the throne. The princess laughingly replied that when he first spoke of an alliance, she thought he had fallen in love with her at first sight, but now she saw that there was already someone else in his heart. But Calix, frowning, replied that he did not understand what she was talking about. True, the princess asked laughingly, and said that in that case, she would pretend not to know what was happening. Finally, Watching Calix leave, the princess said that she hoped the alliance between Fosnia and Daysat would be eternal. The girl was interested to know how long he would not notice the connection between him and his servants. Then the princess's knight appeared from behind the curtain and called her highness and asked what was the matter. In response, the princess smiled at the young man and hugged him, saying that everything was fine, and she was just remembering the old days. And now they were already moving home. Rose, riding in the carriage with the prince, thought about the fact that at that moment she did not think about returning home. The first thing that came to her mind was the wish that Calix's marriage would not take place. At that moment, Prince Calix, noticing the girl's gaze on him, looked at her kindly and smiled sweetly. No, Li Rin thought sadly, looking down and pursing her lips. If she continued like this, the only one who would be hurt would be her. After a long journey, they finally arrived in Fosnia, and fortunately, the return journey was without consequences. They got home very quickly, and upon returning, she feverishly began to finish the accumulated work. And after finishing her business, she thought that she would finally be able to relax and rest. But she was tense about the strange atmosphere. Something strange was happening. It seemed like everyone was staring at her. But when she looked back at them, they looked away. The guys looked at each other and unanimously decided that it was all because of rumors. Definitely because of them. Rumors that Rose and the Crown Prince are lovers. Upon hearing this, Rose simply spat out the water she had just filled her mouth with. "Lovers?" she asked again in horror. And Aaron, on whom all the water had been spilled, said with displeasure that she had gotten tired of pouring water on him. Chelsea told Rose that people now thought she was dating the Crown Prince, and the girl was horrified. She thought that until she was gone, everything would calm down, so why was she listed as his mistress? But Chelsea told the opposite. People said that she became a servant to be closer to the Crown Prince, and that the Crown Prince risked his life for her, and that they were half-brother and sister. Soap opera and drama fans were the same everywhere, but Rose couldn't ignore these rumors. However, here Aaron cheerfully advised his friend to simply take it as a joke and just laugh at the rumors. But then Rose turned to the guy and asked if he had a girlfriend and invited him to become her boyfriend. Chelsea complimented her friend's coolness, and Aaron sadly asked who would confess their feelings like that, as if she was definitely not from this world. She winced and angrily announced that they would not be dating for real, but would simply pretend until the rumors died down. And although it was not interesting, Aaron asked to give him one of her things. For example, a hair ribbon might do. He happily said that he must have proof that he was her boyfriend, and Rose thought about it. It seemed there was nothing wrong with that, and she handed over the ribbon, and then Chelsea asked her friend what her relationship was with His Highness. "No," the girl answered animatedly, but her friend reminded her that she was an aristocrat, and it would be great if she became an empress. Lei Rin thought about this in horror. Sweat ran down her face. She and the empress, a wedding with Calix, but for nothing. She spoke of wishing that Calix would not marry. Not that she wanted to marry him, otherwise she would not be able to figure out how to get back. Rose stood up and announced the end of the conversation, saying that until the rumors about her and the Crown Prince died down, Aaron was her boyfriend. Finally, people started talking about Rose's maid dating the ginger guy from the kitchen. Rose was happy that they took the bait. But then Sir Robert, peeking around the corner, called Rose for a few words, and Rose came up and asked what he was doing there. Robert said worriedly that he was not very pleased to talk about it, but it seemed that the whole court knew about her affair. Rose happily said that she knew. After all, she was the one who spread the information. Robert was a little surprised that she knew this. Thinking that the knight was going to the office, Rose said that she also needed to go there and suggested that they go together. But Robert froze already in front of the door. The knight turned to Rose and apologized for saying that, and asked how she felt about parting with the kitchen assistant. He sounded concerned that given the circumstances, she should be focusing on her work rather than her personal life. But Rose knew she was doing a good job. But then Robert stopped her and said that he didn't say that she couldn't cope with her work and didn't know if he could say something like that. He was about to say something about His Highness, when suddenly Calix came out of the door and asked with displeasure what the two of them were doing there, whether they were going to come in. Robert froze in horror before His Highness. Rose was glad to meet him, but immediately shuddered before the prince's gaze. It was simply impossible to understand him. But it would be better not to tease this schizoid today, she thought, following Robert inside. The discussion was about the second prince, about whom there was no news. It was also better for them to keep a low profile. Lee Charin understood that they were talking about the monsters in the Dasit Empire. Could the second prince be somehow involved in this? She thought about asking the diary about it. Since that day she had not opened it, because she really thought that she would die. But she couldn't avoid the diary forever, so she decided to take a look at it once, but immediately asked His Highness what was wrong with his face. The prince noticed that she was really blossoming lately. They had been through a lot, and asked if it was nice to be back. Yes, Lee Charin answered happily. She really enjoyed traveling around the Daysat Empire, but home was always better. That's why she wanted to come back soon, Calix said gloomily. Rose thought it was true, so why was he in a bad mood? He turned to Robert and asked him to step out for a moment, looking sullenly at Rose and saying that he wanted to talk to his servant. When Robert left, Calix rose from his seat, placing his hand on his belt and glaring sullenly at his servants. What did he want to talk to her about? What came over him again? Lee Charin thought. He had been in a good mood all this time. He ordered her to sit down, and Rose quickly did so, when he angrily asked if she had anything to say to him. The financial reports were in order, and thanks to Chelsea, she was able to keep the estate systems running smoothly. What could she have done wrong? And she worriedly asked him in his mind to stop staring at her and just tell him directly what the problem was. That's right, she said happily. She put an end to the rumors about him that were circulating around the palace, and Calix shuddered when he heard this. Rumors? He asked again. And Rose explained that they were rumors that he and she were in a love relationship and asked if that was even possible. People who spread false rumors could seriously damage his reputation, she said, and Calix angrily voiced that she had chosen that red-haired lazybones. The girl justified her friend, saying that he was not like that, and Calix, squeezing the cup so hard that it broke, asked if she was thinking of marrying him. What? Rose asked him in surprise, and explained that Aaron was her friend. And then, as if coming to his senses, Calix looked at her in surprise. She explained that she needed to dispel rumors about her and him, so she asked Aaron to play along with her. The prince seemed to be breaking down from anger and rage at the reason he heard, and he shouted that such things should be warned about in advance. The next moment, he hit the table in rage and, trembling and holding back, asked if all the talk and rumors about them were lies. The girl calmly confirmed that everything was like that here too. Calix, as if breathing a sigh of relief, stood up and laughed loudly, holding his head. What was wrong with him? Rose thought in horror. Had he really started to go crazy, as the novel said? But then Calix calmed down, smiled sweetly, and said that that was all, and asked the servants to invite Robert when he went out. After this, the girl quickly ran out of the room, closing the door behind her, and as she left, she thought that this had just happened. When Robert entered the office, Calix clenched his fist and cursed the damn Rose Estanya through his teeth. The knight who heard the entire conversation looked away. With all his anger, Calix said that she was playing with people as if they were toys and asked how dare she. Here Robert said that in any case it was to his advantage, but then Calix ordered him to shut up. He sighed and asked if he didn't want to marry her. Robert already knew that his heart belonged to her. Calix asked what nonsense he was talking about, but Robert explained that it was not nonsense, but the truth, which he should already accept. She has no power or family to protect her, and it may be dangerous for her to be in the estate. So until he ascended the throne, the knight continued to speak, but then the prince ordered him to stop. Holding his head and frowning, Calix told him that there was no need to worry. They had never thought about such a thing. But suddenly, he froze, remembering how he saw how happy Rose looked when she was next to Aaron. He tried to think about it for a while, but then suggested getting back to business and asked about the summoners. Starting to voice the report, Robert squinted and looked away, thinking that he knew what the Crown Prince was worried about. Calix was afraid that his loved one would be taken away from him again, and perhaps he considered his feelings a weakness. But now, seeing the happiness on his friend's face, he thought that he should at least sometimes hope for a better outcome. Sitting in her room at night, Rose decided to check the diary today. She needed to not be afraid and do everything quickly. She closed her eyes and began to turn the pages of the diary, and asked for everything to be okay. However, the inscriptions asked to beware of dragons. Rose froze in surprise. Was that really all? And who was Miori anyway? She asked herself these questions. Squinting, she realized that she had seen these inscriptions on the magic circle when the elf used magic. Wait a minute, Lee Chirin suddenly realized. The elves are the race that once served Mauritius, and Hamel is the cursed land where he is buried. Gods, dragons, and other absolute beings. Was it really that same Mauritius lying before her? But it couldn't be, she said in bewilderment. An otherworldly deity of evil who created demons with the help of devilish magic. That was who Mauritius was. Fear and anxiety enveloped the shaking Lee Chirin. Her heart began to beat faster than before, and then she rushed out of the room. She ran without looking back, and then Calix's door appeared in front of her. She started to beat on it like crazy, calling for the prince. After a while, a worried Calix, who had just come out of the shower, opened the door and asked what was going on. The next moment, she threw herself into the prince's arms and stood trembling, clinging to his chest. He looked at the girl in horror, holding her shoulder, while she asked His Highness for a favor in a trembling voice. Then he asked in horror if she had cried, but Rose stuttered that she had not cried. Calix worriedly asked who had offended her. Was it really the red-haired one? But the girl, horrified, denied it. She assured the prince that it was nothing like that, and that she had simply come to him with a request. Calix found it hard to believe, seeing how she was trembling. The guy let her into the room, and putting a jacket on her, gave her chamomile tea, which she once made for him. Rose asked if he had made the tea himself, and Calix, sitting down, asked if she had thought that since he was the crown prince, he couldn't do this either. Lai Charin took the cup in her hands in surprise, and thought about the fact that she was holding the tea prepared by Calix, who suddenly asked what was the matter. Putting the cup on the table, Rose said that she wanted to ask him to give her a pass to the library of the Imperial Palace. Getting up from the table, Calix came closer, bending over Rose, saying that she was running to him all in tears for a pass to the library. The guy asked her if she thought he would believe her, and worriedly asked her to tell him quickly what had happened. Lee Charin thought about what she was thinking when she came here. Apparently she was scared, and no one except Calix came to her mind. She debated telling the truth, but no. Then he would definitely think she was nuts and would shout something about a ghost. What the dead deity was not a ghost, and asked Calix to believe in it, and the prince asked in surprise, "A ghost." She said that they told each other scary stories. She didn't attach any importance to one of them, but then she had a terrible dream. In it, the ghost was choking her, but at that time, she became interested in finding out if the story was true, and it seemed that in the library, she would find the answer to this question. She also said that she had no one but him, so she came to ask him for a favor to give her a pass. "No one but him," echoed Calix, turning his head away and covering his mouth with his hand, behind which was hidden a wide, unrestrained smile and blushing cheeks. After this, he went to the table and took the pass and handed it to Rose, saying that she could say that she had come on his behalf, and also a copy of the helium flower from the Camesis Empire, which is imbued with the power of the gods, so it can be effective against nightmares. He continued to hold out the rest of the things: holy water, the staff of the high priestess, and the helium flower that she had dried herself. Calix smiled sweetly and said that he did not want his servants to suffer from insomnia and then neglect their duties due to lack of sleep. Rose, gifted with rare artifacts, looked in surprise at Calix, who allowed her to take the day off tomorrow. He asked her to get a good night's sleep, and Rose happily thanked him, initially wishing him a good day, but corrected herself at night, thanks to the prince. As she left her master's room, she leaned against the door, and Rose's face flushed red. She could go crazy, she thought with embarrassment. What kind of excuses were these? But still Calix believed her. It was getting hot. Entering the room, she shouted at the diary that it was all because of him, wondering if it really was something related to Mauritius. Throwing all the gifted things on the diary, Lee Chae-rin went to bed, thinking that she would run to the library in the morning and then think. With these thoughts, the girl fell asleep safely, and the diary, on which the things were thrown, emitted a dark magical aura, extinguishing the nightlight.